the 20th century. On the left side, you see what Europe looked like before World War I. And I'd like to point out in particular that East Central Europe was dominated by three large empires, moving from east to west, the Russian Empire, which was made up of many different nationalities, but all under the Tsar Nicholas II, and then Germany, which dominated the Baltic Sea coast, and below it, Austria-Hungary, also a very multi-ethnic state that was actually a dual monarchy. These three large empires dominated the region. But after World War I, there are a number of peace treaties that divided these three great empires up into much smaller countries and actually resulted in a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction, primarily located in those people who lived in these three regions, the titular nationalities, meaning the Germans in Germany, the Austrians and Hungarians in Austria, Hungary, and so on. There were a lot of winners, on the other hand, in the post-World War I treaties, and you can see they actually got their own countries. Like, for example, most significantly, Poland, which, of course, was a country prior to the late 18th century, but then it was cynically divided up by its three neighbors and disappeared from the map of Europe. It suddenly reappeared 200 years later, and this is a tremendous exaltation for the Poles, although there are lots of non-Poles living in Poland, including Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Jews, and a number of other people. Then you have Austria and Hungary, which once we had a massive country, now they're reduced to tiny little rump states. It's so ironic, for example, Hungary, later on in the 20th century, it would be ruled by admiral horses. And as you can see, Hungary is landlocked. So what are you doing with an admiral in a country that has no natural outlet to the sea? Yugoslavia is created from the remnants of much of Austria-Hungary and so on. And significantly for Germany in particular, the new country of Czechoslovakia, now divided into the Czech lands and Slovakia, but back then one country, Hitler used to refer to it as a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. So you have a lot of states who are very much into revising the peace treaties, meaning they want to go back and wipe out some of these gains of these new countries or regrowing countries, and they want to regain some of the grandeur of old. The Russian Empire, of course, collapses, and we're going to spend most of our time today talking about that, but it's divided into several countries. There is Russia proper, which is basically pushed back significantly towards the east because of where the front lines of the German army were at the end of World War I. And west of those front lines, you have new countries created. Belarus, for example, and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Ukraine is created within the Soviet Union that we'll discuss in a second, but it's divided. There are Ukrainians who are on the Polish side of the post-World War I treaty, and there are Ukrainians who are on the Russian side of the post-World War I treaty, and they find themselves in a Soviet war. So there's a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction among the users of World War I who are unhappy with these peace treaties, and they want to revise them. Let's focus a little bit more on Russia itself. So Russia is extremely complicated at this period of time. I'll try to make this simple as possible. The first thing you should realize is that there were actually two revolutions in Russia, separated by a few months. They both occurred in the year 1917, although the month in which they occurred depends on where you were standing at the time they occurred. The reason why this is so is because it was only in 1918 that the communists officially adopted the Gregorian calendar that is currently in use in Western Europe and America and so on. Prior to that, they were using the Julian calendar, which does not have the same calculation of leap days. Like in February, we have that leap year. So that meant that quite literally, Russia was 11 days behind the West in their calendar. And so if you look at Russian sources, for example, that were written at that time, they refer to the February Revolution because in Russia it occurred in February. But if you were standing in New York City when the revolution occurred, it would have been in March. So let's just say there was a spring revolution, and it occurred. It began really in Petrograd. There's more confusing stuff. Sorry, I'm talking lots of stuff. It gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy it was at that city called Petrograd, which means Peter's city, was a Russian name of the city that was founded by Peter the Great 100 odd years ago that was called St. Petersburg. The reason why it was no longer called St. Petersburg was because they felt that sounded too German. Like Burg is a German suffix in city, so it's a city of Peter. So they wanted to have a Russian sound because they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. Then, when the communists came to power, they renamed it again because they didn't want to name it after a Tsar. They renamed it Leningrad, right? Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union at the end of the 20th century, it was renamed back to its original name of St. Petersburg. Okay, this is all very simple right now. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant march. It happened to occur on International Women's Day, which is March 8th in the Western calendar. It's actually a very important day that they commemorate this day in the former Soviet Union regions of Eastern Europe. It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day or things like that, where we go outside of us. So what's important for us right now is that there was a huge march and a protest that was specifically clamoring for the government to do something about the tremendous food shortages that were occurring as a result of the war. Don't forget, 1917, we're 3 years into World War I. No sign of slowing down. Russia is really hurting badly. They're not able to equip their troops properly. They're telling their soldiers to go into war, and because they don't have enough bullets, they say, use your bayonets first, right? Like, can you imagine you're going up against an enemy and you can't fire, you have to actually use your bayonet, which means get really close to them. When they have machine guns and things like that, so which is a disaster. So there's this protest in Petrograd, and according to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested. They would be assassinated later, and the Romanov dynasty that had stood for hundreds of years fell in early 1917. What happens immediately after that is it doesn't become communist right away. The Russian Empire becomes a sort of provisional democracy, and it's run by this individual, Alexander Kerensky. They call themselves a provisional government, and the whole idea that was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have massive elections all over the Russian Empire, and they were going to elect a constituent assembly, and this constituent assembly would then, be able to create this democratic, federated Russian government. Kerensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first acts in his role as the leader of this provisional government is he abolished the hated Pale of Settlement. Here you can see a map of the Pale of Settlement from the Encyclopedia Judaica. It was hated by Jews in the 20th century because it placed all kinds of anti-Semitic restrictions on Jewish activity, Jewish commercial activity, traveling, education, you name it. And Jews were clamoring to have equal rights. They wanted to be able to, free themselves from the Pale of Settlement. So Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction on residence. Here, by the way, you can see another map that gives you a little bit of sense of the density of Jewish population. Some writers from the time considered it a massive ghetto because of the concentration of Jews that lived there. So Kerensky was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was his sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up with the whole thing going to his knees. Because by pushing off all really important discussions, like, for example, should we continue fighting this war? And what are we going to do about, land reallocation? And what about all these peasants and their demands? And what about the urban workers and so on? And they basically couldn't do anything until they had the Constituent Assembly. And by constantly pushing it off until that time when it could be properly constituted, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. genius behind all of it was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here, who was really quite a destabilizing force in Russia during those months between the first revolution in February, March, and the second revolution, which was really the communist revolution of October and November of 1917. Here's a piece of propaganda from the era that shows Tavares Lenin with Comrade Lenin at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes in the Russian Empire. You see various, nobility, and there's the Russian Orthodox clergy at the bottom, and you can see also what looks like a monopoly man. This is sort of the turn of the 20th century caricature of a capitalist, and you recognize the top hat. And typically, there's a waistcoat there and a bag of money. And quite often, not in this particular example, but quite often, the capitalist is not so thinly veiled as disguised for a Jew. Usually, a Jewish capitalist that's portrayed as these images. The communists, however, were unusually strong on minimizing anti-Semitism at this time, especially in comparison to their rivals like the White Russian movement, the monarchist movement, and some of the anarchists and so on. But we'll get to that in the next video. At any rate, over the course of a few months in 1917, Lenin was able to really mobilize a wide-ranging network of Soviets, which means basically councils, and these are like sort of local groups of leaders who are motivated by socialist ideology who want to take over the means of production themselves. And you have Soviets in factories, Soviets in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly and proclaim the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. That's ultimately what occurred in October of 1917 in Russia, and of course in New York in November of 1917. Now, just to give you a sense of the kind of tension, here's a piece of white Russian propaganda that gives you a sense of some of the opposition to this communist movement. The white Russians were those Russians who were very much against this new phenomenon. Sometimes they may have been less hostile to the provisional government, but they were definitely hostile to the Soviets. And some of them really wanted to bring back the monarchy. Others wanted perhaps a more gradual approach to a capitalist Russia. At any rate, this poster refers to the death of the International, which is essentially a gathering of socialist thinkers. The idea was here that Lenin, who's shown here as some kind of weird Aztec priest dressed in red, and next to him with a bloody apron is Trotsky, who we discussed in previous classes. Leon Trotsky, the head of the Red Army, and of course, very prominent Jew, although not an observant Jew at all, but nevertheless, he was widely perceived for his Jewish identity. And they are about to slaughter the Russian monarchy and represented Russia on the altar of a statue of Karl Marx, the word international, referring to the socialist international. The idea is that they're going to sacrifice Russia to communism. And, arrayed around him with their labels at the top of his reference here, Zinoviev is shown with his hands outstretched, another Jewish figure and so on. There's all of these people who are involved in the secret cabal. And there's this interesting figure here. If you look, I'll zoom in here so you can see it better. This is clearly a secularized Jew with the stereotypical ugly physiognomy that's often applied to this kind of anti-Semitic pictures. But in case you missed it, he's also got pale. He's also got four locks there to indicate he, like many communist Jews of that era, had jettisoned his Jewish identity in order to absorb this new ideology. And he is holding onto a bag, which, as you can see, has the number 30 on it. Now, I'm not positive, but I think what this is referring to is the 30 pieces of gold that Judas accepted to betray Jesus. So there's kind of like an overlay here of the betrayal theme that goes back to really, really old anti-Semitic texts. Not exactly sure, but I think that's what that strange number is. At any rate, in the fall of 1917, the Russian Empire, at least those regions that are dominated by Russian cities like Moscow and Petrograd, become officially communist. This will tip the entire region into a massive civil war that's going to happen. Thank you very much for listening. Let us resume our discussion of modernity in Jewish history by looking at the Sephardic diaspora. You'll recall that just a few lectures ago, we spent a little bit of time talking about what is modernity, what does that term actually mean in terms of Jewish history, and why. Someone told me that there are a group of Jews that live in this neighborhood. And although it's not my area of specialization, I'm probably not the next on, but at least a broad survey of the history of the Jews of Sepharad. This is not exactly the depth is unknown.
overview of broad speech of Bukhara history. If you have any hard questions, please save them for after the lecture. I'm going to take a quick break and then have Karen go home and we can ask the hard questions about that. Okay, so I'd like to speak about 60 minutes, so we talk everything I know of Bukhara, exhaustive. So first of all, I think a very important question, where exactly is Bukhara? So in many ways, Bukhara in the Jewish mind is more of a cultural concept than a specific location. There is, in fact, a city called Bukhara in Central Asia, but it's a little bit like the idea of Little India, where it's much more than what we do the country today. The geographic and political boundaries that we recognize today do not correspond precisely on a one-to-one basis with what the current Jews consider the kind of Jews consider we shall see. Here is city is Uzbekistan today. We think about the region of Bukhara, it really refers specifically to an emirates that I'm sure you should recognize. There are about 5 distinct cities in the region of the city of Bukhara. Bukhara Jews do not have to come from specifically city Bukhara to qualify for that market. How many are there? So we have a relatively good census coming from 1959 that lists about 26,000 Jews who are native speakers of Thai. That's most likely one-to-one correspondence with current Jews in the region itself. We would estimate another 3,000 foreign Jews who listed in the Soviet census Russian as their first language, because they were hopelessly assimilated to Russian language, so 2,000 speakers. You add another 3,000 out of those. There are also many Jews of Bukhara who are not Bukhara Jews, specifically those interloper Ashkenazi Jews, as we consider them as the 20th century, as we discussed shortly. So I will discuss the Ashkenazi refugees in Bukhara, but only briefly focus primarily on the issue. We take us to the late 20th century, Michael Sad, using demographic studies, he estimates about 8,000 colonies around the world. That includes 45,000 still in the USSR, this before Operation Exodus, that stimulus tribe, and 32,000 in Israel, which had a very old Bukhara community that expanded significantly in the 1970s, and about 3,000 elsewhere. Uzbekistan today is almost 2,000 Jews. There are about 1,000 Jews in Palestine, and almost all of them are remnants of Ashkenazi migrants. So, Bukhara Jews in Bukhara are basically non-extant right now, but there are many Bukhara Jews around the world, particularly in Israel and in certain boroughs of the United States as well. Usually you can find them across the streets and look for small railings in the front. You'll probably find your local Bukhara community. Also, there's going to be a preponderance of barber shops, lots of barber shops in Bukhara as well. Okay. So this is actually, so we attribute to the growth of the Bukhara community to very ancient origins associated really with the first Roman Jewish war. The coin that I'm showing you behind you is one of 2 dozen coins that were minted by the Emperor Vespasian and his son Titus to try to mark the destruction of Jewish sovereignty in Israel. They're almost the same on the left. They have either Vespasian, the main emperor, who destroyed the sovereignty of his son Titus when they were and on the right, you have this phrase Judea Capta, and always portrays like this printing and Roman soldier. This means disproportionate size, and on the right is a responsive woman, typically with her head in her hands and either covering a shrine posture. Sometimes she's portrayed in a terrifying way with her hands behind her back. This is how far Judea, the first province of the Roman Empire in and around Israel has been subjugated to Rome. There's a balsam in Italy, one of Israel's most important exports. So this is a coin that commemorates what the Romans meant to say as the complete and utter and complete disappearance of the Jews of Judea. That there will be no more Jewish presence in Israel or in fact in the rest of the world because the Romans had effectively eliminated their state. There were three major revolts. The first one, of course, was in the Temple. That was revolt near 115. And then the Bar Kokhba in 135, basically the last major revolt. It was smaller revolt in the 4th century, but this was basically the sovereignty until the 20th century. That was because the first exile, the first exile goes back all the way to the 8th century before the Common Era, when King Santerre and several other kings evacuated forcibly much of the northern section of Israel and executed a population transfer to the regions in contemporary Iran and Iraq. And we also have another major exile under the Babylonians in the 6th century. This is the destruction of the first temple that also took Jews to this region, and also the region where the great rivers Tigris and Euphrates come together into the Persian Gulf. That will end up being lasting until the 20th century, really, of Babylonian Jews, the Talmud, and so on. But how did Jews get all the way up to the Torah in the 10th century? We definitely have some movement of Jews region. The earliest known reference to Jews there is in the 3rd century when Rabbi Shmuel business visited a place called Ur, which is discussed in the Gemara. Apparently, he commented on the quality of the beer in Ur, and he had a very low opinion of that particular beer, but nevertheless, that's our first connection of any kind of Jewish community, obviously not a beer drinking community in Bukhara. There is also some interesting archaeological evidence showing the use of Hebrew characters in the Proto-Trajan language that's definitely there from the 4th century. And although we haven't found much more concrete evidence of Jews in the region, there has been some stunning and puzzling finds that suggest that maybe there was in fact a larger Jewish community there than we might believe. This is a visual joke. This is what we laugh at this point. Okay, this is going over very well by the you see this okay, so let's go to where we have limited evidence that Jews in the region from the 4th century. We definitely have much stronger evidence of Jews from the 8th century and onward, primarily because Bukhara is located on the Silk Road. This yellow line here traverses all of Central Asia with the major route for goods traveling from the eastern Mediterranean towards all points of Europe and North Africa to the far east, China, and India as well, carrying spices, silks, and all kinds of luxury goods backwards and forward. Bukhara, as you can see with the red arrow, is an extremely important site there. Jews who most likely located Bukhara along with the mysterious Aragonite traders who came from probably southern France in the 8th century. There's some really interesting evidence. For example, this 8th century business letter, which is written in Judeo-Persian, meaning written in Persian but using Hebrew letters, just like Yiddish is basically German, that means German written Hebrew letters. There are Arabic written in Hebrew letters. Some people say that Yiddish is actually German or phlegm, but that's audio version. This is an 8th century Judeo-Persian business letter found on the Silk Road in the 8th century. The reason, by the way, all of these Judeo languages developed is primarily because Jews were primarily living in limited populations in the medieval world. And even the people among whom they lived, even though they adopted their vernaculars, the people who they lived adopted by their languages. That's why, for example, Rashi has a tremendous vocabulary of Old French, which is used by contemporary French scholars to try to understand how medieval French people spoke to each other. They actually have to learn Hebrew in order to learn Rashi in order to learn French because of the disparate nature of literacy rates amongst these non-Jews. So that's why we train them in the language of the most familiar with the speech that they were recorded. We also have little further along, so in this remarkable maybe of the thousands of Buddhas, the name of it sounds like, Indiana Jones kind of thing. In the cave of thousands of recent a prayer from the 8th century written in literate Hebrew and carried lovingly by a traveler along the Silk Road, unfortunately abandoned but still found in the 19th century. So we definitely know that Jews are traveling along this major route. Bukhara is one of the main stops on this route. So we think that there's so let's start to know a lot more about Bukhara is primarily under Muslim. So Islam was born in the 7th century and it speaks across the Arabian Islam into North Africa all the way down to Spain, crosses into Spanish territory in the year 711, which has been celebrated ever since by the establishment of a network of convenience stores around the United States. These folks were great with Ashkenazim. I don't know about you guys, but Ashkenazim were golden approach. And of course, Islam extends to the east as well. Islam goes incredible speeds across Central Asia, penetrates north India, establishing what they really become a region of Bangladesh and Pakistan, and of course, Bukhara is struck up into this region. How this affects the, by now, centuries-old community of Bukharan Jews is fairly unknown. Unknown, regulated by a key document called the Pact of Umar. This pact, which is attributed to the second Caliph, meaning after Muhammad, the first Caliph after Muhammad, but most likely from a later Umar, and we only have actually early scripted documents in the 9th century. But this pact was essentially an agreement, or a proposed agreement that regulated how Jews would be allowed to live in Muslim territories. It's an extremely important agreement. It was not always adhered to strictly. Quite often, these restrictions to behavior could be circumvented by an appropriate guide here. Sometimes the safety that you enjoy, but the work by Muslim authorities. So for the most part, this kind of remark is kind of like the steadying force that allows you to live with some degree of regularity with Muslim plans. And there's one of these sort of general ideas of Jewish history that historically speaking, the Jews tend to do best as a community when they live in environments that are very, very slightly anti-Semitic. I'm not suggesting that we should expose that principle here in America, but a certain amount of hostility from outside the community helps keep the Jews sort of focused on themselves and sort of help them feel status, be more self-reliant on each other. When that anti-Semitism drops below a certain level, there's, I'm not talking about violent anti-Semitism, that's what I'm talking about, but you can't join the planning process, country club, for example, or something like that. They won't let you. So, small social activities, a certain amount of discrimination in the workplace, places like that. So that is something that's actually good for the Jewish community. When that disappears, then we want to just do assimilation. That's primarily been challenged in America, for much of, especially the 20th century. There's so little anti-Semitism that Jews have sort of disappeared in the American hinterland. That may, of course, be reversing sections of overstudying that after you speak about some of that. What did this kind of Umar say? It basically defined and regulated the status of protected peoples, did not, or non-Muslims, primarily Christians and Jews. They have a certain second-class status And these were their rights and their privileges, and these were their disabilities. So that's the three basic areas of confusion. So first is in terms of public religious activity. Jews do not engage in large outward displays of their religious life. They're not allowed to go to religious structures, so theoretically you could prepare an old synagogue, you could not build a new synagogue. Meaning the idea of the Hakumar was to keep Judaism institute should not grow. Of course, when you take a rule like this and extend it for 12 or 1300 years, it's going to do it in the world. Jews will find a way to build a new synagogue, they'll find the right zoning officer, they'll pick the correct tribe, some will have the synagogue building because not all of the synagogues in Central Asia date back to the 8th century. But the idea is, here is that they're supposed to be contained. They do not, have like forum parties and things like that. Definitely would not be allowed. The idea was more of a simple, and this is like a mind that is being religious inconvenience, especially when they're all religious. Symbolic discrimination and social distinction. This was a little bit more intrusive. Jews were supposed to never adopt certain outward displays of class or status. So, for example, Jews were not allowed to ride horses, they could only ride donkeys or mules. Jews were not allowed to bear arms, not a sword or anything like that. There were distinctive clothing and distinctive colors that were mandated for Jews. This was all meant to have kind of like a social ostracism applied to them. Again, quite often obvious or circumvented during their liberal application of the bride, but nevertheless, in general, it's still that Jews have to be second class all the time. They be seen as second class. Finally, preparation support the Muslims, all kinds of things, sometimes having monetary consequences, such as a special tax for being Jewish called jizya, also applies, of course, to Christians and non-Muslims. In the case of Bukhara, and we have in several other Muslim communities, the orderly payment of the jizya was sometimes accompanied by a ritual slap on the face from the Muslim tax official collecting money. So it was definitely meant to be a humiliating kind of gift. But again, it was very, from time to time, from officer to officer, there was this kind of symbolic slap. You can imagine, however, the president of the community had to go and deliver the communal taxes 4 times a year, and then receive a slap on the face. It was definitely some very clear messages that not welcome in society. We have a place that's supposed to be protected there, but not necessarily to feel comfortable at home. Thanks for the support of Muslim travelers, usually the military, soldiers, things like that. Jews were forbidden to sell alcohol, of course, forbidden to Muslims. They could not build their houses larger than Muslim homes, especially they could not build their houses taller than mosques. I'm not sure about this, but I wonder if the design of the minaret was designed to sort of like obviate the challenge of not having anyone having a fair house. If you build a tall minaret, it's very hard to get the house higher than that. But that I don't know. But this is kind of like the elements of the Catholic knowledge. Again, they're not nice. No one would tolerate that in the 20th century, 21st century, but they nevertheless did allow space for Jews to live because Jews tend to prefer the living environments which are discriminated on their shot. Our shot means a society that is governed by law. So in other words, security refers I may understand that I will be suffering from discrimination, some maybe election ballots candidates, so I can't vote, different things like that. But I know that some people that walk through my window, call police, people come, go look for the culprit, and that person will suffer a fine because we're not allowed to break windows in a direct society like that. That's how we look at this, like, back in the 20th century, South Africa, and then strong communities because of that kind of background and something that we just want to allow that to flourish without allowing that. So that's basically what's happening so much of the Russell period, from the Russian period in the 19th century. The implications, by the way, are very similar to what we have happening in Christian Europe. And Christian Europe is developed as a totally different idea. So different theological reasons, they call it doctrine of witness. And I don't want to go too today. It's outside of our frame of reference, but nevertheless, to compare, the doctrine of witness is basically the church fathers' doctrine used from the 4th century, when St. Augustine basically opined that Jews should not be killed. It's actually an innovative concept, slaves and not, he said, because they have to be around to validate the second coming. And if we kill them all, no one's going to be able to confirm that, in fact, this is it, this is the guy. So there is an idea that these people Jews, albeit in second-class status, in Christian Europe as well. And the persecution did not be extreme. Of course, extreme is what's, I think, fascinating about the Rothschild is that up until the 18th century, we talked a lot about that, tremendous amount of documentation about their activities, and so on. We definitely know they were there, but they basically, they absorbed the background knowledge. We need to know a lot more about them after Rabbi and Rabbi Rothschild. Madrid is an interesting. Sharia is essentially an emissary collecting charities for religious institutions in the spot in order to do it. He comes to power and he falls in poverty. He himself is not a sensitive. However, what he brings to the time is very strong connection specifically to the writings of Rabbi Joseph Power. This Picaro, of course, is a Spanish refugee who was born in Spain and was expelled as a child, long expelled, went to North Africa, they were in Ethiopia for a long time, and his most lasting contribution to Jewish history is, of course, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law. And one of the things that's so crucial about this period of time is that although the foreign Jews, like all Jews at the time, were observing Halacha, they were observing it primarily through a Mennonite system. I saw what my father did, I saw what my grandfather did, and they should get it. They should do the same thing as the Daniels before, really. But with the advent of inexpensive printing, with the advent of the possibility of technologically distributing information in a consistent, widespread, and inexpensive fashion, all of a sudden, there's a whole new possibility of standardization. Because let's say, for example, your father, your grandfather, or your great-grandfather, they finished stuff that you really liked, because it has something of value for it. But you know what? It probably was a little less than less than maybe a rough size that was mandated. But you know what? That's the size that we had into the stuff. So it's easily be impacted into generations afterwards. Jewish house should be the size of a football. That's what they need. That's what they often say. And that may not be what was considered normative halacha in other communities. And once the Shulchan Aruch came along, especially when it had the accompanying commentary of the Ashkenazi by the Moshe Israelites, this suddenly became a manual that had the aura of authenticity because it was literally in the text. In many areas of halacha, it's not my areas of truth, but in many areas of halacha, there are main areas of what is precisely the correct. We may choose one particular path, but there may be other areas that are still acceptable, but nevertheless, a single path has been chosen by the Shulchan Aruch and shown by the Ramah, the commentary compass, and that means that anyone who wants to challenge it has to do so from a position of great authority and learning. This we do not have high levels of learning authority to be able to challenge something that is in place. As my grandmother, Alana Shaw, used to say, I probably should have used this, but she used to say, a plaza of Masha government of Europa, they should be glass of whiskey, you should say Baruch, right? Because he says so in the Shulchan Aruch. Reminds you here. So if it says so in the Shulchan Aruch, even though there may be other acceptable halachic practices, having it in place. Again, at a time when print is still fairly new, that really edges out all kinds of other traditions. You see this especially in regions where they have more to do prayer traditions. I think on the Torah is exactly what we do to an escalating order of prayer procedures and things like that. Any region that did not write a prayer that real quickly essentially lost their Torah. There used to be a distinct Rothschild ritual, like we say in France, there used to be a distinct Romani style that's almost totally disappeared at our product version. So many different versions that constantly not in the prayer book. It's two kinds of and that's exactly what happened in Bukhara, is by being such a devotee of this great halachas and mystics from scholars who really started the whole ways of Yosef Karo, was able to show the Bukharans, look at this great book I have, and all these halachas laid out for you. You don't have to memorize all the things you used to do in your body, and every now and then you might find a slight difference. Bukharan Jews have taught you tremendous enthusiasm. So that's how the Bukharan Jews, like many Jews, not alone, Iraqi Jews, Baghdadi Jews, American Jews, adopted the Sephardic Spanish right, not because they had to be Spanish, but because they always have special power, which is a factor not only owing to his brilliance, but also the fact that he was actually could have been the Bukharan had used the most of power and their own showing out earlier, you have these products. And all of you really okay, right? Actually, I really direct to what is that? Stuff, right? Yeah, so great. I wish I was Bukharan. That was fantastic. Okay, so he it was this wedding ritual, not Bukharan origin, to essentially revolutionize the Sephardic attachments to the Bukharan Jews, which has perpetuated itself to this day. It's interesting to note this is someone who might even recognize her. She's a local researcher. She worked here on her dissertation, Alana Cooper, and this is a book that she produced on it. It's quite a fascinating book. We have it in our great library downstairs. It talks about the Bukharan's countries in particular, and these schools that she attended, because she was trying to understand this culture. And she points out that there's this long historiographic myth of the Bukharan's kind of like the lost Jews centralization. Nobody knew about them. They only discovered in the 18th century by Rabbi, but in reality, she says there's a myth. We have lots of evidence of these Bukharan Jews in the 19th century having phenomenal manuscripts, like tremendous numbers of scholarly works, deeply learned and so on. It just happens that the influence of Rabbi and the Shulchan Aruch was so crucial. These were not lost Jews the way these be found. They were perfectly within their mimetic culture, their mimetic tradition, until the Shulchan Aruch was actually shown. Okay, so that's basically basically actually a full-range tour of the current history. Let me take you to the Russian period. And you might wonder, how did the Commons start speaking Russian after all? It's basically a Turkish-speaking region, and with the Greek as well. The space changed when the Russian Empire expanded into the region primarily in the 19th century. And here you have a fascinating moment where all of a sudden, Bukharan Jews had a moment of being in a privileged status. The Russians, of course, all Orthodox Christians, come into this region as overwhelmingly Muslim and do not want to grant Muslims the right to travel anywhere in the Russian Empire. there were a whole bunch of fairly oppressive measures that were trying to control this frequent investment region. Some people are from Afghanistan, which is potentially before Vietnam. So they imposed all kinds of restrictions on the Muslims trying to keep them in place. However, we recognize that there were Jews in Cairo, and the Jews had extensive trading knowledge and abilities that they had been using really since the medieval period and silk trade. And so, ironically, the Russians decided to give the foreign salespeople, the foreign capitalists, the foreign tradesmen, mercantile individuals, the privileges of traveling anywhere in the Russian Empire. At a time where it was still forbidden for Ashkenazi Jews to travel anywhere in the Russian Empire. Let's recall that in 1479, there was a remarkable moment that there was a scandal in the family of the Tsar when a member of the royal family, a woman, decided to convert to Judaism. This was like unheard of, unbelievable. And so the Tsar declared, and it was reinforced by many Tsars and Tsar's aftermath, that Jews would not be allowed in Holy Mother Russia. Considered the third Rome, it was the center of the third Christianity, and so Jews were officially blocked out of Russia in 1479. This occurred, this was a statement in 1772, when Catherine the Great, who herself was not a minority, she was from Russia, but she turned out to be Russia's most brilliant military leader, conquered Poland and inherited the largest single concentration in the world. And she has to face the position, what might we do with this ban on Jews in Russia? I just expanded the border. It was a Poland, now I control all these Jews. And she decided to invoke a kind of a compromise, which is known in English as the Veil of Settlement. It was a region that extended from about halfway through Latvia, all the way down to actually the Black Sea, including Poland and much of Ukraine, that Jews were allowed to live in these fairly large territories. And later on, it became quite oppressive, and a massive ghetto, really, with huge overcrowding. But at the time, it was actually pretty good for Jews in the 18th century. But Jews could not cross large cities like St. Petersburg, Moscow, and certain cities in the Pale, like Kyiv or Kiev, were actually even illegal for Jews to live in. 60,000 Jews lived there anyways in 1917, but it was technically closed to Jews until the 20th century. So Jews from Ashkenazi lands were not allowed to move into the major trading areas like Moscow and St. Petersburg, but the common Jews were allowed. The common Jews really took advantage of this, and they made a tremendous amount of money. Certain number of families, really became very rich as a result of this. These connections, able to exploit new territories for the rest of the world. And with that money, they also, following my Rabbi's original teachings, decided to open up Zionist, proto-Zionist organizations. Really ahead of the pagan organizations like Guru, in Ukraine, who had been armed to the second Jerusalem in the middle and late 19th century, which so up until the Soviets came to power in 1918, the Jews in Nepal are doing fantastically well under Russia. When they eventually moved under the Russian Tsar falls in 1917, and you have the second revolution, November of that year, October by the Soviet counters, old counters, Soviet Union, Russian counter, and then the Communist Revolution, then you have a dramatic change where the Ashkenazim are going to exert actually quite negative influence on Jewish life. In particular, this individual, brought a man by the name of Rothschild. He was later made the head of the Yevsek. The was the very successful the Jewish section of the Communist Party, and this was an organization, more than of the Soviet Union, which was designed specifically to try to make Jews communists. It was to take advantage of internal Jewish tools like the Yiddish language and to some degree Jewish culture to try and convince Jews to abandon their traditional ways, specifically their religious ways and their Zionist leanings, and to bring them into the communist fold. One of the crazy experiments during the time of the Dissexia was a place such as, for example, the creation of red Haggadahs, which were Haggadahs received that Stalin was like Moses, and Pharaoh was the Tsar, and capitalism were the Egyptian taskmasters, and all kinds of crazy things like that, designed to try and convince Jews that really now with the new Soviet paradise, there will be no more need for any kind of aspirations towards God, which is God, who is a Dietstein, however, before his posting as the head of the Czechia, was the head of education. He came in there strong, desperately trying to convince the armies to drop any aspect of their traditional religiosity. They heavily bombarded them with all kinds of anti-religious propaganda. There was actually an organization called the League of Militant Atheists. I think it sounds funny. This is actually an organization sponsored by the sector. They published magazines like this one called Apikoros, The Heretic, then Bolshevik, with the Russian version, Godless. And these were like tremendous amount of energy devoted to trying to get the foreign Jews to return to their non-religious, non-Zionist, authentic culture. This was a strange policy called colonizatia, which meant that it was okay to express your culture in terms of things that didn't involve religion or any kind of economic aspects. Like it was okay for Ukrainians to have embroidered skirts, but not Easter's. And Easter's religious, and do that. And we see all kinds of crazy things. Pali, for example, which is basically Judeo-Tajik, the Tajik language written in Hebrew characters. They said it's okay to pick up your language, but first of all, we have to be proletarian. It has to be able to be led by regular people. It has to be, therefore, first they decided to put in Latin characters, so for this period of time, the Pali was used with Roman letters like we have in the English language, and then they said, this has to be it's really almost these to realize afterwards. That lasted up until the 1930s. One thing that's kind of an interesting note here, the Russians and the Jewish communists were among the groups. There's nothing like the Jewish Afrikaners was a true believer. He would go to the end of the world to try and decide people else to be. And they did the same things in Hebrew language. They said, okay, Yiddish is okay on the recording platform. That's the authentic holy language. But we have to make it proletarian and that's accessible to the masses. So one of the things that they did, they really looked in the 1930s were the final letters. Right? If you do Rob step, you're trying to do letters, 5 of them in that spot are written differently between the part of the language and the word. Right? And the text. You put again word in this is effectively it. And anyone who tried to print or publish anything that had those letters would be sent to the gulag just for printing those letters. The Ukrainians also are talking. The Ukrainian is very close to the Russian, but there are certain letters just when Ukrainian don't exist in Russian. For example, the letter G as distinct from the letter H. It says Ukrainian, the letter G became a into the Ukrainian put the letter G in after that word. These are two things. I consider it kind of ironic that there's a comment, right? And so this is of course the Shabbat Sefer published in Russian, and you know that in Russian there is no letter H. That's how when I go there, people call me either Gederi or Chenderi. But it's difficult to say Chenderi. So, but the word Tiras Hashem, the name Hashem itself, that's spelled with an H. When you say that, so therefore, to indicate the Rabbi added a special letter here. That's the Russian letter G, with a little accent on the top to indicate it should be pronounced as H. So they tried to take away our letters. We actually came from a letter proximity to Colorado, which is more than an Afghan border doing some unusual experiment and posed by the President Clinton, thinking that one of the ways to try and water down Jewish support for Zionism was that they had a Soviet homeland. It's a great idea. Let's put a great idea here in the far east. Right? Quite a way, about halfway to Moscow, and made it done. And this was actually not a terrible idea. It became just in time for the Nazi invasion. Unfortunately, Stalin did not like the idea of banned child registry to the village, so and then he used his parents to do so. Nevertheless, there was an autonomous Jewish Donbass that was bargained for 2 decades. The only thing you would say about it is that it proximity is well, we got to stay here. Now, next week, we are going to speak more. Next week's topic is going to be Jews in Russia, which will collapse this period here. So I don't want to say too much about it right now. But one of the things that is incredibly important is foreign Jewry and Russian Jewry as a whole at this time is the incredible support of Chabad. You know, this commitment to the Jews of Russia was just over the top. Like we used to say, there's always over the top. Way more than any other organization that's really supposed to do. Rabbis, pipeline, smothered in Sibur and steel and things like that. Chabad was deeply invested in the city, Jews, country, power, and entire empire. First from the few different levies in the center there, and then continued by the son-in-law and successor, Nachman and the Jews, and phenomenal Jews that really kept the flame of Jews alive through the power and over to discovery next week. So just this is an important place for us right now. Okay. Much of the foreign Jewish movement was shocking and after Stalin in the 1930s under the Persians. And the establishment of these 5-year plans, which was this incredibly overly optimistic thought that by deeply investing in major public works, like building of dams, things like that, by collectivizing agriculture in a very brutal way, would suddenly leapfrog what was essentially a feudal peasant society to a modern industrial society. It turned out to be an incredible failure, and the nature of the Soviet Empire at that time was such a point that it could not accept the idea of trying to do first. It was simply just okay, the traditional movement, so we shut the windows and pretend that we do test prints between the years. That's exactly what happened in the 5-year plans in the early 1930s. However, it doesn't have a funny ending in real life because once the plans and people not to be successful, you have to find people to fight for. So, Rothschild environment, very reminiscent of the Spanish Inquisition was instituted where people would be renouncing each other, would be inflating their results in order to try and say that we've been producing, and when they're investigating, they say, look what's happening. These numbers are not corresponding to what we see in the number of people. So that's us, we have saboteurs, wrestlers inside the society. These can be rounded up, tortured, forced to give the names of other saboteurs, sent off to gulag, executed, a horrible period. According to some estimates, which may be on the high side, which may be affected to 16 million people who were purged, were sent off to exile, and were murdered. Massive number of deaths involved, especially if you include the artificial famine in Ukraine, the Donbass region, that most parts of the kids. If Bukhara, anyone who stood against effectively, if they appeared to be Jewish, if they were public Jewish, they were among the first targets of the Kurds, and they suffered tremendously. And then, of course, this gets us to perhaps the darkest period, especially for Ashkenazi Jews. And on June 22nd, 1941, now we're in the middle of World War II, World War II could only really begin because Stalin and Hitler had signed a non-aggression pact. Hitler, of course, had tremendous territorial ambitions, especially in the east of the Soviet Union, but he could not fight a two-front war. He could cross France and the Soviet Union at the same time, so therefore he made a peace deal with Stalin, which Stalin actually was doing. And so that gave Hitler the ability to conquer the West. France fell, and Belgium fell, and so on. And once he had pacified the West, and Hitler turned to his real territorial ambition, for his 1% related to that was in the East. And on June 22nd, he launched Operation Barbarossa, which was this surprise attack on the Soviet Union, which was incredibly successful. Within a few months, it was at the outskirts of Leningrad, placing under a brutal siege. It was very close to Moscow. All of the food was overrun. A major part of Ukraine was under Nazi rule and so on. So it's a period that was really at the darkest time of the Holocaust, but not yet when the gas chambers started operating. Why this is especially relevant for us is he sent four squads of mobile military called access equipment that followed the Wehrmacht, followed the regular army. And these were made up primarily of Germans who were not fit for frontline battle, a little warmer, things like that. And they were assigned to those regions, a tiny little shed lot that dotted the region, filled with thousands of people. To round them up, bring them out to the beams, or in some places, actually force them to dig their own graves, and then to execute them with machine gun fire. This period of the Holocaust, which is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets, took the lives of somewhere between 1.5 and 2.5 million Jews, actually, in Eastern Europe, and it's actually you can see it in many locations where this happened. Today, this perhaps the most infamous, but now is now in Russian regime, the regime of the Rabbi, the overwhelming regime, some 32,000 Jews killed in this recent weeks. It also happens to be this is where my own ancestors they killed Pennsylvania, so I remarkable monument to that so this happened beginning in June of 1941, and it was not an immediate process. It took actually several months. By the spring of 1942, the Nazis had decided to wind up the access movement and switch to the deportation system that took people to the newly constructed death camps. 6 of them primarily in Eastern European territories such as Poland, Auschwitz being the most important of them. It's kind of like the real evolution of the Holocaust that tried to use of machine guns and they found that this was somewhat inefficient, and they switched to wax poison, from players. But what that meant was there was a massive flood of refugees, 600,000 Jews who fled the advance of the Nazi armies to the east. And he ended up in Uzbekistan, to Kara, Siberia, or even the region of Kara. The population, the Jewish population increased by 86% in Kara, largely made up of this huge block of Ashkenazi Jews. And what's fascinating about this period is that even though the Bukharians had really been treated badly by their experience with Ashkenazim, especially under the Ossetia, by all accounts, arms of the Delta of the Ashkenazi Jews with open arms, considered them not strangers but brethren, gave them tremendous amounts of hospitality. My own father, Albert Shalom, his family, working from the war to the home, that's what the arms and the Ashkenazi. It's a piece of me, I said, we had to do Ashkenazi. We did what Stalin, the Persian, and so on. And, people their language and things like that, they did not. They ended up treating the Ashkenazi with tremendous kindness, and that allows 20 million Jews to survive the Holocaust. People hear about people who are in pain to the whole industry. It's largely the diaspora of the Bukhari Jews was especially prominent in Jerusalem, so you see a region called the region of Bukhara, where they actually established Jews well, even going back to the 1880s and 90s, where they were among the most wealthy settlers of Jerusalem at the time. Early Zionists, much earlier than the Poles, for example, Polish Jews, the Bukharis were early adopters. Many of them came after the war when there was such a pressure by Jews who were fleeing this way. But the largest influx of Bukhari Jews to Israel, which largely went to the Bukhara and the traditional habits, came to the population exodus in the 1990s. Massive number of Jews making their way to Israel with the relaxation of the crazy Soviet rules not allowing Jews to exit. So even with the establishment of horizontal and Israel like this, and I think what you can say by way of the common legacy, you have discussion of this point, the after point, which in many ways was intended by its viewing of investigation as a propaganda device to say, that's it for the Jewish people. We totally destroy them. We will never be bothered by the Jewish people again. Look at what we've done to them, completely humiliated them. Judaism is gone and done. So I want to show you an interesting point and a value that was really appreciated in the 1950s. Summary is trying to how the establishment of Israel and the value was. And on the one side, we have the other kind of elements that we see. There's these phrase to be a captain, this Roman soldier, there is the responder woman, and so on. And this is kind of like emphasizing this original message of exile. But on the obverse, you have this which in the very few parts echoes the same kind of composition. So in place of Roman soldiers, you have a Jewish woman playing with a decent child, affirmation of life, and on the right foot, responding to women, you have a Jewish tree, planting a tree, near the holy future. And I think this is fundamentally what we see with the Bukharan Jews, that like this medallion, the Bukharan are people that value life, they are life-focused people. Yes, a life fantastic, sure. But they also are, like all Jews, deeply involved in the affirmation of the core values of Judaism. And it is, yes, there's a lot of Judaism at the time, the Bible is divine. Symptoms of so many environment, and allow them to put it in the center. So with that, I want to thank you for your attention and out. I wish to have that other questions that other parts that please. If you are around next week, I invite you to come back. We'll see you coming back to the talk about the Rothschild series and the okay, so we're in the context. I'm going to talk about the really nasty fight between the freedom and the Rothschild that erupted in the 1790s, about 1815, and then it sort of settled down, except for a few crazy people on YouTube. I feel it right back to me. Well, you do on YouTube anyway. Spread you out. If you're at one, happen to be exactly what are we talking about? So I'm going to try and separate this from real testing because it's very popular today. I'm actually involved in a little bit with a lot of research on the GSS records and it's to the road. But traditional practice, let's just understand some really basic stuff here. In terms of practice and belief, if we break it down, if you have the opponents, right? Remember that the opponents are actually the traditionalists. That's like the old time religion. The term Orthodox Orthodox would not be coined for about another 60 years. It would be coined in Germany largely as an insult. It's designed as Orthodoxy, one doctrine, one way. That was meant to be sort of a nasty thing to say to traditional Jews, saying, you think there's only one way to be Jewish, and it's to us Reform Jews who have like 17 different ways to be Jewish. So that's why the Orthodox term was originally intended as an insult. Later became a doctrine of Christ. And yeah, this is the way we are. The two things that you all know, there's no such thing as one way. Knowledge, and you can put about 6 or 8 people inside Balarama. There are lots of different ways to be Jewish, but there are boundaries. So the term that would have been used if people were struggling to find a term to describe something that had not had a contrast before that, they would use the term also became full believers. They did it the old way. So they later became called opponents because they opposed this new movement called Judaism. So in terms of who they believe in find out the answer is all. Yes, most of the God is meant to believe that. Who they believe in the really key elements of Judaism, right? For example, a person is going to become a care, and you have to teach them the basics of Judaism in order for them to join the club. There are 3 basic things that it's like part of the curriculum for sure. What are the 3 basic things we might get? The box and whatever. The third one. So in terms of Shabbat, yes, they're on the same page. In terms of kashrus, absolutely, they're on the same page. And in terms of intimacy, which is what we in terms of yes. So then, how are they different? They are all on the same kind of face of these things. What is that? Yes, there are like in this, like for example, there is a difference in the construction of the mikvah. In number 4, or God 4, or God 4, pocket 4, these are kind of details that the rabbis get into and see. But the general parameters, the regular people in there are using these who are Martian coming to the planet, and you saw that and so it is 70, kind of like that. You wouldn't even know that not even Martian. So it's really because of the rebellion that we started with with. The rebellion of federally really the rebellion of the sense of they're finding, as it were, old things and renewing them. Like the Hasidics did say that, hey, for starting with something fully new, generally speaking, Judaism traditionally frowns on like the first Hadash, Hashor, and Torah. The idea is saying, hey, let's bring this in, right? Is that Hadash? You don't do that in generally speaking. But if you find something that used to be done a long time ago, you can say, hey, we incorporate something that used to be done a long time ago. Let's say it's the difference that is something crazy, so ways that the difference between how it's been, like we're basically lost every story of that. So we are going to go to all the things that go to the Simon crazy shark. So hold it for now, okay? Because that's going to be, I think, the high point of the show. I don't want you to give it away before we begin. Let's try to understand a little bit of what are these components discussed. What's new, what's innovative is from the perspective of freedom, what's new is stuff that has been forgotten. Not new, all this Kabbalistic stuff that we're bringing in that's really old and so old that people forgot about it. So they're not interested in something before that. Not interested in the fact, of course, is like how it is that these things are actually. So, for example, the term Hasidism, it's hard to know exactly how to translate it, but as I mentioned, I think last week, the word Hasidim has been used many times in Jewish history. You see it with David HaMelech, his followers were called Hasidim. You see it with Yehuda Maccabees, they were also called Hasidim. You see it with the Hasidic Ashkenaz, we spoke about them 2 weeks ago. it generally means people who go beyond what is necessary. Right? And you go with limitations of them, or you go with it, or you go with limitations. You go beyond what is actually required. They're extra. So, for example, when it comes to sales, of course, the only thing that's forbidden, or what is forbidden, is to shave inside the head. And you can't shave the head with a blade. You know the blade for this construction of a blade. So the blade you can't shave inside your head. But the thing about the word shave is that if you can't shave it, or you can't trim the hair, you can't shave it, you're not going to be cut. You're going to let it roll, down low, and you turn on it, and it's really pretty. Because if you can't shave it, we're not going to cut it at all. It's like going beyond the actually required. That's what you guys can share. But where the Whitlock set lines there, this is one of the ironic things about the 20th century, which has been noted by the historians that some of the things that the did really well, so popular that they influenced the Litvaks as well. And so the Litvaks start adopting this like this little Hasidic custom. And this is a phenomenon that is especially true in the 20th century, not just the Litvish customs, but also the Sephardic customs, getting to the Ashkenazi world, and we kind of like a shortcut for many different ideas. So that's where Litvaks will also go their opinion sometimes. Technically, historically, they never had kids. Like, belong. Disregard. It's horrendous. Yes, it does absolutely. Example of Hasidim following the Magdic custom. An obvious one is the emphasized during the model. That's one of the big arguments against the Hasidim was, you're not spending enough time learning tomorrow. And now, a lot of us spend a tremendous amount of time studying tomorrow. That's a very, that's kind of like the ultimate literature value of studying text, especially for us in English. For us, that's what that becomes a great value as well. Going back up to it. Okay. Let's go through the actual thing. So here we got to spend a little bit of time asking this question. How did activism become so popular so rapidly? This is something we just began to see the beginning of it in the 1700s, and then by the end of the 1700s, it's like swallowed up a huge swath of southeastern Poland. How did it get so rapid, so fast? And there's a few different historiographic models on the left. The first one is from Heinrich West. You recall, we talked about it a while ago, he's like the first great encyclopedic historian of modern times. Welcome. And he's like kind of like the heroic historian of German. He wrote first in German, later in Russian. And his history was designed to demonstrate to non-Jewish Germans that Jews have a tremendous amount of value in German culture, and that they've always been mistreated by secular society, by non-Jews, and nevertheless we're still heroically moving ahead with developing ideas and civilization and stuff like that. And really, Germans should let the Jews have equal citizenship. They have proven this many, many times over. That's kind of the model of thinking that pervades the entire world history of the Jewish people. I believe I discussed with the concept of the transformation, and I will well, I'll talk about it maybe later on in the discussion of the Holocaust. Huge counter reaction to these he wrote in the 1880s, 1890s, kind of English he sees activism as the worst possible thing that can happen. Because they're so opposite to what Jews are really all about. Jews are cultural, Jews are learned, Jews are sedate, Jews are good, moral citizens. They do not why it's such old, and Ukraine, because those groups who lived there were unfortunately bereft of a good system. They were highly illiterate compared to other Jewish populations, who would be far more literate than the population surrounding them, but they're still less literate than us women. No, they classic and stuff like that. And they were hopelessly infected with superstition that was spread as a result of the gospel of Shabbat. And they fell for it hook, line, and sinker. And we Jews really have to do everything we can to root out this blind superstition that has infected people. And that's his approach is that Catholicism expanded largely because those Jews were ignorant, they didn't know any better. Right? Any arguments, discussions, Mr. Trent, do you have any problems? First of all, if you say that Jews have whatever it is, they are much less literate than others. Forceful response to that country, they've never had been allowed to that speech. So it's not, but it doesn't change the argument, right? But I would say that it's more of the idea of the culture to show Hashem that we have to pay literacy. I see that people are in Hashem without having to worry. But that's the deal, you don't document Hashem. So you're having the next historian, should know. You mentioned my noise, so I talked about how he was shot. So, but we've seen a lot of conflict. Now we're seeing specifically about precedent. Unlike Rex, who did most of his work in Germany, Gizmo did most of his work in Poland and Russia, and he wrote in Russian as well as in English, if I remember correctly. And he said, no, Rex, you're all wrong. Hasidism is a genuine outpouring of the Jewish spirit. It's authentic. The Jews of Eastern Europe were like fellowship. They were longing for some kind of connection to Hashem. And the reality is that all the great yeshivas were way up in the north in Lithuania. They were separated from them, but they still wanted to serve Hashem. And they found their way to do it using all expressions of religiosity through singing and dancing and camaraderie. And what the Baal Shem Tov did was he tapped into that basic human need to feel like you are a child of God. That is a really great thing. Friends should not criticize the Hasidism because they're actually really beautiful Jews, and we should encourage them. Right? So very, very different approach, but still it relates to an intellectual approach to Hasidism. Another example of this, Hoover is kind of like he explores those thought even further. Martin Hoover was not actually an historian, but he was very influential in the influencing of Western Europeans to adopt a positive attitude toward Hasidism. He was a philosopher. You might have heard his famous book, I Am the Tao. Really, actually, it was very interesting, fascinating book to read. But he was, as a youth, quite taken with Hasidism, and he went and translated all kinds of Hasidic works into German and popularized it. And his big thing was that Hasidism succeeded because it captured the Jewish imagination. And the kinds of things like that guy I read through his comments, he was criticizing Breslov and so on. That's his favorite. Breslov is fantastic because he has amazing weird stories and really documents to tell and things like that. He said that Hasidism spread because it captured the imagination. That even intellectuals sitting alone in their studies could read Hasidism and say, wow, this is mind-blowing. I want to be accomplished, regardless of all the other things. Now, here's my favorite. I'm not saying Yershikol is not my favorite. I do think he's great. Yershikol really puts heavy emphasis on Hasidism as the next stage of Jewish mysticism after Shabtai. He does draw direct lines from Shabtai to the Hasidic movement. Shabtai, of course, was Ishtabako, because converted to Islam and everyone was suppressed and stuff like that. But Shabtai did open up for a large population the possibility of studying Kabbalah. And people began to say, wait a second, we've been missing all this really cool stuff coming out of Tzfat, the Arizo. Wow, it's so amazing. So he said it really has to do with the intellectual approach. And in fact, there are a lot of approaches. That's a particularly embarrassing number of rabbis who became followers of Shabtai, and even after he converted, they stayed on quietly or, under the table, still being Shabtai believers. There was, for about half a century, a long, number of surprisingly important rabbis who were still serving as the head of the faith, still serving as posting and stuff like that. And we know that they're still writing pro Shabtai stuff. Very, very difficult. Good. Mr. Grant, what is the question? We're going to follow around and also before, and some people actually said before, around following before Justice was born, but not that much before, about 40 years before the Rothschild. Okay, so let's go. Here's my favorite. This guy's my favorite. It's Dino. Someone else is going to have to do this here. He's talking about this. Yeah, right. So, guys, it's great. Because, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, you have to look up. You have a computer. Wait, okay, you'll do it. Then still, I love it. Approach. Because he uses the agents. Before I was born, he used the agents. And basically says, money. When you guys all talking about ideas, and about things and answers, no, it's about money. Think about it like this. You know that in the Polish system in Colorado, like who owns the village? Who owns the whole thing? Orchards, mills, buildings, right? It's not Polish, you get shit for it. And of course, everything. Nothing can happen in Islamic churches, without the Jewish movement. So, who prior the rabbi? Of course, so the parents would actually have to the non-Jewish Polish lords would actually appoint the rabbi or the Jew. It was like a syndicate, it was like a little, it was just like a shell. The pulpit was like a sweet job if you could get it. So that meant like a lot of people would actually go and bribe the poets to become town rabbis. And the town rabbi would largely be supported by the tax revenues of the Jewish community. There was a special tax on kosher meat, went to the rabbi. Tax on Shabbos candles, went to the rabbi. The whole pile of these kinds of like little taxes. So you know what? Like to sit in the garden, and you didn't necessarily like to go at lunch. All you have to do is like get your father-in-law to help you buy a rabbinic position somewhere, and you could be the rabbi of the stuff or something like that. And the Hasidic movement was a rebellion against these awful rabbis who were not primarily concerned with the spiritual welfare of their flock. I'm back to the movement. Okay, so he said that the Hasidic movement was set up initially as the grassroots Yiddish movement to say, we don't want anything to do with these, all I profanities here, so I'm looking for words. So all of these corrupt rabbis who got their positions and are not interested in doing what we do, counseling, guidance, really, like a rabbi who inspires us. These guys are the last thing from inspirational. But these local charismatic leaders who know how to sing, who know how to dance, who know how to tell a story, who know how to have a drink with a fellow Jew without to cry over their prophets. Those are the guys who want to be our leaders. And moreover, once we really see that, and we'll talk about it when we get to the conflict of the Sunday, they set up alternative revenue wings that supported these new popular rabbis. For example, I mentioned a meat tax and kosher meat, right? Who would be collecting, you think, the meat tax? The tax collector, but where would you pay it? Anyone by me? Yeah, the butcher shop, which is typically the shop too. Right? You buy a piece of meat yourself. You guys probably never saw a woman salt meat. Right? It used to be that when you got meat, it did not come with the blood, but you have to actually salt it. My mother would salt it herself. I went back to take a special class that had salt like the liver. Complicated thing. You guys just buy the meat that comes like that in the plastic in the grocery store. Right? Anyways, so if you were buying from the showcase, who's paying the tax to the rabbi who you don't like, what happens if you want to pay your meat tax, which you're going to pay anyways, to a Hasidic rabbi? How would you do that? You say, oh, I'm sorry, I have to use a shmita. I can't go to the regular shmita. I need to go to the Hasidic shmita. And so you have a different shmita that the Letzio Tikar says is a whole refuge thing. It directs it away from that. Rabbi, let's do it. Let's say, for example, the big box all Shopper is during the week at 6:19 a.m. And you're overextending. Customers that says, you have to dump when you're ready. Like I'm saying 8:30, 10:30 in the morning. So you're going to have another shul. You can't have it at the same time, especially if there's an overlap. Technically, two different components in the same shul. So you have a new revenue stream. Then Santina's argument, which may be a little bit overstated, but it definitely has tremendous value. There's money involved. You have a Hasidic rabbi. Like I like to support this guy as opposed to giving it to the corrupt rabbi with the forest home. Mr. Brown. The original regards the vision of the yeah. How do those forms? We're gonna get there. I know I probably got some tricky part because I just had four, but we'll get there. Mr. Brown's quick one. So far off of the spiritual I just wrote that I get money for you to be part of it. But Mr. Krantz, ever wasn't so. Money is always the rule that more than so much of what we do. The listen to the rabbis are going off another town without making a dime, just to only just before we do. Unnecessarily. Not necessarily. We will see. I'm going to show you the option for this tax return. Other interesting arguments, Robert Albert, very, very interesting scholar, says, you know what it's all about? You guys are missing half of the human race, women. Hasidism actually, especially in the Free State in the 1700s, allowed some unusual opportunities for women where they had largely been locked out in traditional literature practice. There are actually several examples of female refugees in history. There's a famous maiden of Ludmere, for example. Her name is Nevermonter, and she would have a titch. She would get shear, sometimes the in the male, sometimes not. All kinds of interesting ways in which you can have to open up what is traditional practice to say these other things can be done, and all of a sudden you get practice for women. Another example in the 21st century I'm going to do that is like Chabad students, right? If you have a Chabad couple going to Montana to set up a Chabad house, there's only the two of them there. There's going to be a lot of opportunities for the rabbis to all of a sudden do all kinds of things that rabbis 100 years ago would not have done. Okay, we have to class with Donald Bates and who knows what, and it's all couched within tradition, because that's the nature of this kind of rebellion, but it ultimately is something that is novel and new. And so Albert writes quite a bit about how Hasidism appealed to women as it offered new opportunities for them to express their spirituality. So that's just half a dozen different historian rabbinic approaches to try to understand how this has to come out. Let's get down to the origins of it. So here's my colleague Moshe Rothschild, actually a senior colleague, had a big impact on my own research. He said, when
Soviet Union fell apart in 1991, actually a little bit earlier because we were in Poland that collapsed just slightly before it. Many scholars were, until then, shut out of all the secret Soviet archives. Soviets were like really, really jealous of information, very nervous about what kind of things to get out and so on. So he was one of the very, very first Jewish scholars to be able to get into the Polish archives. Poland was part of the Soviet bloc. It was not part of the Soviet Union per se, but it was part of the bloc. Ironically, I was also a much younger scholar than him. I was a graduate student at the time in 1989 when I first went there, and that's one of the reasons why I got into this field, because I was allowed access to the Communist Party archives and found all kinds of cool things in the early 1990s. But anyway, he was one of the first guys to go back there, and he went straight to Poland to a place called Medzhivich, because he was looking for one particular thing. What was he looking for? The Baal Shem Tov. He wrote a book called In Search of the Baal Shem Tov. Baal Shem Tov, Rabbi Israel Ben Eliezer, the main founder of Hasidus. He didn't know for sure if he actually was a real person or not. The only book we had that said anything about it was this book, Shivrei HaBesh, the Praise of the Besh, Baal Shem Tov, like Master of the Good Name, that was published decades after he lived, and it's so filled with all kinds of like miraculous stories and stuff like that that we don't even know how we're supposed to take this. It's not a history book. And so there's a lot of questions. So Moshe Rothschild went and directly to Menshi Rothschild, where he's supposed to live, and found his tax records. Sure enough, the Baal Shem, you can see here is written in Polish, Baal Shem, right? That's it, the Baal Shem. He was recognized. Now, this is quite different. I'm not going to do this, right? Don't look up. But Mr. Rubin, very good. I don't think but it's still good that let's say the edge didn't exist. I mean, existed, not running pre-existed. That's a whole different argument. We're going to do that in 155 sometimes. But yeah, so it's we don't know possibly we exist. We didn't have census data, and all we had was legendary stories. And there are some people like Pied Piper or the Sheriff of Nottingham that we don't necessarily know exist either, but they become part of the legendary. So the question was, can you please prove that he existed until he did? Now, by the way, this book is fascinating. The Baal Shem Tov was, contrary to a lot of the stories that your parents would probably repeat about, endless wandering and things like that, he was actually a very respected figure. He had a house paid for by the community. He lived on the main street. He had a pretty good income. He was regarded as they call him reverend, and it's like actually a real deal. And we don't know too much about what he actually did and said outside of the source of my Shivrei HaBesh, but we do know that we have external non-Jewish documentation validating at least some aspects of it. His names are roughly 1699 to 1760. What is fascinating, however, is the precursors that we definitely know about that a lot of people know. So this is colleague of mine. That's how I met when I was first in the actually the Nazi library. He's actually a huge scholar right now. I think I even put his book on the syllabus. Johann Petrovsky Share. Now he was more like that's my share and what he has. He's a really amazing scholar. I met him there when we were both acquaintances. And he was working with these impressive things for record books from the communities over in Lithuania that were moldering away in some of the basements of the library. People not some great research with them. And I'll tell you, I'm going to tell you his research on the precursors, but Mr. Abrams and his research. Exactly, good question. The reason is because there were tons of people go around what we call violation. These are necessarily people are fighting. He was the Baal Shem Tov. What does that mean? Perhaps the answer
Oh, hang on one second. Hang on. Somebody can answer that? Yeah. He said football chef. Excellent. But what does that mean? Football chef. What are the bad college chefs? No, no. Well, everybody. So first of all, what is a ball chef? Okay, what do they do? Good. A bow chef is master of the name, master of a chef's name. Why? To write names, write actions. So you still remember this is after Shabtai speak, not that long after, right? Bow chef was born in 1760. That's 100 years, 95, after the Shabtai speak version. But in those decades, there are all kinds of people who are right? Fabulous, right? Probably right? When our children were born, we got these little laminated cards. And like a she was also so that's I'm not a right? So like not smart person, but like magical devices. More technical terms, they are urgent devices, which are tools that God to do. Right? That's like magic. Right? When you say it's practical Kabbalah, it's like Kabbalah is makes you happen. But a lot of people Kabbalah is practical. So this is part of Jewish culture, right? The house up and the diet, the good off, the little parties that we got, actually, the board, the those things. I'm telling myself, in fact, one of my boys, my first son was born. A very, very good rabbi gave us a very complicated family much more. And I have a story to tell you, but I'm not going to do it on the recording because afterwards. But we use amulets. Sometimes people hang on their rear view mirror in their car, stuff like that. So especially low literacy regions where people have very little contact with Jewish texts in a significant way, like in southern Poland, western Ukraine, there's some guy who looks really cool, he's a nice guy, coming up to say, oh, Rabbi, I'm in trouble with my business. My daughter has a shitter, and I'm worried about my grandchild. She's so healthy. Could you please write a mail for me? I don't know the right something very you have it, so you talk it, you put it on top of the threshold of the door, and things like this. These people are called Balei Shem, amulet makers. Now, not all of them were so cool. It was an easy way to make a living. You could halfway write to the name. You might be able to convince people that it was worth paying money for your ambulance. Anyways, this is Judaism, right? How look in our time, it's somewhere around $50 if I was from my stack, so it's like exactly which word it should valid, somewhere around there. Whole discussion of can you wear ambulance on Shabbos, and a whole discussion of what's the defining factor. It's also discussed first in the set of Shabbos, but only goes in, right? When do you wear an amulet on Shabbos, or what kind of amulets do you wear? If you're written by a monk, they're written by an expert. So that means right away you've got amulets written by experts, and amulets are not written by experts already in the company. So it's a good thing to do. But they were not so good. This guy, when we noticed that he was the follow chef. Oh, he was great. His ambulance was, and he was so wonderful. He was lovely, and that's how we went to do great. So, my colleague Doug and I studied the follow chef. Particularly, he looked at one called Hillel follow chef. Last example. Hillel Boschem wrote like a 500-page manuscript, which has become bad to ever be published. He said you can only copy this out by hand. Nobody is allowed to publish it. Someone on first published it, but it's really interesting because it was like one of the last gasps of anti-culture. They're not going to go into the whole business of publishing. So anybody in the street can have it. You have to be able to write it out. So if there's a whole background about something from the fire, understand. Well, sitting on the hand, sitting on the ground to that. How do you say that it was? You said it was more of a they had the tools of Rothschild was the early this is the shop Rothschild yeah, later the ship there back. The firm of Rothschild teaching the kind of so those were you have to accept the assertion that passed down to your student. If you don't accept that, or if you have skepticism, what you want to see is it really true. There's a lot of I think the budget consider might have more, but I'm not positive. Mr. Forensic, always place well, the ambulance school all the way back. The ambulance school before this part of Dutch as communities existed. We have it in Tomorrow, so that goes back. The Kabbalah, that's a large discussion. I don't want to have it here, but we know that it had an explosion of it in the 13th century in Spain. And it makes pretty good progress to get to Europe by the 1700s. And to hold with a massive amount of people, a popular movement, it's pretty impressive. But let's go on to it. So what happens to this? The body has 5 distinct disciples, and those 5 disciples spread through several ways. It's a great book, The Historical Atlas of Catholicism by Marcin Gorczynski, and it has all of that really cool maps of how the groups are spread to the south of the Commonwealth. Here's Benchbush, and here's like from Benchbush and Rothschild have the massive spread of the but of course, and this is in 1772, when he lived. So he after the time, about 1760, 12 years later, you got the third generation going, and they were really strong. But that's when it starts to run into opposition. It's only when the Mafia really has significant popularity that the Litvak sisters start waking up and saying, wait a second, this is serious. And it's actually shaping the way Judaism in Eastern Europe, what are we going to do? The opposition centered around the Vilna Gaon. Here's another example of an image of him. Again, I don't know how accurate this image is. He lived from 1720 to 1797. So the last 20 years of his life were involved in one degree or another with the opposition to the Hasidic movement. There is a considerable amount of ink spilled on how much personally was opposed to Hasidism. There's no doubt that he was opposed to it, but maybe not necessarily the same degree of vitriol as many of his followers. And in fact, probably I would suggest you download these one phenomenal that great leaders may have a particular attitude to condemn or champion one cause or another, but it's often their second in command who become the real proponents of that attitude. And they use their mentors' prestige to raise their anti-wars. That may certainly had some serious reservations in opposition, but it was his followers who became real. I'm going to listen, there's 5 different things that will start getting really the what is a separate prayer right? Positive tends to emphasize a very different approach to Tefillah,
flip-flops really on a level of discipline in terms of what exactly are the boundaries of time when you're allowed to go and chocolate and tomorrow. I think, why do work by specific groups largely in the sense of, what's the point of praying on time or not inspired to pray? This is not an enforcement gentleman. You got to show up for chocolate at 7:45 in the morning and claim this as your excuse. 7:45 is not chocolate. But that's the idea of us. I'm not, I wasn't for sure on my Dominic for if I'm still sleeping, let me, so you can sleep there in class, like, I'm a must here. Good nice stuff. So, my brain's very
What's good, son?
that's one of
The dream, dog. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. What's good? You're not good with Pip. All right, baby. I'm ready for you. Dog. Just stay away from steak. You'll be fine. Absolutely. Dog. With me, I watch you play like you do, and we make fun of the mid chips on it. And you have won all in all like $2,600. And then you go and you blow it on stage. So I'm telling you that it's my humble opinion to go play me. Yeah. You said that or you said you do. That's right. All right. Well, it is the 15th of September. That's the month, 5785. So I think 15 is going to be pretty good. I'm going to give you a Shema. Here we go. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Hit it, baby. Well, yeah. Let's turn $5 into a trillion. I think it's probably. No, not this shit. Get out of there. Get out of there. This shit sucks, dude. Absolutely. Tell Girlie this. She can blow him while you make tens of thousands of dollars. Dog, that. What's I get that. What's the orange? Dog, that is the worst game. I'm just create a website that's called "How to Lose All Your Fucking Money, Play This Game," and it's just gonna have numbers that go in orange. People just gonna throw money at it. Doug, what was the website that you used that was actually dog shit, and everybody said like it's a scam? Okay, well, don't use that. Oh yeah, was that one of those sites that was like, hey, we need X amount of credits to join? All right, I got you. How many credits does it take? Right, how many credits does it take for you to get your interest? No, on any site. Like if I were making a scam site right now, and I wanted to scam you retro rated all your money, if I put $1 in credits, that's not going to get your attention. But if you saw $100 in credits, would it get your attention? If you saw $1,000 in credits, would it get your attention? Yeah. Okay. Cool. I mean, it's not like it matters. So I think it's bad luck. Was it like cutting cigars?
Well, your cake, it looks like your cake just came out the baker. Good, yeah.
Do you feel better?
Oh yeah. We got the good stuff this time. We got the $2 stuff. We got the $10 stuff. What's the for which they
Like, oh, so long as you can do it, do not become inebriated. There are some other issues, like, there are a lot of issues, but generally, we have it every week.
okay.
Yeah, Islam's the big one. So it doesn't change that. We're done. That shit'll eat your brain. You know who brought in aspartame into American diet? Former Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. He did it himself through something called nutrition. Weird, huh?
You know, I like to watch this. This one is
It's like watching a fucking fish that spins. Do you know that song? Funky Town?
Yeah. Yeah, this actually
Dude, if you play Pink Unicorn Princess, it's not going to surprise you. Go play your Pink. I know you love that song, so fucking play it.
I do, but I like this one.
Yeah, Dog, when you gonna play pink unicorn Christmas?
Yeah, you're right.
That's your girl.
No,
No, pink that would be great for that song. Like the secret underground song. Like chocolate.
I mean, no, bro.
To read it on you like a book.
Yeah, it sounds about a track.
You'll surprise me one day. I am. Right. Okay, we have one more song here to play. The game that I can mention. Good. You have to play the whole thing. This is such a great movie. Know when to hold on. Know when to hold on. Know when to walk away. Know when to walk. You better count your money. When sleep that day, you found out the time. Get this done. What up, Sue? Sue, we're gambling. Stay here, Sue, if you can. The much retro rate makes thousands of dollars. Dog, we just placed a gambler. Zoot, are you watching? Zoot, Zoot loves the gambler. What up, Tim? Do I think what? Generally, it's accurate to be able to detect people who are good at pattern recognition. So if you consider intelligence pattern recognition, then perhaps. Um, I mean, it depends what you consider intelligence. Generally, intelligence is the ability to recognize patterns. But I've heard the quote, it's one of my favorite quotes is genius is the ability to identify analogy. Why did you take an intelligence test when it told you were dumb? Genius is the ability to identify analogy. Yeah. I heard it once in a Muppets documentary.
and then on electrical, it's 75. That's what it is. Okay. 3, 32, 36. Yes, it's great.
Yeah, that's all right. All right, here we go. Is the chick hot? It's a dude? Fuck this. Can you get a girl? Oh, this is the worst. I thought it was always chicks. Oh, this guy sucks. Dog, I'm going to start my own gambling site, and you'll be able to choose your AI avatar, and they could be naked.
Yeah, probably.
Dude, I would put asses in the seats. Would you rather look at this douchebag or some chick? This guy sucks. This guy sucks. Did you get double? Did you get double zero? Did you get zero? Do you have zero? Oh, good job. Good job. Get it.
0.
Why'd you say 30? Why'd you say 34 for Kobe?
Isn't that Cody's number?
No, he was 24 and 8. No, wow. That, yeah, but that's not Kobe's number. All right, are you? How much are you up? Zero.
0. 0, 34,
Zero.
0, 34,
Come on, zero.
30. I got 32 of these.
Okay, did you just make 60 bucks? Did you just make 60 bucks?
Yeah.
Quit. Quit. The kiss of death. This guy sucks. I'd rather have you play that stupid steak game where you just shred your money. 1839.
31's crazy. There's no way it would go 31.
Do you have 18? Do you have 18?
No. But it's not giving it. Yes. Right next to 31. Let's go one more.
Dog, this is how you shred your money, son. No, this is it.
This is it right here. Because I'm working right here. He said he has a slim phone. That's crazy. 116. 16.
Come on, 16, baby. Come on, 16.
500, that's a grand. Go fast, not fast.
I said that 2 times ago.
No, bro. I don't know. We got like a weird stink out. Bro. Yeah, that's not. I don't cover the rest. We get that. 13, 14, okay, well, see how far I get.
Yes.
Like I said, and I said, well, he just like, he's got a crack on. See, you just gotta trust, bro. Trust the process. I see how many out there is in the lightning. It's bound to happen. Those are prime members that lightning hits. Just gotta lock in. He said we're getting one right now. 18, 24, 24, bro. 24. For Kobe, do it for Kobe. Rest in peace.
R.I.P. baby.
Rest in peace, Kobe. 4. Let's go 9. Alright, this works out. I didn't know maybe. Alright, let's go. Let's go, baby.
I'm watching diligently, dog. I think this guy sucks, and you should quit right now while you're ahead. Dog, you've said that like 5 times.
I know that like,
10:22. We don't have either.
or 12. That works too, I guess. Just try it out. Or say Washington.
Where's your friend?
Oh, he said he'd be joining it.
Dog, he's getting blown right now. You're never going to hear from him again.
32, let's go.
Here we go.
Tell him I heard it. 33,
So,
you know what Scott's been doing that? He goes right to the next number that's right next to the lightning.
right.
Like that. It shows something. It really does.
It's happened twice.
Yeah. No, it's happened like maybe 3 times.
Okay, at least twice.
Yeah, at least twice.
Zero.
Let's go 0. 0.
Come on, baby. Get that green. Get that.
But why is it you can handle like that? It's like some of these wheels are actually tilted a certain way. It's 12 handle. Alright. Alright, it's risky. It's up. 11 for 34. 11 or 34. It has to down 90 yards, but so it's due. 12. Ooh, no way. No way. You see that?
Yeah. What's that mean?
That means that the okay. So let me explain this real quick. People in Vegas they learn that certain wheels are used so much that they're actually a certain way. So certain numbers are picked more often than others. Like 12. 12 is one. 9, 5, 11, those are specific ones. It depends on how the wheel is. If the wheel's used to the wheel turn, it's going to be more often than others. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
It's all based on how the wheel is because it's all mechanical. So you have to think if this wheel spinning 24/7, look, it hit 5 4 times in a row.
That's crazy.
You see what I'm saying? So you just have to analyze the pattern, which is the pattern, which is going to get hit. We're up 120 right now. You just got to hold it up once you get it right. Just one of these numbers is all the numbers that the wheel is spinning. The wheel is actually rigged to hit certain numbers at certain times because it's hit a certain way. That makes sense.
Doug, how much are you up right now?
Right, that makes sense. That's all you need to know.
That wasn't an answer to my question. How much are you up right now? Quit.
True. Let me try. Bro,
Quit.
here's the strategy.
No, the strategy is we just listen to the gambler. You gotta know when to hold on. Know when to fold on. Know when to walk away. Know when to run. You gotta how to go. The gambler, dog. No, 21. No. The gambler, dog. Quit. Play something. Anything with a chip. Blackjack. No, blackjack, dude. Blackjack. I bet blackjack's got a chip. We already did it. We don't want to overdo it. It'd be blasphemous if we get we already did. We just don't do it every single time. Okay, now quit. Go to blackjack. Blackjack. Okay, how much you up? Okay, cash out 100 and then play the 30, and then you'll be up $100 on the day, no matter what. No, she's terrible. You gotta have the do. Are you asking me how? Are you asking me how high I think this chick is?
Yes. But
Yeah. I'd rather have her than a Jew, but I'd rather have my hand than her perhaps. Yes, but she's coughing. She's got fucking all over your car.
she does. I can't lie, but she does have 21, so it's the 20s and 13. He's something in the 30s inside. It's a perfect pair. Yeah, see, so so 350. Yeah. So I mean, that ain't bad.
How much you want? How much? No.
Real quick. Look, she's changing the shoe. There's a good chance that the new shoe is going to have all the just at least watch. You get a 10 on this one. 4 or 5. Okay. I could give it a 9 or 2. Both.
2 or 12. You guys know when to fold up, know when to walk away, know when to try. You never have your money. When you're sitting at the table, every time, when the beat is down. How much did you just lose? How much did you just lose? You're muted.
Oh, 90.
Okay, so how much you have total?
60.
It sucks. Stay. Just quit.
It's not, bro. I should have flagging, bro.
Just quit. Just quit.
Oh, my.
Because you're up.
Not much.
I'm not. We did have a nice dinner on that.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Let's try something like this. Let's try to get it early. Let's see where it says what the curfew is, okay?
Who wouldn't be? Who the fuck wouldn't be? What straight heterosexual dude would not be obsessed with hot chicks?
All right, see, there we go. We got dice. So it's kind of like craps. You know what craps is?
Yeah. Welcome,
Okay,
Mr.
so what
Aquarius.
numbers are good? You said 15, right?
You got it. How are you, Mr. Aquarius? I'm well, thank you. Retro Raid, I'm going to watch you, but I've got to play a game with Mr. Aquarius. Actually, 2 of them. It's like our nightly ritual.
Yeah, that's crazy. 250x percent is crazy. What is that? 4, 5, 6, 8. Oh, we got that. Okay. I'm not really sure about this first. What do you think about this one?
If we don't know how to play it, then I wouldn't play it.
Yeah, true. I might think about this. If we hit a 3, that's like 400. You have to get a 2 and a 1 to hit a 3. 2 and a 1. Like 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, and then there's this thing.
Dude, stay away from this. Stay away from this. This drains your wallet faster than any game.
Think so?
Yeah, you already lost. Play. Go back to black. Go back to blue light.
Okay, so here's my idea. We got one. We try to spend it to the super scam. And then we go. All right, it's not going to go any further.
What's the suit? My friend.
He's very, yeah, very similar. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. You're probably a little less great.
No, she doesn't. She's the nicest lady I've ever met.
Yeah, no shit. That is. All right, let's see. I mean, not too bad. This is great.
Don't play
It's really crazy, Rabbi.
Don't play this game. This game is just wasting.
Watch this shit. This is crazy shit. You want to see what's really
Ooh, how
I'm going to show you some of the other shit.
get it. I got it. No doubt. The camera's closed. Not a spare.
What's this? What's this? Wheel drum?
Right, I am. But you don't even know what a real job is.
Here, if you do it, I don't know. Here, if you do a bunch all at once, it's supposed to be good.
Dude, that's terrible. Are you gonna try to do 4 at once?
Yeah, at least.
Who did you hear doing a bunch of runs is good? If that person doesn't know what they're talking about.
Look at that. That was a 16.
Yeah, but you lost like 1,000 in a row and you didn't even know it.
But you never know, bro.
Nice spare.
This one's dangerous stuff with it. One of these things is huge. Like sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not.
It's definitely not the movie.
This is one game.
This is the worst one because you can't pay attention to all these things at once.
That's the point, bro.
Nice shot.
You just gotta let it be. You're bound to get one.
Yeah, but you're bound to lose 3.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Dude, go back to roulette. Or blackjack.
There we go.
Go to roulette or blackjack.
There we go.
Nice strike, Mr. Curtis.
Just gotta feed the deep. Yeah, I don't think this.
No, I told you that like a minute ago. Blackjack or roulette. Tough split, Mr. Parrish. You can do it. Oh, all right. Oh no. You win, I win, Mr. Aquarius. Good job. Undefeated in bone and friendship. Good job. This is a waste of money, Mr. Aquarius. If you've ever wanted to watch a man just straight up lose all of their money, it's watching this right here. Oh yeah, this one. This one is straight up losing all of your cash. This is like taking your wallet and putting it in a garbage disposal. No, I'm dead right now. That's just what she's got to do. She's got to do it.
Rabbi's cool. I like Rabbi. Rabbi give me something that's just fucked up, like right there, shit is fucked up. I don't know why I did it. I don't really have any justification, to be honest. I really don't. For some reason, it's so fucked up. Yeah, I don't know why it's saying we only get requests for shit from you guys. Or like the only way to fix it. You have to use VPNs to make accounts for like OS. Alright, so if I were to put anything in, would you recommend it?
No. you have a problem when you gamble that you get up a little bit and then you lower every single time. You can't just quit. And that's an issue. So don't lose any more than you already have. Love you too, big dog. You got a family? Go take care of them. Come back when your friend comes back. If he doesn't come back, then just call him and come back. That's fine. I'll be here for you. Then maybe, but not until then. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. We've got a tiny little baby right now who wants their dad. We need to take care of it. You're- All right, he's getting blown, so let him be. Yeah, he's getting blown. No, dude, I like him. Thanks, baby. There she is. That's okay. We had to go do something. I'll be back. Has your friend decided what the day is going to be yet? Okay. Oh, very cool. Yeah, no. That makes sense. I was just asking. All right. So, excellent. 100%. Will you sign up for it? Yes.
Rabbi,
What is it? Is this a song?
just watch it and just listen.
Okay, I feel but I've got a good behind the box because I don't know what's top ratio. throat. Pretty hot. What was the artist? What are you doing? No one knows. You're drunk and you're playing a game. You're drunk and you're playing a game that literally I've never seen anybody play. Not just you, but like hundreds of drunk kids. Lost. Just like, you should take care of your fish when you get some sleep. Yeah. I appreciate my praise, my friend. Old enough to gamble his life away on the stage. Adrian, Mr. Curtis. Excellent. Take care, Mr. Curtis. I'm watching. Animals teeth. Stop drinking. And then at the end, have a drink to celebrate. What's up, Victor? I like that movie song. Let's see. Not only am I listening, not only am I watching, but I'm keeping beat. Perhaps I was too. Okay. Yeah, I can have this with you. Yoda, you want to get rid of your hiccups? You want to get rid of your hiccups? I'm trying to, but you keep picking up, and I can't fucking hear it. That is beautiful. All right, Tim, here's what you do. Do you still have the hiccups? Okay, so just a moment. This works 100% of the time. Hold on. Well, all right, so this is what you do. You fill your lungs with your mouth. It's very important you use your mouth. Swallow twice in a row. Exhale slowly through your nostrils. That's it. Get rid of your... Dog, you didn't do what I just said. Nope. Dude, I've seen Jennifer Connelly a million times on this fucking course. There she is. There she is. Did you do the swallow thing? No, because I keep hearing you do a fucking hiccup. Breathe in through your nostrils. Or no, fuck. Breathe in through your mouth. Swallow twice. Exhale through your nostrils. Did you do it? Take care of your dog. Switching dimension. As always, same time, same station. Please pick up.
Taylor said that the several prayer groups really had an economic acceptance for it as well. But it was a way of creating a revenue stream to support the country. So that goes along with the more demanded prayer conference. Of course, they're saying this is, policy promotion and Seymour don't separate from the community, and you're setting up separate stigmas and things like that. There's different groups and so on. It's not right. What is this with abandoning our traditional siddur? Why? What's wrong with the Ashkenazi siddur? The Hasidim went back to various earlier styles of davening, which are associated especially with the Alvi, as Yalitza, with Rabbi Yitzhak Luria, phenomenal Egyptian and later Scott novelist of the 16th century. There's seven kosher slaughter. There's a whole book about, when you check the night, I don't know how much maybe I'm going to study the schooling yet. I'm going to try, I should be studying and try to learn about 4 months. The second schooling, the whole discussion there, your night has to be both sharp and free of mist. But the problem is, especially in technology in the 18th century, if you make the night really, really sharp, very easy for it to get hit. If you make it a little less sharp, you won't get mixed, but then maybe you push it, for example, negative slicing. So the Midrash and the Hasidim differed on the degree of sharpness I had to have. So that meant different shvita, you have to have a different shvita. They said, what is this with you guys not studying Talmud? Are you sitting here getting together and you're like, you're sitting around telling stories? And drinking alcohol, is that what will help you do? And it says something that the Gemara did not do something. Oh my gosh. Kabbalah is supposed to be Kadosh Kadoshim. The Shulchan himself was a phenomenal Kabbalist, but that was kind of the ideal in the literature world was only people who had met all of the markers, 40 years of age, male, having completed Shas and Hosting. Then maybe you can look at Kabbalah. And instead, these Hasidim are like, they're taking Kabbalah dollars, wagon drivers, faucet traders, water carriers, regular, just lowly people with no education, and they're right away talking about the Spiros and the Snoka. What is going on with you guys teaching this stuff to ordinary people? Ramuses? That's so marvelous. And teaching hurdles and throwing them into the mud. You can't do that. They're upset about that. And this was definitely, it kind of changed in the 19th century, but the Hasidim at the time, 18th century, were known for incredibly wild behavior, even during davening. Turning somersaults in shul was regular practice. Can you imagine? Rolling up and down. Because the idea was, pull out both sides, hard on Hashem, all of my toes fall out to Hashem. So I'm going to be violent in my gesticulations. You ever dealt with wrestlers? Lots of clapping, stamping on feet, partly stolen, where you scream out loud when you're davening, like you're supposed to imagine someone's about to stab a knife in your back and see you davening like a full volume. So really weird behavior, and you add to that alcohol, and things can change dramatically. So these guys are that's not Jesus. We daven stock still. We don't move. We're Midrash, right? And we wait for Scotty for a transporter meeting. Quiet, and these Hasidim are just so wow, Mr. Grant. He said all that he had a 9% all over the show. We want to move out to the place of so he probably just bang me off the next day. Right, you can imagine. I mean, that just gives you a sense of how the Litvaks would say these Hasidim. It's crazy. And finally, number 8, antinomianism, which is another fancy word for saying breaking the law, or just breaking norms, and we have sound sins. Secretly fall away to shower against you. So these are the charges that were brought against the Hasidim by the Christian faith. They also Rabbi, the Zalman of the Yadi from the Kabbalah, and the Nathanael went to see the Vilna and say, no, it's not like that. Sure, there are a few bad eggs, these things, but that's not really what we're all about. Vilna actually refused to see them. And so we don't know exactly, there's a lot of ways to interpret that, but it definitely was not interpreted in a positive way by not people there. And so in 1772, again, not clear whether it comes from the Gaon or whether it comes from his followers, but in 1772, there were parents placed on the citizens and got extra papers from it, and their books were actually burned. This is not the first time Jews have burned. Books were written about people saw them burning. The Rambam in part of class. There we go. Also, they were not burned in buried, but might as well, right? Now with Christina, they compare them back against the Sunday and have these bands and roundabouts and start burning at the Sunday course as well. And it was like just a craziness for the last 2 decades of the 18th century, where Christina and Sunday really at each other's throat. And especially nasty band in the year 1781, that was like one of these don't stand with $1 hours kind of bands. This was the period when it was like the most ferocious level of conflict. Ultimately, they had to go ahead in 1794 when there was a rabbi in Pinsk, a Gnostic rabbi, and he was, and Pinsk is like one of those borderline territories. I see this actually has a geography where you can expect it to be more Hasidic or less Hasidic. Pinsk is like basically on the borderline. So when Pinsk, which the Nestaglians thought was going to be their territory, when they lost a key position to a Hasidic rabbi, that rabbi went to the Tsar and to the Russian authorities and said they hired a charlatan who is under a ban by the great Donagon and so on, and so they put the Hasidic rabbi in jail, which began a whole cycle of denunciations to the Russian government. The Stocking go in jail, Hasidim go in jail. If you hang out with Hasidim, it's hard to say Achman, because it seems like every other week someone's getting out of jail. This Rabbi or that Rabbi, but it was really nasty content. Actually, calling out the cops and saying, hey, you got to put this rabbi in jail because he's betraying our lives. Also, put yourself within the mind of 19th century, 18th century Russian Empire. It's very different now at our times. Nowadays, you can worship alligators if you want. Nobody really cares what you do in your own home or in your own house of worship. We have lots of wacky kinds of religions because that's the nature of our secular society in the 21st century. The Russian Empire may not have been friendly to Jews, but they expected Jews to stay in their lane. Right? Don't make trouble, follow your leaders. Anyone who tries to upset the status quo and say the legitimate leaders and Jewish people are not legitimate, those are people who use revolutionaries by the Tsar's government. They don't want Jewish society to be disrupted by revolution because they don't want their own government to be disrupted by revolution. So that's why the Russian government listened to these Jews say, oh my gosh, are you serious? Oh, look at this document translated to Russian for me. I can see that this guy is definitely in trouble with other Jews. So therefore, they went along with it and put them in jail. Okay, all your discussions? Questions? So he said that. Yeah, you got to put in jail for getting drunk. So now you're very started. Okay. So let's go on. All right. So what ends up happening? Now we actually began to talk about this in the very beginning. There's going to be two phenomena that happen. One that we'll talk about more on Wednesday. One that I want to mention here. The second phenomenon was picked up on Wednesday is that this whole fight between the Stalion and Hasidim died rapidly in the second decade of the 19th century when they realized that they're fighting over tiny little details, whether the knife should be sharp or whether it should be hit free, like the Hasidim coming from the West are saying, why keep kosher at all? Like the Hasidim are saying whether you should daven at 6 a.m. or at 10 a.m. And Hasidim are saying, why not Shabbos and Saturday? It's Sunday, so much more convenient. Right, so the Hasidim and the Hasidim realized that they had a far greater enemy of their understanding of Judaism in the Hasidic movement. And so they decided to patch things up really fast because they could not withstand their challenge unless they had a united force. The phenomenon we'll talk about now is when the myth not being realized, they're not going to live at the decisive battle against the Hasidim are here to stay. So then they said, okay, let's start borrowing from their playbook. Let's figure out what we can do to adapt to the spirit of time. And when they asked me to say, hey, I get the joint force and they were working together, like, you get those guys with the guys, and you understand the strategy, right? That's you best.
Basically, they sort of said like I would hate for my daughter to marry a confident, but I would rather have a relationship with a good neighbor than allow a masculine to live on my street. Right? Like it would be, they didn't necessarily like each other, but they realized they had a lot more in common. As we saw in this class, right? 99% of what the student in the second treatment is the same. It's that 1 to 5% is just style. You wear guards, you know, wear guards. It's not like a good job is not a good job. So it's exactly. Okay, so this is the great machine of worship. One of the most important machines that was established in the late 19th century and was established worldwide. It's talking about kind of a who lived at this time, the late 1700s, having to figure out how we're going to cope with disease. So they say, okay, what we have to do is we have to go back, like they innovated by finding things in the tradition that we didn't like really emphasize. So what we have to do is go back to do the same thing and to find those things which are definitely in the tradition, and then we have to make it available. So, for example, what are we good at as we're going to communicate text? So we are going to double down on this time. We are going to make one of these landmarks to miss out on that we did not emphasize the importance of Talmud studying. So we're going to make sure that we're not going to overlook much wider exposure to Kabbalah, right? We feel that the thing, even Kabbalah learning, we should understand that those kids, it's hard to give you a number because a lot of period of time, a lot of geographic space, you know, a child would be lucky to have a smattering of 50 hours in his cultural knowledge. To know a Seder of Mishnah, that could would have been huge. To learn Second Gemara, you know, that's a massive talent because, you know, basically money, right? At a certain age, 13, 14, you could be married. You've got to be out there making a living. So there's not much opportunity for someone dark, unwild Schmaxes to actually engage in full-time yeshiva learning like you guys do. You guys seriously have historically the only. So the Litvak said, you know what, maybe we really got to make more emphasis on letting everybody study Talmud. We've got at least every male studying Talmud. We've got to push what we are good at, which is studying text. Talmud in particular, better than anyone. We're way better than like they were sitting in the Talmud. So we're really going to stake our reputation on that. And when it comes to Kabbalah, which is where the Hasidim really broke open the message, you know what? We believe in Kabbalah too. We've got lots of Kabbalah. But we're going to be super, super careful with how we disseminate. Unlike the Chabadniks and the other Hasidim, who are like reading Tanya, which is like, oh my gosh, I think in my own lifetime I had Mr. Rabbi telling me I should not be reading Tanya because it's too Kabbalistic for my own lifetime. Yeah, it's a pretty good thing. But Tanya, I read it, but no, okay, it's pretty good. This is the response, really important response, and I encourage you now to read this. This is Nefesh HaChaim by the time of the Rothschild, the student of the Book of. And this is basically Kabbalah for midwives. And I got to remember this like a mind-blowing statement. It is easily, in my humble opinion, the equal of Tanya. So much so, the great philosopher Emmanuel Levi asked, oh, he said equal of Tanya. How can you say that? This is amazing. This is Tanya. They're very, very similar. It's okay.
The last chapter was actually translated by the great philosopher Emmanuel Levinas into French. It's mind-blowing work. It changed my life. I'll tell you one last story from one minute back. When I was first in Shiva, maybe I'll turn that to the recording to this one. Yeah, it's a personal story. But so when I was first in Shiva, I know that I came to Shiva late in life. I was only in my 20s. All right, we have some great things. Like this is, gentlemen, this is the material that's going to change your life. But when you understand this, you know everything that is important about life and Judaism, all like that. What we learn about the humanity, yeah, no, I think that's where it has to be from. It has to be about reality. That's how do we get there? History, one of the things about history is like, it's really about how did we get here in the first place? Like you're driving along some kind of country roads, and all of a sudden you look up and say, what is this place? But if you had, a map or that is like a very large piece of paper that's geographically represents what's on your screen and GPS. You say, how do I know how I got here? And it explains why I messed up in this way or that way and things like that. So we're going to start with the discussion about Scala. And hope today we'll start with emancipation as well, and the two issues are these related. The term Scala is from the Hebrew word scale, which means like to grow intelligent, right? It's also around guidance healthy. From all my teachers, I gained wisdom. That's the Scala. And it's a translation of a very important European or a German term, Aufklärung, which means enlightenment. And like it's a good translation. Failing to make things clearer because we have light in them. The Aufklärung as a movement predated the Haskalah by about 100 years. This is like an intellectual wave of ideas that launched over Europe, and it caught up with the Jews eventually, and the Jews started really loving it. The kinds of ideas that are in the Aufklärung include popular sovereignty, like why does a king get to be in charge of all of us? We should be in charge of us, right? So America, for example, is one of the great Enlightenment experiments in popular sovereignty. The shift of the locus of veracity from revealed text to scientific, really important sense. I said it so well. Just thought the topic spoke out like that. What do I mean by that? If you wanted to know what was true in the year 1600, you would go ask your priest, your imam, your rabbi. They would tell you what was true, because that's the address for truth. I would go to my rabbi for what is true. I might go to my rabbi for what is true. The Enlightenment, the Aufklärung, the Haskalah, shifted that away from, maybe the rabbi, the imam, the priest is not so accurate all the time, but these science guys, Newton, all people like that, all of a sudden they're demonstrating things with, hypotheses and experiments. Maybe that's where truth is. So it built on the earlier scientific revolution in a very big way. So you've got changes in politics, changes in the idea of where how to find out if something is true. And that obviously with the latter in particular leads to a decline in overall religiosity. But of course, we are still on that downward. There will be occasional revivals, Europe-wide, of like new religious energy from time to time for various reasons. We may explore some of them. But basically, since the Enlightenment, the Western world has been a downward slope when it comes to religious faith. And to me, why the first time history you guys started thinking of something, we're not just going to take the first time we don't be here in years. We have been thinking for ourselves for a very long time. It's just that we've decided, taking on the human race, we've decided to sort of use a different set of variables. It's from the middle. It says that questioning things, instead of some things for yourself. Those things happened a long time ago. Those folks certainly all the way back in our tradition too. At goes all the way back in the Greek tradition to the Greek sophists, meaning guys like Plato, Aristotle, guys like that. Because they're all about questioning. The question is, which data sets do you use to question it? We use data sets and say we've got these amazing sources of truth. The Torah, here it is, was revealed to us. That's its my love, that God gave us this document. So of course that's where we're going to go for our truth. If, however, like in the Enlightenment, people begin to say, well, how do you know it was revealed? If people lose confidence in the answers, they started saying maybe we should look a little bit more. That's a good question. That's more like a base question. It definitely is a snowball effect. Like when one person gets an idea and spreads it around, and that picks up energy and steam, and it goes to another person. And even if the first person who had the idea had an idea very close to pre-modern values, it nevertheless has a huge following. Like, I'll give you one example. René Descartes, famously associated with Cartesian graphs, which you're probably familiar with in math class. René Descartes, religious thinker, Catholic, he says, I'm having trouble with all of these ideas circulating, and I'm having trouble with reconciling them. So he sits down and he conducts the first of what he calls 6 meditations, 6 deep meditations. What is the world all about? The first one says, how do I know that? How do I know? Maybe I am dreaming this world. Right? You ever have that solipsistic thought where you think, how do I know that I exist? Maybe I am actually dreaming that I exist. I know you guys probably never watched Star Trek. One of the great cultural achievements of the 20th century, because there's a great episode where they have these brain exploding blasters, and the entire world is in their brains. Like that, anyway, I shouldn't do this in class. I'm on recording too. But he says, how do I know the world exists? How do I know I'm not dreaming this? How do I know that some people being is not making me think I exist? He says, well, I do know this, that either the world exists the way I perceive it, or I am dreaming the world exists, or an evil genius is making me think the world exists, right? All those 3 things are possible. There's no other possible logical inference. But in each one of those, one thing is, Mr. Silver? This, it could be related. I exist, right? And that's the famous phrase, cogito ergo sum, right? Not really I think, I perceive, therefore I am. This is, wow, that's it. I have now figured out my first truth. This is the fulcrum upon which I will shift the universe, because I know this is true. I don't know if this fable is real. I don't know if I'm dreaming this, but I do know I exist. But it's logically impossible for me not to exist. And from there, he went on to say, well, how do I know that the world exists? How do I know that God exists? How do I know that? And all those things, he solved them one after another. And the challenge is, to answer your question correctly, just asking the questions for those things. Just suggesting maybe the world doesn't exist. Maybe other things that we cherish do not exist. It's like you're in a loving marriage, say, well, I don't really love my wife. Don't ask that question. Don't ask that question. Start asking that question. You are already loving. Don't ask that question. You either do or you don't. You feel it or you don't. You don't start questioning it. If you poke at it, you might find out it's not quite as solid as it is. Oh my gosh, marital advice too. Unsolicited marital advice to a bunch of single guys. Okay, let's go to that stuff. Let's try to go. Is it better to be that's a good question. Especially that question, right? That's much knowledge comes much knowledge, right? Much pain. Better sometimes not to know. Like what do they say in English? You don't want to know how the sausage is made. Expression. That's anything else that's the right say. Yeah. Okay, that's true. Let's guys, it's getting on top. You don't want to get on top. This is so cool. This is Ferrara, I believe, 1570. Earthquake in Ferrara. This is like a period of woodcut demonstrating the earthquake. Ferrara is the sound northern Italy, due to the population. It was the Rothschild was interesting history. Anyway, earthquake in 1970, flattens the town. Everybody runs out and cross the river. They live for 6 weeks in the field. So the population is not, including among them is a guy named Azari of the Rothschild, Jewish guy. He's like an unprofessional academic. He makes his living as a newspaper. Right? This is in the early years of printing. So he's reading lots of books because he's comparing manuscripts to the printed pages, stuff like that. So he's not like a professor. I mean, he's a curious guy and he's read a lot of books. He goes out into the field for the rest of the time in Ferrara, and is out there. And he gets his encampment, his tent, close to a whole bunch of Christian monks who are, their monastery down. So they're hanging out there. Nothing to do all day except, waiting for the aftershocks to subside. So they start talking and learning to speak. And he discovers all kinds of cool things about Christianity. And he tells them all kinds of things about Judaism that he never heard of. Like, for example, the whole letter of Aristeas, which is a document that discusses the writing of the Common Shooter, Septuagint, that he learns all about it and says, hey, I have that whole thing too. And it's like, do the real fun. So after this is all over, he sort of has this brilliant insight. He said, these monks are pretty cool. I actually really enjoy conversation. I do not want to be a monk. I understand, for example, if they're celibate, that's really not for me. But I loved all this stuff that they had to say about, reality and truth. And we had a great conversation. So he leans into the Rothschild statement that you should accept truth. There's anyone who says it. He's got a Christian monk who clearly is based on stories of the earth. And he ends up writing a really important book called Mayborn Native. That title has been used by many other authors as well for very different books. But it's kind of like the first real book of the Haskalah. Or I think I should say the Haskalah always is basically like something that appears in Judaism in the late 18th century. But the Mayborn is kind of like foundational work that eventually led into the Haskalah. It's like many controversial books, he's writing on, I think Mr. Rothschild, who's actually taking this course remotely, is writing on a book that received lots of Haskamos, and then the Haskamos related. They were yanked because people thought that it might have less resources in it. Controversial books like that. The Mayor and of course, received lots of Haskamos, including from Yosef Caro, author of the Shulchan Aruch. And then it got pulled afterwards. Said, no, I didn't mean that. I obviously didn't read the book very carefully. So there was a lot of nasty stuff that went around this particular book. The stuff that everybody liked was a big chapter on the history of earthquakes. And that's cool because there were earthquakes in Tanakh. We don't know a lot about them. That's sort of directly in Ferrara. But then he also started studying about other things that sort of went further afield to much people. But it's the idea, the Haskalah idea of maybe we can learn stuff from non-Torah sources. Controversial idea. You guys should realize, right? You are also the inheritors of some level like it. It's not a college like, thank God. It's nevertheless a college. We are using scientific inquiry, using lots of modern tools of inquiry that, it's not traditional. Okay, Mr. Rubin.
So considering it's still maybe supposed to be canceled in a day by a lot of other rabbis, how divided was the support and religion? It sounds like everyone made the opposed them and everyone else was neutral or everyone opposed them. So
no, not everyone thinks opposed them. Many famous people opposed them. But it's like the internet. I don't remember offhand. Just Google it. But the internet, it's hard to hold back ideas. right? They start circulating, especially if they're accessible. You go to Hebrew, start being accessible, people start reading them. There are a lot of books like that that come out over the next few centuries that are like really popular, and people think, well, this is very great. And then later, someone picks up something and says, wait a second, it's not exactly what we want to say, and it does. But it doesn't come us the right way. Mr. Loicky, and then
We don't take know,
exactly. That's what happened to Maimonides reading Aristotle.
right. There, but it's not like a first person thing like that.
Correct.
He's the first person.
Well, he's quoting the Rabbi.
Right, that's one of them. But he's the first person to say, we can learn about it, and I learned it by the way from Christian monks. So I was camped outside of it for 6 weeks, right? It's like totally a trade source. Not even like a pagan source. He was one of the ones that was popular in the end. The Rabbi manuscript, expensive, hard to obtain. He's writing in print, but everybody's got it. Really hard to control. It's like Instagram. That's true.
I'm assuming you know, use any of their asking ideas that, not some mentalists, so most of us didn't name stuff, right?
Well,
And I think we're different.
More of a deep dive into that, but a lot of his issues had to do with the way science was interpreted and how we should reconcile passages in the Bible with 16th century science. That's probably where he got into most of it. It's a big, thick book, by the way, translated to English. I think we have a copy somewhere in the dangerous literature section of the Carolina Heritage, but it's worth looking at. Another big impetus for the Haskalah, we have not discussed in great detail here, but this couple of you have been in my Sephardic Jewish history, but really important is the Portuguese diaspora. The Portuguese Jews were called Sefalot, referring to the last century, the first modern Jew. And by modern, he meant like Jews who have a totally different outlook on life and are especially prepared to engage in code switching, identity switching, and to borrow from the secular world without feeling guilty about it. The reason being that unlike the Sephardic Jews, the Spanish Jews who were expelled in 1492, the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted in late 1496, early 1497, and then they experienced the Portuguese Inquisition, which was absolutely awful, and then only afterwards were they able to get out of Portugal and start establishing communities throughout Europe, as Jews were also Christians at the same time, meaning they were forced to become Christian. That meant they got Christian driver's licenses. And they could go wherever they wanted. They could go to university. They could take any job they wanted. They could take any job, any profession they wanted. They could live anywhere they wanted. They were Christians, and they were prepared to exploit their Christian identities, but still they wanted to retain their Jewish ones at the same time. And so they had much less of an allergy to ideas that were otherwise foreign to Jews, because they were already living it, and they had done it for generations. Big difference. And they moved all over Europe, and they moved to the New World, and so they created the possibility of multiple identities, which 100 years earlier would have been completely, mutually exclusive to the Jewish and Christian at the time. But the Portuguese Jews could and did, and demonstrated this is a possibility. Right? So they're spreading these kind of ideas, and I'm loving them there right now. I think this is a great book. They have all kinds of cool ideas. We love the synthesis of Jewish wisdom, non-Jewish wisdom. It's happening. Jeremy, you got a question? Who got a question? No, you're good? Okay. Don't be sorry. Okay. So the Haskell say, though, as I mentioned, really begins in the late 18th century. Moses Mendelssohn, sometimes called Italy of Dessau, was the primary figure in promoting this idea. And again, as someone mentioned earlier, I think it's German, he's a from guy. He's Orthodox. He's Shomer Shabbos, Shomer Kashrus, right? They're not necessarily thinking, especially early on, they're not necessarily thinking that they're driving Judaism off the cliff. They're thinking this is like the natural path of Judaism, that of course we should be engaging outside society. It is
the political moment, because as you move into the 1800s, it's more and more possible that Jews could obtain equal rights with Christians. Not just like the Portuguese Jews who did because they were actually Christians, but because the society is unprepared to agree to the idea that Jews should have equal rights. Case in point would be America, 1776, where they said, well, yeah, I guess so. It didn't happen automatically; it didn't happen all over at the same time. But basically, America said, we the people, this idea that we're all born people, except for black people, not black people. And by the way, women, all those who have the vote, but that's okay. And the Jews weren't voted in to be the people, and so that was like a pretty dramatic thing. The French Revolution we will talk about after this lecture, massive impact. America was way over on the other side of the ocean, but France is right in the middle of Europe. That was mind-blowing. And that's basically following on a little guy who goes his biography from northern Germany, is called Russia. And he's a self-taught, he's also didactic, self-taught genius, exceptionally skilled in a whole pile of areas of modern thought. And one of the most important areas, which, by the way, all of you identify as one of the most valuable things to learn here at this college, was his composition skills. He could write really well in colloquial German. Let's remember the linguistic situation is Jews are still living a very, very insular lifestyle. The vast majority of Jews' top friends are all other Orthodox Jews, but they have lots of business contacts. And so the level of communication that Jews had in most of Europe is a high degree of fluency in Yiddish, right, the mother tongue, a typically some degree of facility and ability in because that's the liturgical language. Scholars would have stronger Hebrew and Aramaic, but the Hamon Am would have enough to get through the Siddur, follow maybe Chumash Rashi. But when it comes to German, it would basically be functional German. Just like, if people have Hispanic help cleaning their houses and doing their lawns, you might know enough Spanish to say, we're going to be on vacation week next week, don't come, or, basically, could you please clean up the kitchen? Whatever you might say in very, very basic Spanish, because that's what you need for, effective communication. Or I know about 6 phrases in Korean, which I find immensely helpful when I get my driving exam. Right? Because almost all speakers in America are something like Korean. And I actually, fun fact, I have a Korean name. And I don't have to write it. Do I have a marker here? I don't know if I have a marker. Do I work with a finger and I have a marker that I drew it over the. I will show you my secret Korean name. If I don't find a marker. Maybe I will not be able to reveal it to you. Why you might ask why don't you have a Korean name? Well, I'll tell you. When I was about 15, I worked for a Korean restaurant, and they had trouble pronouncing Henry. They would call me Anthony. So they said after about a month, they said, yeah, we're going to call you Young Sue. So I think it means like Mocha Iron or something like that. Young Sue. So that's my Korean. Okay, well, how did I get that? Well, I can spell it in Korean, but I don't have a marker here. Yeah, is this a marker? Yeah. It's not a marker. I want to make sure. That was actually a button. Yeah, that's a button here. So, I should be trying on it. That's it. That's it. If I write that here, we'll go on. No. Sure. Here we go. There's Young Sue. Let's go again. But I know it's good. So thank you. I walk down and how are you doing, sir? Anyways, how did I get here? Why am I talking about this? Thank you so much. Thank you. So my Korean is really handicapped. I'm very minimal. But if I would learn a lot more just to thank you. literary genius, not that I write a book, but I would give them a telephone conversation, right? So people have that level of German. Even though they're living in the country for 800 years, that's the extent of their skills, largely because of what they needed. There were exceptional Jews, like for example, the Kurd Jews, the home Jews, who were kind of like the representatives of the community who were close to the king or the prince or the nobleman, who would have that much better levels of it. And also, there are the discussion of what kind of haircuts Jews can have. And there's certainly popular long haircuts that would be considered like haircuts that go in. You could get those haircuts, but if you were close to the king, you didn't have that, so you have that haircut. Full discussion. I think even though Nazi son-in-law, but not very good. Maybe son-in-law, yes, had that kind of haircut. Tangents. Why am I going on tangents? But Moses Danielson had that beautiful German. He had that excellent speaking ability in German. So much so that there was an essay competition, and he beats Immanuel Kant, one of the greatest philosophers of the 18th century. You know, coming in first, and Immanuel Kant comes in second on mind-blowing thing. Mendelssohn, Moses Mendelssohn, he was finally called the genius of Dessau, because he was like really brilliant. And he wrote a ton of material in German and also in Hebrew to explain Judaism to the rest of the world. He's kind of like the Oprah of Judaism for the rest of the world. Everybody said, wow, maybe these Jews are not so weird. Look at this guy. He can stand up, but he can speak and communicate. He has good arguments, right? He actually makes a lot of sense. So he was extremely influential. I'll give you one example of his thought. There were other figures who were contemporaries who, by contrast, are totally different. Solomon Lyman, who comes from not too far away from him on the Russian side of the border, he also was a genius, deeply involved with the world of ideas and deeply engaged in Jewish stuff and secular culture. But unlike most mind medicine, he can't find a balance. He can't stay firm and still appreciate the outside world. He ends up converting to Lutheranism, and as typical, he writes a nasty book about Judaism afterwards. It's autobiography, the fascinating work. He describes with some hostility his visit to the court of the Maggid of Ezrich, who we spoke about on Monday. But he's like an example of most of the masculine of this era. They got involved in non-Jewish ideas and they started to like them. They basically disappeared from Judaism. But Moses Mendelssohn sort of created a path where, you know what, it's possible to stay from and also engage outside culture. Not everybody agreed, obviously. Moses Mendelssohn's books were famously burned in some sort of books, which is generally a good sign that your book sales are going to keep going up, because once it's burned, what's sold on in there. But he really articulated a path that was extremely influential for the 19th centuries. With some of the positives and negatives. By the way, his background to this year is from a famous painting of him and a Greek named Lavater, who's shown over here. Let me show you the whole image, but I have it sort of called his blue because I forgot to take it off. I think it's like the context. Here's Mendelssohn. You notice he has a hunchback. He famously had a hunchback. I'm going to give you guys, by the way, the absolute best, steel line that came from Moses Mendelssohn. This is the story. It's a great story. Okay, he had a hunchback, and the story goes that when he was set up with his bashert, or he's always a bashert, he comes walking up to the front porch with the thing, and she's out on the second floor. She looks up at him and she sees him. By the way, she's in this picture too. I gotta find the actual picture. She sees him out the window. Oh my gosh, you've got a big hunchback. She tells her, I don't want to. And the mother says, how can you do this? She came all the way here and still came for life. She never married someone with a hunchback. I'm sorry, I just do it. But the mother berates the girls, you must sit down. You have to have a show day for sure. So, she relents. They invite Moses Mendelssohn in. They sit down in the parlor. They go back in. They ask her outside. It was like chaperone, but not strictly. And they talk for half an hour, 2 hours, 5 hours, massively long shooting day after Sorry, it's on about. Yeah, it's going well. It's going well. I said, what's that? You know, she said, I'm not going to marry this guy. He has an arthritis. They come out first day, and now they're engaged. Fine, oh, right? So they afterwards the parents asked her, you know, the future Mr. Mendelssohn, what did he say? You know, you were so dead set, you didn't want to be there, man, right? She says to the parents that he said to her, look, I know that my hunchback is a little bit, but I want to let you know that there is a Gemara, which I'm sure you know familiar with. 40 days cooking yourself blood, right? 40 days before a child is born, a bas kol goes out, a divine voice goes out, says bas kol goes, right? And he says, I was in the womb, and I heard the bas kol, and I saw that you were my basheres. But I saw that you had a hunchback, and I doubted in the womb. It's all over. Right? It's all over. This is the guy's gender first, right? So in this particular image, which is actually quite fascinating part of the biography, as part of like this whole deal of the open up society, stuff like that, he befriends a Lutheran priest, this guy here named Rabbi, and they have like these conversations. And yes, it is. They have, I guess it was my brother. So they have these MCs about life, religion, stuff like that. And then Rabbis are the trace and publishes a book, right? It's a weird kind of thing, published books for a reason. He published it saying that Mendelssohn actually accepts the truth of Christianity. These are the things he told me in private. And he teaches Mendelssohn. He's now following through to Protestant Christianity. Hugely embarrassed. We don't know what actually happened in those meetings and stuff like that. It ends up being a whole kind of Mendelssohn never converts them. Speaks the louder again. They write books against each other. Like I got to all off to address, but this is like, you know, sort of a representation of the relationship beforehand. In the background, which you can't see, I should have cut it off, is a playwright named Rothschild. He wrote a brilliant play dedicated to Mendelssohn called, I remember talking like Three Rings. Really? No, it's not like a visor ending, it's a Y, in which there's a whole metaphor of three rings, which represent unity of Christianity and Islam, and they all have to come together and peace and coexistence, stuff like that. But anyways, it's a whole story. Okay, so give you an example of one thing that Mendelssohn is very involved in, to give you a sense of where the Haskalah could go and where it should go, much to his chagrin. 1772, right? This is at the peak of Mendelssohn's popularity, and he's won all these prizes. Rich guy now, like one of the best leader of the communism, and but again, he's still had a toxicity. Though he likes the Jews, he's been kicked out of his town 10 times. You know, it's happened still in the 70s. A crisis erupts in a principality in Germany called Rothschild, where somebody married too early. Rothschild, he woke up in the grave, and it was a lot of things going on. You know, there's like this divorce, the backstory. I don't want to too much detail, but really important. And if they really got to do something, how do we know this? People are being very recruited. We need a school. Nobody gets buried until 72 hours after the death certificate is signed. Nobody gets buried until 3 days after the declare the death. Just in case. Right? There was a huge thing all over Europe. There were these crazy ideas. They were building special like emergency bombs like this one, where it has like this little air balloon on with a bellows type thing, and it's attached to a flag. So if you wake up in a bomb that's popping, then you squeeze the bellows, the flag moves up, and then you walk by the graveyard and pop up. They had attached to bells, walking by a cemetery, small cemetery that has been buried so early. It was a crazy kind of phenomenon that was happening. And it really is happening in America, where they have cemeteries with, emergency TV out right now messages. So, what's the problem for Jews? Compared to them. Yes, Judaism valorized the swift character. As we consider the decomposition of the corpse and atonement for the disease, and we consider quick care, the quicker to be better in general. And if you have an idea of how it makes that you can wait to preserve the honor of the name, so let's say, preserve, not to you know, preservation, but it's a lot of discussion. If it's a close family member who needs to come in, there are some hosts who would say you can wait a certain amount of time for it to get there to be the funeral. But in Israel, of course, the ideal is to bury it in 24 hours. And typically, we don't use conflict in Israel, so the idea is to accelerate the decomposition. Even the conflicts we use here at Rothschild have holes built in the bottom of them so that literally the worms can get into the coffin faster. Right? Those are our values. That's what we do. So waiting 72 hours is designed like this. It's an insult to the deceased. You can't do that. That's a really serious issue. It's just how it makes. So they great rabbi. One of them is Rabbi.
Ready?
And the other one is Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn.
All right, you little baby.
Rabbi
Time to kick your egg.
So, how does this go to the German authorities? Later, Rabbi has changed his mind as a discussion of it, so it was sense and honest. But Moses Mendelssohn does two things. First of all, he writes the thing to the nobleman and he convinces them to make a carve-out exception for Jews because this is their practice. So the other thing he does says, privately, but you know what? We should really adopt this study because the consciousness is like a lot of space, but it's going to body remain. It's much worse to bury a person prematurely. So this is a public outfit. And moreover, he says that historically, the example of this is a Jewish mausoleum. We have lots of examples of Hellenistic periods of the grave, out in Beishan, other than Batavia, in Shalia, anywhere where the Hellenistic Jews were buried people, in inaccessible places. They're not actually buried, they're not in the tomb. Then, of course, absolutely, these were the Samos, right? The holiday, the Yosef, that after your parents or loved ones,
what the fuck are you doing, dude?
Back after here, collect the bone, and then bring the bones for
Dude,
go.
go.
As well. If you go to the net, you can see that they have a whole bunch of examples of stones,
Dude, come on, man.
Coffin guy, the coffin is a full length coffin. The next
You have 10 seconds before I just don't play. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And that's what that person says. I don't know why don't we just go along with it? Accept this public option. So you see how there's a willingness to compromise. And halacha, when there is what's perceived to be a secular public health is or motivation. Where you also see this play in your own lifetime during COVID. The same kind of arguments were happening. On the one side,
Sit on sexy, baby.
A lady approach it as shaking street. It's written here. We're not going to pivot anywhere from what it said over here. But at the same time, there are a lot of rabbis and before left here saying, well, wait, public health, stuff like that. And you should that. You should not have mention on Yom Kippur. You guys remember that? Shut down. Yeah. Well, again, it's going, it's the same question that we have in the various of them. Okay. Now, I don't want to give you a really rosy picture of that scholar. That is an exceptional figure in many ways. He is considered, for example, the founder of Reform Judaism. Now, that I do not believe that Nicholson was true of the Reform Judaism. I think he was a little bit roll over, but in his own lifetime, he had students who were so far off that he had. But this guy is that's very important disciple of Moses Nebuchadnezzar, who actually said in 1799, died in 1786, he said, you know what, this is just way too much work. We're never going to be emancipated as people unless we simply adopt Christianity. So he proposed in 1799 a dry baptism proposal, saying that we're not actually going to go through this, but let's just tell everybody we're Christian. And then we'll just, live the way we want to live. That way they'll make us people citizens, and we'll just fit in. Right? You can't imagine that way but this was definitely a social scholar for that system. Okay. You also have a moderate expression of scholar in Samson of Hirsch, who was tremendous intellectual in the 19th century, with a lot of studies way more consequential than were in the 18th century. And he argued in Germany, which is very different from Eastern Europe, he argued in Germany that there is no way to hold back secularism. We have to figure out that way to adapt it to our existence. We have to find some kind of middle path where, for example, we do not sacrifice any halacha, but let's think carefully about what we call minhag. We can show people who were also playing with science class. Geiger was the founder of this foreign movement. I know that most of them are intellectual sources. Geiger said, none of it is actually true. Let's just do what we want. Again, I'm putting that in language. I want to come back to this a little later semester, but yeah, first was essentially saying if we don't find a compromise with modernity, we will lose getting like Geiger. We lose to the everything one. Remind me of what's answer. Just for me. Yes, you are. That's a very perceptive comment. You're absolutely right. Let me repeat it. People may not have heard it.
What a shot.
Right? In Mendelssohn's time, this year, he was born in 1720, died in 1786. He's dealing with remember, the rest of the Jews are still pretty firm. Still pretty much Shomer Shabbos, Shomer Kashrus. Of course, you have people always who are less more particular, less or more compromised, but there's no such thing as like openly community world. Establishment of Earth, the world has changed a lot in the intermediate century, and Jews are now actively exploring either simple conversion to Christianity on a much larger scale, or simply non-observant. And he's fighting a very different battle in a different part of the world, and he basically says, okay, we're going to come to terms with modernity, we're going to draw a line, and we won't cross that line, but instead of going to line that's very complex to Russia in the 1780s. So it's a very different strategy. Yes,
very intense question. Was he right? I know that's a very ready has that, but it's not for him. I think it's and how would that look? So maybe you want to let him more into like the Hasidim.
So, Mr. Chairman, I am hesitant as a historian to post studies backwards in time. I don't think it's especially helpful way to teach history. I would love you guys to think about that decision. Think about it. Uh, I can say that in the 19th century, you had a whole range of strategies for Judaism. You had a Sam Sofer, which is a contemporary of Proverbs, essentially staking out the Iranian position, saying that we will have no compromise with integrity. You have the people like Abraham Geiger who's saying, oh, we're going to that's in fact the reform movement voted in favor of moving Shabbos to Sunday. Moving Shabbos to Sunday. This never happens because there's a gap between the reform movement and the later people. The leadership thought this was a great idea. The ladies said it was just not too far, and they put this out. But so that's on the other thing. And then Sasha Hirsch, he carved out a hundred middle class. And you know, maybe it's a strategy, but they're all still extant. They're still looking at all their strategies today, 20 years later. It's the number will be so that you know overcome. Yeah. And time. That's when the word Orthodox was coined and was intended as a slur that last week. Neo-Orthodoxy was developed a little bit later, trying to say like, well, we're Orthodox, but we're not Orthodox like those people in Eastern Europe. There's a long time like that.
No way.
So that's what Neo-Orthodox. And that sort of evolved into modern Orthodox or centrist Orthodox. And a lot of people
no way you make this.
fairly
Don't fuck this up.
To something called Rothschild. So I'll give you one great example. If you read some of his works, like two great examples, the 19 letters. Wow, amazing, powerful work. It feels like it could have been written today. And holy, wow, life altering work. 19 letters is a fictional dialogue between a young man who's thinking about going for TV and an older rabbi type. And then this back and forth about all the issues and not the issues that are out there. True. About a young man being ready. Yeah, I think that's a widespread. And it could be because Heinrich Kress lived in his house and he didn't sort of know TV stuff. And he was an intelligent guy, so there's a good reason it might have been Heinrich Kress.
Dude,
no. Brilliant. Amazing book. Hard to read in the English translation.
dude.
I actually had to look at German frequently to figure out what the English would say. It's so complicated. But it's a really great philosophical treatise. Like, what is Judaism? It is German. And like Mendelssohn, he's not writing for the people already, but he's writing for people like Maimonides, the guys that reflects, writing for people who are like on the borderline of the lofty head. And that's a tremendous achievement. It's a straight one. Trying to be practical and outside saying that this is practical how to operate and so far the Orthodox in the world. That's an excellent question. Did he view his strategy as the Tefillah or any other? I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know. I think my guess is he really viewed it as the Tefillah. Where you get temporaries and other radiologists, and today, no, it's controversy. All these great people have controversies going around it. It's hard to find a great rabbi who everybody knows. Trying to think of one. Not even Moshe Rabbeinu. No, there's no rabbi who's totally I think the client was criticized, but people recognize. I like I guess they recognize the clients, but there was a lot of pieces on the which grew up. So let's not get too far away. But I can say one more thing about the concept of Proverbs. Yes, really important. Probably skip over some of his denominational issues. I'll get to later. He was also savage on the other side of the equation because one of the things that he had to deal with was the flight of his own community from Torah and Israel. There were a lot of Jews from Palestine who were saying, you know what? Don't be so pro, Rabbi. We want to have an ordinance in the congregation. That's so bad. It's bad. It's how bad it can be, right? And so I learned to realize that at that time, the way Jewish communities were organized, there was one Jewish community that was recognized in the past. There was no such thing as we have today with hundreds of schools. As even Prashant is all everything. There was one Jewish community. He applied for legal status.
Before 41, that's a high score.
This was something called the Auschwitz, which means like the separation, the translation Auschwitz. So we are now, we can't deal with these non-Orthodox Jews anymore. And Orthodox Jews, we can't deal with non-Orthodox Jews anymore. Our synagogue is going to go up out, whatever they do. They're on their own.
Go.
Big challenge. All of a sudden, saying that we're not recognizing ourselves.
Go, dude.
He's like, hey, why don't you suicide? You know, I'll be social support. Don't separate from the community. I can literally do a lot of things. So his ability to compromise his options, behaviors, will take on
Dude, you're so shitty.
We'll do things which will be more general. We also that's
Zeus. Dude, you're the worst.
We'll do all those things, but we will absolutely not compromise on college.
Dude, you're just looking at dude's dicks on Snapchat. Come on, man.
We're going to separate. And that was that's
Zeus.
strategy for the next 150 years is adapt, but also separate.
Come on, man. Nobody wants to fucking play with you like that.
Let's go back to Eastern Europe. Let's go to Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe is a very different situation. In Haskalah, affecting Ashkenaz and in Western Europe,
Come on, man. If you're going to come in here, you want to play. That's fine. Don't waste my fucking time.
The Eastern European situation is very different. Western Europe, Jews are actually fairly
we're done, man.
Percentage of
the
population. They tend to be concentrated in larger cities. They tend to be concentrated in single digits of population. So once you get, east of Germany, most times Jews are concentrated in smaller settlements, villages, and sometimes in large cities, but the population sometimes takes over half. The Egypt, for example, had about 78% Jews. So that was the population. Everybody's Jewish. And then the kinds of assimilatory pressures that were affecting the Western communities are totally different in Eastern Asia. And so it has a slightly different kind of context. For one, Jews regarded German culture as being high value. Jews thought, and this is part of the tragedy of the 20th century, we speak about this thing called the German Jewish synthesis, where we really wanted to be like Germans so badly. We thought Germans had the best literature, the best science, the best music, the best art. We really did have an amazing selection of cultural artists. So much so that I think that's expressed in denominational steps, like we thought. I know it's not the planned lecture, but we kind of go in that direction. Abraham Geiger, Reformed congregations are typically not called, where they call temples. And why do they call them temples? No other way to call them temples.
The service like we didn't have one night, we still practice.
Okay, very good. A little bit sharper, Mr. Rubin. It's how many temples are there in Judaism? Well, okay. One at a time. One at a time. Now, where is that temple? In Jerusalem. So why, what does it mean if you build a building in Berlin and you say, this is my temple?
You move the center to Berlin.
Thank you, Mr. Exactly. You move the center of Judaism to Berlin. You say, Oh, forget about all that biblical stuff about watching the back. This is our template, right here in Berlin. This is where we belong. Of course, you should do us equal rights as citizens because look, we've already made this commitment. We've abandoned it. Our temple is from the created here. That kind of thing is not happening in Russia, in the Russian Empire. Jews are not deep admirers in the 19th century of Russian literature. They're not reading Tolstoy. It's not that interesting. But back then, no, it was their thing. They got involved in many Jewish history, and especially they found expression in things like leadership, like the celebration of the Yiddish language, growing up in great Yiddish language. I'm going to look up your name. You show up in class. So I read the paper. It's really cool. So the Yiddish was vernacular, and they're saying we should now make this vernacular, which was not considered even by Jews a real language. Basically, German written in Hebrew characters. My own grandmother, Ella Charlotte, who was born in 1910, she didn't even call Yiddish, she called it Jewish. That was the Jewish language that she spoke, but it didn't have a real status at the time. So they started writing new literature, Shalom Aleichem, people like that, on Paris, or Zionists. That becomes really big. We're going to get more into this probably on Monday. Zionism really that's a Jewish kind of Haskalah expression, not actually trying to imitate non-Jews, but we're going to figure out and of course, the socialism that part for that one of the most significant areas in which Jews did express the Haskalah in Eastern Europe so was a greater emphasis on introducing secular studies into Jewish education. One of the pioneers was this man, Joseph Pearl, who lived in Galicia, a generation after Moses Mendelssohn. There's one fascinating story about him that I want to share. Was a person and the apostle. He hated Hasidism because, like Rex, he felt that it was the superstitious downfall of this, even all kinds of total niceties, wonder working Rabbi, all flourishing. And so, in his attempts to reform Jewish education, of course, he did put translations and developing school system was very widespread, but he also wrote a satire of Hasidism, the title of which is right now. Maybe some of you want to look it up. Joseph Pearl, the title is Buddy. Right now, oh, the college was dealing with this thing, right? Now, right? Like, not Tamar. What's the word? What's the short term scenario? It's like, okay, Hatmana. But it's right. Anyway, he wrote a satire of Hasidism, and people loved it. They didn't realize it was satire. They took it seriously. They read about these crazy wonder works and rabbis that just make up things that people would say because they well, and in fact, they began to admire them. So it's like backfired on the same time. Basically, we need that's what I think. It's not just and I found this on because well, they're still wearing it. Yeah. And it's funny how these things change. Okay, now I want to see if we want really dark Jewish history briefly, and then going on Monday, we're going to go right to the evolution of Jewish politics, which is a must. To be honest, must attend class because if you don't attend Monday, you totally not be able to understand the rest of the 20th century and even 21st century politics. Right? Those are pretty impressive points. Let's see that the emphasis is like on Monday. So this is one of the theories that's really important for understanding politics. One of the darkest periods of Jewish history occurred in the first half of the 19th century in Russia. And it relates to the whole Salman world in a very big way. This man saw Nicholas Howard. He has a decidedly more militaristic thing. He likes, parades organized at Washington, things like that. And he feels with rebellions. Both before him and after him, the nature rebellions in Russia, Russia slowly saying at this time. And he says, okay, one of the problems that I have is I've got something like 4 billion Jews living in my empire, and they are like so indigestible. They don't correspond to our Russian values as I perceive them. Namely, first of all, they're not Christians. That's a big deal. Not only not Christian, they're not Orthodox. They also have Catholics, Poland, that took down rebellion because they were Russian Orthodox, right? So they're not Christians, not Russian Orthodox. Secondly, they do not regard themselves as Russian people. They regard themselves as a distinct nationality living within the Russian Empire, kind of like Ukrainians in the Russian Empire. They also, not so much they were at the time, but by the 20th century, they regard themselves as separate people. The Jews are not going to like say, well, what do you reconcile to? This is a much more complicated question. In the 20th century, Jews would fall over themselves to adopt the Russian language, to get educated in Russian. But this is the 19th century. And finally, he says they don't really accept my authority. Whose authority do they accept? The rabbis and God. You don't look at me as the concept. So he said to himself, okay, what am I going to do against people to adopt Russian values? Not necessarily because he hates Jews. He thinks this undigestible mass of citizens. He wants them to fit in. He's fine with it as long as they fit. One way the Russians said, 1/3 of them immigrated, 1/3 of them died, and 1/3 of them converted. That would be like okay. But he wants to deal with this strange demographic problem. So he comes up with 2 solutions. The first is he hires this guy, Max Lilienthal, to set up a Jewish school system run by the state, the crown school system, where Jewish kids who enroll in this school will get a nice big dose of Russian training. They'll get Russian language, which will be a big deal. They'll get math and science, and they'll get all kinds of things to engage in employment. We will probably also throw in there a little bit of conversion efforts to get this conversion to Christianity, but that will be like non-Christian. And Max Lilienthal, a stellar supporter, says, fantastic, here's my chance to get this backwards, super religious people and launch them into the 19th century. Let's get them, modernized, let's give them proper training overall. I'll handle those Russian Orthodox priests who want to come in and give the occasional conversion of lecture, I'll handle them. Ended up as a terrible failure, ended up reading and discussed the actual Cincinnati afterwards. But the idea was that the school system was supposed to be a pathway to assimilation to Russian society. Again, Nicholas the first motivation, although he was a bio-Semite, was primarily doing it for social reasons, not because they hated Judaism, but because they wanted to be more like us. Why would you consider this? Money is good reason. Good reason. In this particular case, I would think it was better motivation. Yes, Jewish parents generally want to get their kids ahead. You can see in the 1920s in Russia there was a Jewish phenomenon, but they generally don't set their kids schools where they think they're going to reach other religions. They generally don't. That's just too far. It does happen, but most people are not. That's very interesting. It's like that. There is a reason they people actually use the Russians more posting them that they no longer use the okay, so you're absolutely right, but he's actually quite a bit sharper on schedule right in the three last night. Maybe before you answer this, but that's the work with the group. And you want to take for this budget. And here's the main motivator.
Wait, I'm almost done.
In 1837, which took place, this incredibly awful decree called the Confidence Decree, in which he says that Jewish children can be conscripted to the army. Conscription in the Tsar's army was not like 2 years as it was in Israel, 25 years. Going into the army was basically like a year of lifestyle choice. In Russia in the 19th century, basically, if you were like the oldest son, you would get a good bit of your father's land. If you were the second son, you might go into the priesthood. The third son might consider the army. And this is a career thing, 25 years. Now, Jews historically, they never really wanted to use the army. They just use the language property, and values. They were not interested in Jews typically would say, as this whole tax. Basically, the story across Western Europe as well. Jews would pay additional tax to language to these kids under a 25-year prohibition. Then, once the first remembered he's very young for a guy, he says, wow, that's totally wrong. Totally wrong. We want them to go to the army because that's a great way for them to learn Russian values, language, all this stuff. So, therefore, he gets no more exemptions. Every community must provide a number of very but basically 10 conscripts for every 1,000 males every year. We show up after service, that's delivered 10 people to the army. Jews have been historically would pay additional tax and not have to do that, but 10 guys will show up and go to the army. See, remove the possibility of buying the way out of it, not serve. Secondly, as he realized that the age of conscription is 18 years, that by the time Jewish men are 18 years old, chances are they're married. They've already had some exposure to Gemara, already had the Bar Mitzvah, they've already probably had videos of Chinese food. There's no way that they don't have from Yiddish type. So he says, I'm lowering the age to 12. So 12-year-old Jewish boys can be conscripted, serve 6 years at another military school called the Transform. That's why they get the name today. And then serve 25 years. Can you imagine it? 12-year-old kid, 6 years in military school, battered by great practice, and then 25 years back. I actually did. It was amazing how many concessions they really made for them. Not realistically across the board, but relatively at least a total organization of that. But, you know, I'm finished in the house school system. What is it that you have the next section go to school? Metaphor, exactly. If you went to the school system, so then it means that the school parents have a terrible choice. Either I expose my kid to the risk of conscription being sent to the United States for 25 years, or I send him to a school that is actively going to try and convert to Christianity. What a choice. And that's the worst part. That's hopes for people to one of the worst dark you should be after that on those out there. Who got to choose the conscripts? Who chose to choose the conscripts? Close. It was the Jewish community. The Russian government was like really poor bureaucracy. They didn't have the manpower, they didn't have the skills, they didn't know how to run a country. They would frequently offload tasks onto locals. So Nicholas would just say, Jewish Kehillah, which we spoke about before, the Kehillah has to choose which kids go. And so every October, the Jewish synagogue, the Jewish federation had to choose which kids went. And you can believe it, that it's not the kids of the wealthy who were chosen. They would choose the children of widows, and the poor people, and it got so bad. Mine always happened. It got to a point in the 50s, and this went on for like decades. That's why in the 50s, they actually hired professional kidnappers, Jewish kidnappers, to go and steal children. It was such a development of children. Part of people of Casey who went through this. And this created a huge rift in the Jewish community. Because basically a whole generation of Jews, for 30 years, Jews saying, I can't trust my rabbi. I can't trust my leadership. They're handing me over to Bola. Mr. You're starting to take on space station if you go to absolutely completely and totally corrodes the fabric of Jewish society. And it's one of the reasons why in Russia later, a generation later, when those things grow up, they become revolutionary. I'm communist. What do I have to look at my leaders? Look at who's taking care of me. It's so corrupt. Sorry, Mr. Education. Okay, we're going to pick up on politics when we come back on Monday. It's a must attend. Okay? We'll have an excellent day, gentlemen.
We will just yawn and rest this alone.
Today's class, probably is hugely important because we're going to be talking about the birth of modern Jewish nationalism. One of the things that Jews got to understand is that Jews went through such a huge change, the watershed of the French Revolution. We talked about the watershed a while ago, right? We launched the existed in a modern environment. I'm going to come on with some of the things that are associated with pre-modern for our purposes. And then we launched into this new world. We still have not fully figured out what it means to be a technology. We're still battling a lot of the basic concepts that we first encountered over 200 years ago. It's really easy. And probably not to struggle here to the Wednesday, there's a major change in 1881 when a wave of monks in Eastern Europe, specifically the Russian Empire, forced Jews to rethink the way that we have been relating to the outside world in a very basic way. We come up with 5 basic strategies for how to deal with the world. We are still essentially limited to those 5 strategies today. So I hope you strong today is a walk through how the major Jewish political orientations were formed and how they were somewhat transformed after the Holocaust with the state of Israel. And this music class is where you're really going to, I hope, understand why Jews argue today. What is the argument of today? Because fundamentally, the arguments we have today are the arguments that were born in the Napoleonic period and refined in the post-Napoleonic period of Russia. This is really crucial classes. You're all here. Those of you who are not, feel guilty, but you want to work. Okay, so we get something. Okay, here we go. So let's talk about the decline of corporate interesting from Isaac Ashkenazi that sort of is the traditional Jewish. We're kind of dependent on the kind of mentality. And this is the way we think of pre-modern Jews. It just comes down with that term. Pre-modern for the rest of the world, basically, for the modern era. What is the modern era? Exactly in the 17th century, and then the 18th century, and the kind of things that go along with the Japanese, it's not necessarily technology, although it's definitely because of technology, and then the Industrial Revolution gives us so many modern gadgets that accelerate what modernism means. But basically, modernism is a change in the idea. how the kind of ideas that are working on for example, you want to define not too far off. It doesn't have to be in a minute. So it's for a long time. But humanism is the greatest emphasis on the value of human thought for meaning. You understand? Without of story without very decidedly putting aside, for example, let's say Godism. Right? One of the things that happens in modernity is religion goes into a decline, which has basically not finished yet. We're still on a downward slope as people move away from religion as a source of truth and more to we can think of ourselves. We don't need a God or a revealed text to tell us what truth is. We can think of ourselves. This reached its apogee in the late 19th century, and then it began to crash with World War I, and especially with World War II. Because World War II, in many ways, also an expression of humanism. If we are so great, and we can invest ourselves as the focus of all meaning, then we're free to create things like the Holocaust. Obviously, humanity has a visceral response to horrific access. All of us say, wait, maybe humanism can go too far. Maybe we'll spoil a little bit later on. But that's one aspect of modernism. It's much more forward. You know what? I know that's what the makes sense. I know that's what the rabbi that confidence. But you know, what do I think? What I think that what we think is greater than that. That's an aspect of modernism. Globalism is also really important because, again, modernity is connected with the discovery of the new world, the expansion of trade networks, the expansion of the tremendous amount of material wealth that is afforded by the new products coming from the new world. So the potatoes, for example, and it's a whole new population explosion. The reliable food to eat, and so it's not reliable, potato rice, but nevertheless, globalism, the idea that there are cultures that exist for thousands of years that have nothing to do with Western culture. There's so many aspects of modernism that are relevant to the larger scope, but we focus on Jews specifically once in two things. The first thing is to bear in mind that modernism for Jews comes about 160 years later than the rest of Europe. We kind of like catch up to it later. And when we absorb it, the rest of those already deepens in the life of things, melts with us go up. Its principle on Jews is political. Meaning we say, hey, wait a second. Up until now, we have accepted a second-class status in our European lives, largely because, that's imposed on us, but also because it's intrinsically part of our belief structure. Right? The whole idea of gullus, of exile, as a punishment for our sins, means that the way we're treated by the non-Jewish world, we don't like it, it's awful, but we have to accept it because that is, ultimately, it's because of our many sins, that's the way we are. But modern cultures, that's the same way. You don't have to necessarily accept it because the relatives argue against it, and ultimately they were successful, although often at a big cost. It's also important to note that related to these changes that are happening in politics is the end of the corporate nature of Jewish society. Remember we talked about the Kehillah, we talked about the relationship of Jews as Senator Amalai Regis, the servants of the royal chamber. That only worked because the king of the government dealt with us as a fellow Jews. That we were all the Jews. We weren't individual citizens of the Jewish country. We were part of the Jewish law, which is really great for reinforcing our communal identity and our in-group agitation But if that begins to erode, which is eventually this part of the French Revolution, then all of a sudden Jews say, well, wait a second, I don't have to affiliate with the entire group. I can simply do my own thing. I can call myself a Jew. I'm not affiliated with the Jews. I don't have to go to shul. I don't have to be kosher. I don't have to do all these things. And so this begins a massive phenomenon of assimilation that is predominant in America today. More than half of all marriages that take place involving the Jews in North America also involve nuns. And amazingly, the time often after many thousands of years, but we are actually assimilating ourselves out of existence at a far faster rate than even Hitler could have imagined. So we are dealing with some serious challenges that are deriving from today. Now, corporate society did give us some serious disabilities. We can choose where we live. For example, we could be kicked out of our homes at any time. We were married was often a challenge. In Austria-Hungary, for example, they passed these awful laws called familial laws, in which only the oldest male child could get married. I shouldn't say like that. The oldest male would be allowed to marry, obviously, to marry only one wife. So the rule does not apply to women because they were not considered legal agents for the most part. But states, the non-Jewish states, in an attempt, or rather, cruel attempt to control Jewish population growth, said only one male in a Jewish family is allowed to marry and obviously have another family. The rest of the men, well, they're on their own. That's why you have, for example, a huge onrush of German Jews who immigrated to America in the 1940s because they were allowed to have families that take off. Education, of course, was limited. Jews couldn't go to higher education, things like that, universities and so on. Really tight restrictions. There are only a couple of universities in Europe that are allowing Jews to study at a higher level. They're primarily trained doctors. Some humiliating things like oaths, like if Jews were off the court, they were required to take this really, invasive, humiliating promise that you can like stand on a pig skin with your chest bare, holding on to a secret Torah, and saying that they promise not to lie in court in exchange for his human not to tell the truth. And therefore, this quote called the glory of Jewish oaths. These are the kinds of things that will really be on us. But again, it's things that we can do, and we make laws for the entire group. Frequently discriminatory laws that were increasingly difficult to bear as modernism was marching forward and a lot more opportunities for it. So the real question. So Jews began to wreck with this because again, Jews are illiterate. Jews are beginning to use the idea that are circulating. Most of them are not reading German, French, English, where these ideas are circulating. But it just takes one Jew to read it and it's translated into Yiddish or into Hebrew, and these ideas became circulated on uniformly in these walking. So we see big changes happening in the late 1700s. That's when we see the beginning of the Haskalah. We spoke about most times in last week. Let's see how those play out. So, of course, in the United States, the typical United States kind of image to look at. It happens fairly abruptly, right? Jews were considered non-Protestant. And when we talk about religion in America, which religion was really problematic was the early colonial. And all of them Catholics, right? We are running away from the papists, right? The papists, like the opposites, the Puritans tend to be really intense Protestants. And let's just recall, we not be that familiar with history. The church has a major split in the 1400s in regards to Luther, where in Western Europe it was all basically one church. After the church ruled by the Pope, there were essentially dissenting movements, but basically there's a huge way in the 1450s when Martin Luther died protests essentially, and his protests created what ultimately became and a smaller church called Protestant. Protestant comes from that original. And the kinds of things they protested, of course, against the power and the supposed infallibility of the Pope in Rome, and the protest against the clergy not being allowed to marry, right? Because Catholic clergy was celibate from the 13th century on. And so it was, yes, so one of the
said that how we trust the Catholic Church when the Pope and his advisors meaning like the cardinals can't even do each other on these things. So how do we get that as the time? Humanity is always parties party members and wasn't the church that are sure humanity has one of ours, which was focused on what the testimony said.
That's interesting. I suppose they're asking these questions because they're still concentrating on the side of yes, we are. One of the things that was characteristic of Luther's movement was a push for greater control of the laity on the actual text. Meaning, hey, let's perform this big project and translate the Bible into German so regular people can read it. So everybody can read it and everybody can interpret it and not dependent on this themselves. But I mean, so ironically, this movement was related to this overall trend of humanism that emerges from the Renaissance. So, that's the thing we're on now with Jews. The Jews were like, they're not Protestants, but we were nearly white. And that's also fair point that in America, without a doubt, the greatest social scene is racial, not religious. Originally, there definitely was more religious content, but it was the post-Civil War era issues of what do we do with the former African American slaves who we were then. And that is, of course, an issue that resonates to the present day, even though Trump's presidency is a very big deal. How do we deal with issues like elections, DEI, and so on. So the Jews were like almost right. What's happening? Almost right. Which permanent won't fit in right. And white supremacists would not consider us white, right? They would consider us like fake whites, right? Like pretending to be white to get ahead. That's expression. It's and Jews almost all the rights to there is a social segregation associated with Jews, and it's like quasi-racial in nature, but it's hard to deny the fact that most Ashkenazi Jews have the same external and spiritual appearance, especially if they're not visibly Jewish in their dress. They look like white people. So therefore, you're like sort of like if on any topic black people, and the Jews are kind of like still line of yes, because like
I remember the first photo and stuff was somebody, Spanish.
Yeah.
I just wonder, I guess, like Spanish Jews are inspiring themselves, and maybe trying to open darker than us.
You are absolutely right. So that's the point here is that race is not really about color. It's really a social construct that more or less corresponds to, complexion to a degree, but not enough to make a real difference. But in my own family, I had a daughter who easily, when people see her, they say, "Well, you just think of my mother, so my grandmother." And people say the word, "Are you Hispanic?" They right? Like, yeah, so it's still fit, but if you identify one way, you can often pass for the color. So I'm not talking about blue, black Nigerians or something. They're obviously different race, whatever that. Exactly. But Jews is sort of like out of the way, and also work like part of a really powerful Catholic Church. They push a different agenda, so they're less friends on that. What that means is that when they actually read rules, Jews think about it much times. But I think you ask people when they have some translator. Yeah, well, I said Jewish. Okay, so what happened in America? There are limited disabilities, meaning of the early colonies didn't have time or energy to push anti-Jewish discriminatory measures. They were too worried about homesteading, off the Indians, and whatever else they had to do to create a new culture. It was just too far from the center for any issues to really be tailored to the Americans. And for small issues, some of the states preserved the more in the airport, the Jewish owned, things like that, are really quite minor. In the Constitution of 1787, and clearly in the Bill of Rights of 1791, Jews got a full pass, right? It says, we've got people, right? It's an what is the word? Thank you so much, Mr. Lewis. I just got this just a few months ago. I forgot, right? Right, that people want life, liberty, and happiness. Pursue the happiness. So I should rewind this. But these are kind of like all men are created equal. All men are created equal. It's true they didn't actually mean it, but they didn't mean African American men at the time. But Jews sort of squeezed in under there. So we didn't have such a big deal in America. So it's not like we were formally emancipated. We just never got around to discriminating against us. And by the time they put stuff into law, it was already too late. In some ways, we still have issues in New Hampshire until 1877. There was still a ban on illegal. You have some issues in Pennsylvania of different nature, but basically in America, this is an unusual country. What we're going to focus today is France. Mainly, I'll mention very quickly, though, it has an unusual kind of situation because Jews really made huge progress in England, which was a Protestant country. Remember, Henry VIII was unhappy with the status of British Catholic divorce law, so therefore he essentially said, we're going to create a new religion here. We're going to call it the Anglican Church, right? The English Church. And it will be basically the same as Catholic Catholicism, except with divorce. Right? And that was useful for him. The Catholics do not recognize divorce, and do recognize something called annulment, where you can tomorrow would be the relation to the bond contribution, for example. I don't want to say it's the same thing. They don't really know what Catholicism, but there is a concept of annulling a marriage from the beginning, ab initio. So that's what the English Church did. And that meant that it was not nearly as rigid as the Catholic Church, recently Jews. However, Jews were technically recalled, not even formally admitted into England. They sort of slipped in under the line when Oliver Cromwell basically declined to continue banning Jews from England and simply ignored their presence there, and their population was spread. So there you have a situation where Jews are advancing in terms of their wealth, their social status, and so on, even though they don't have the authority. So, for example, David Solomon elected the sheriff of London in 1905, and several years later, he was denied his potential because he would not take the oath as a true Christian, which was a requirement of the Rothschild parliament and the law. So social change in this case, the Jews already basically finding their place, that creates the legal change. But we got to focus on France, because France is so important. Here's France. Unlike England, which sort of, unlike America, which sort of like, was so far away from political century of what was happening in society and culture. And unlike England, where Jews sort of like moved into an emancipatory condition, in France it happened as a dramatic break. Right? France, right in the center of Europe, goes from being an absolute monarchy, and the king of France is in control of everything. Totalitarian, I don't want this. One of the two was that's it. After is going to be to me, meaning like nothing will be a credible act. I'm the entire year expecting to say that's it. The state, that's me. Meaning what I want. If I wake up in the morning and I want the person to wear purple, I can pass it to three people that have to wear purple. So it's kind of like that absolute monarchy kind of model. It did not necessarily function so well, but this is the way they set up. Huge race section 99, massive overturn society, they end up passing this particular document. And by some of the radically well-paid the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of Citizens. In French, these phrases are gendered. So a woman named Marie Gouge said, wait a minute, this also includes women and female citizens, right? Not just men and male citizens. They said, no. We really could. Just men and male citizens. Later on, deal with that, but just, and they kind of like influenced very much by what was going on in the United States. That's why France and the United States had a very close relationship. Because these chemical France, things like that, they essentially created this declaration, which was very Jeffersonian in tone, that all French men are equal. So the Jew says, that's not true, right? Wait, hang on. That's not the story that we have in mind. You are living here in France, and you are a man, but we're not quite ready to say you are equal to the rest of us. So here you had a case where the law was changed before society was ready for it. They made a rule, all French people are equal, and then for the Jews, so they expect you what we're going to do about it. What ends up happening is they make a distinction between Spartan and Ashkenaz. In the Sephardi class, we talked about this much more length than we know today. But basically, you look at the map of France, there's two very, very different populations, and it's hugely different size. In the northeast is our homeland, right? The Ashkenaz, our administration, our class. We come from here, this class. We're all living over here. We're Alsace-Lorraine, the old German territory, this is where Toast was very active, things like that. These are Yiddish-speaking, high concentrations, dressed differently, religiously much more to the right, populated there. These are the Jews, the French were not prepared to accept because they were so totally different from everybody else. On the other hand, way down here on the border with Spain, all of these descendants of Spanish and Portuguese, especially Jews, who fled to Spain as Christians, who under those forced to be converted to be Christian, and so they settled here in the 1500s and the 1600s, and by the time you get to the early 1700s, things like become much more wealthy, much more powerful, and they start asserting their original Jewish identity. They come back to their Jewish identity and they start like 200 years after this was emerged in France, and they start saying, "Hey, us too, for sure, we should be, recognized as citizens." But it's a complex society, and it's a party. And so, just us, French, this is what these people, that's what French means. So not so I just think like passes and stuff like that. It's what's going to get Michael, she lost it. And the five doesn't, that's what happened. It's 1790 and 50, so wanted to people rights. And then a year later, they built the Ashkenazim the other way around it. The Ashkenazim also became all citizens. So that's our name of the story. I'm pausing and questions for a long history like that. If you look and the non-citizen, pre-modern corporate member of society is whether the state would interact with you as an individual or as part of the So in pre-modern society, before the people were citizens of the country, you would fit into a larger caste, either the caste of the Jews, and so you were subject to all the restrictions and had all the privileges of being Jewish. That's distinct from the peasants. The peasants are different restrictions, different privileges, different responsibilities. Or the clergy or the unless you were able to join another caste, like for example,
I don't want to pay for the
emancipation has its positives and negatives. Right? Even the term emancipation, you try to understand, it's a term we borrowed from American history. It was used, of course, with the Emancipation Proclamation, which refers to the freeing of the slaves. That's not exactly what's going on here. These were not enslaved. They were restricted by their communal identity, however, because that's the way the state dealt with them. You had to belong to the Gila, you had to pay taxes to the Gila, you had to do what the Gila told you to do. If the basic says, show up for every day, or you'll get a dog, you have to do that. That was the way you have to do it. Society, there's no like sort of, I would agree to affiliate, I'm going to hang out, I would print it. You can't do that. So, the term emancipation is somewhat incorrect. So, what are the upsides? The upsides are domestic in the system. They can change their residence where they want. Unless they buy a property, they can't use it. They're protected by the rights of every other citizen. They can enter a higher education, pursue any kind of occupation they want. They're not bound by whatever rules apply to the group that society sets for them. So those are big pluses. The negatives are the basic lose things. So they can no longer have the power to force conformity. So they can no longer have the power to keep Jews together and we could go away. That's the nature. Yes, Mr. Ariete. How long do you take how long does it take to decide to fully integrate? So let's assume a topic about France. How long does it take? Mr. Ruler, your smile is not really actually didn't. It didn't. Yeah, maybe it didn't happen. Right? Case point. Right, that's excellent. Another case point. Oh, yes, right? We have something in France today, like there are people who are reading France left and right. Those people today. Okay, the Holocaust. Well, it's true. If you visit France, every single French person you meet will tell you their parents were part of the existence. So remarkable experience really fulfilled such a large territory. Every single French person is in the existence. But no, as a little argument to say, it never was. You know, even though you have benefited phenomenally, what might say is one of these crossing that record, they're still doing this in the process. As social acceptance is a much higher bar than legal acceptance. And I think in America, African Americans are still very much struggling with these challenges. They've got lots of laws, civil rights movement, all kinds of things that are supported against the institution. So these are like the young lecturers who are still in front of these problems. Let me finish the story though, because it's kind of a scholarly story. So fast forward for 25 years, Napoleon is now in charge. This revolution in France did not go smoothly. You had like pendulum shifting between radicalism and faction conservatism and this kind of work. This massive change from the king to the democratism. And a lot of non-Jews from the Northeast spoke against Napoleon, saying Napoleon got to roll this emancipation thing back. The Jews are just taking They are creating monopolies, they are undercutting non-Jewish businesses, they're finding all kinds of ways that they're succeeding and we're not.
Yeah.
Which will obviously take advantage of these opportunities that are afford them, and they just shot ahead like a spring. That's like wound really tightly when they have the opportunity to just, explode with creativity, innovation, and things like that. And they're also used to like take advantage of the organizational closeness to be able to collaborate and to benefit themselves. That's not necessarily to benefit society as a whole, but certainly to benefit. So it explains the whole there. We're being run out of business because we're doing things so much cheaper, faster than we can. They're like the Walmart of our stuff. So the point says, well, maybe we should rethink this. How can we ask the Jews how they feel about being French? Or what do we ask? Who's in charge of the Jews? They say, well, they don't actually have a central body, but they do still have this thing called the Sanhedrin, right? This is way back in ancient times. And this is the court of 70 judges, and they would like decide all of what things. They say, well, no problem, let's read back the Sanhedrin. And typically, a whole lot of kind of gathers together representatives all over the world, guys, I have some really important questions for you that will have a lot to say about how we relate to this is actually a very well-known comic book. At the same time, you can see, yes, this amazing hat. I would love to have a hat like this, which apparently crafted for him to honor his head himself. And he's on the very upstairs representing two tablets of the law. So anyway, he's definitely very cool. But he takes up this city that they for definitely all across the spectrum. A lot of them are Hispanic, a lot of them are not showing their photo. It's not like they want to very, very invest in this kind of and the only thing to them is no questions for you. This was not actually and quickly his predecessor, which was called the 70 Photos, here on the questions of gas. By looking at the question of the imagine answers, and the question on the one. Are Jews allowed to have more than one wife? Thank you, Mr. Rothschild. You're correct. But only says in Diana we're comparison, right? But still, one of the only compare from 90 why is that his first question? At the time, they were basically coming up that were starting to put in their wanting to be like that. And the woman's nervous. Okay, good question. There are other groups of stuff. Is that really? This is worrying about women to make friends. Well, on American Education Forum, they asked you to be willing to go there to be said. Okay, but they're Americans. And there's some wrong with this. And I can say too loud of the fact that they're going to the classroom. Population question for like how big is this problem going to get? And by the way, of course, he's read the Bible, all educated people, not only 8th century but today, but Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, they have like multiple wives. So you guys do that now. That's normal. I'm also interested about how you just generally fit with our society. Because it's hard to sort of blend your society and also society together to help us. Secondly, I think divorce. And also has implications for population growth. Also has an issue of a big deal in French Catholicism, which before is struggling with the secular movement. Are Jews able to honor divorce law? Of course, we're good at that. We invent divorce. Here's the point. Can guys marry on Jews? Who's guys marry on Jews? Why does he want to know this? Well, for him, what do you mean by that? And what's going to happen? Exactly. He wants to see how big is this problem, how long is this problem going to exist. If you guys can intermarry, then okay, I assume that over a few generations, French Jews will disappear. Because they'll just marry, or so many more French women who could marry non-Jewish men, and eventually the problem will go away. How do you think this head and answer this? Mr. Blush, what do you think? Yes, we can. Right? Did you see the picture? Did you see that? Yes, yeah. Why would he say that? Well, he's actually there's an argument actually he did actually survive the missionaries later. But they answered in a swarming kind of prevaricated way, essentially saying, well, technically, we don't encourage it, but, happens. It's not like we somehow break it up, which is essentially the same answer that you should say today. Right? They don't want to see all those Napoleon Travolta. Okay. They don't want to say that to Napoleon because they know it's not going to happen once they do. But you can say to them that look at the time. They kind of like sort of the distraction. They don't want to say an outright checker, an outright lie, that Jews are not allowed to eat together. But they want to say that, there's only so much that we can do, and it's happened. They got it. He went on what's question for, right? This is now where it gets important. You guys consider yourselves to be truly French, or do you consider yourselves to be foreigners in French society? What's the implication of this question? This is really a money question. It's really what he wants to know. Mr. Blanchard. Very good. To relocate, especially because France has a war with Germany, just about once every 30 years. We're overdue right now. So you guys who speak Yiddish, sound and look a lot like those Jews on the other side of the German border. It's going to join those guys at President Fest. Or are you going to defend France? So that's really the money question. Everything else kind of like goes by. This is also really important. Who points to rabbis, and the rabbis have sort of the doors of the way here. The rabbis have the beliefs. One is Napoleon on or even less than an army, what would it cost you to stay within the state? Right? What happens to how much power do you guys have to make those decisions? People are involuntary movement, or if you want to affiliate with communities, it's just like joining a knitting club. Right? Everybody in this club wants to knit. You get together, what colors you're going to knit, what patterns you're going to knit. Who's going to be the lead and who's going to be the secondary knitter? That's all fine. I don't care. You do whatever you want. But if you can force people to knit certain things but not other things, and you do this, you're out of the club, then Napoleon is great. You just want to have a rival for this. You have to obey the rabbis. They want to say there's no doubt for affection. And again, there's that ground for this, and like it is, it's forbidden to steal from the non-Jews, forbidden to lie to non-Jews. There are exceptions for saving a life and things like that, but this is not a hard one to answer. They know what the Holy wants to do. They do not want. They do not want such a alternative discussion of the crazy acceptance of the world. But this is part of why you have to be a bench all the time. That's how the Jews, think like that. Good question. Can you guys pursue any occupation for the other concerns of the point of so many like in finance, I'd love to see more of you, like, let's say, become winemakers or beekeepers or things like that. And history in particular, because money Jews are money lending, right? They're still money lending, especially with full-time money lending. Please come back to us. Just are you prohibited to charge interest on? Basically, the Napoleon answers all of these questions exactly what Napoleon wanted to hear. And so Napoleon says, fine, you guys are emancipated. Everything was decided back in 1790 and 1791. Jews are equal emancipated. Now, I'm going to small is to make rules just for you guys, just to keep you in place, so you actually move towards the direction I want, but essentially that confirms it. Now, one of the things that they do also in France, which is different from what they've done in America and elsewhere, not that unrelated to what they say, but is you say, okay, I want to take over your synagogues the same way we run the Catholic Church and the Protestant churches here in France, where at all synagogues have to belong to a single organization called the Consistoire, and there's a chief rabbi, and all their salaries come from tax dollars from the city. Unlike in America, we try to have a complete separation of church and state. In France, they regulate Judaism along with other religions, that every religion that is considered legitimate, so you have to have a certain number of people to support the religion and so on, then the state will give a certain amount of tax dollars to keep it running. But that also means the state has a say in who gets to be the rabbi, and that also has an impact on Jewish authority. So this is potentially the end of corporate existence for Jews in France, and it will just spread throughout the rest of Europe over the next century. This is a point I think I showed a few weeks ago. This is a medallion coined by Jews in gratitude for the establishment of the kingdom. You see on the left, it says Napoleon, Emperor, and King, right? You regularly love Napoleon. Over here, amazing, incredibly image that shows Napoleon here in all his findings, giving the 10 Commandments to a genuflecting Moses, as if to say, oh, thank you so much for giving us this equal rights, which is people in our minds to see that initiative. But it shows just how enthusiastic the emancipatory Jews were in France to see this happen. So that name was actually so Mr. Sterling. This was produced by Jews. Yes, right. So here's this constitute and form of life. So kind of making very well understand DVR like what else would we say, right? Like if this is supposed to be Moses, do this. Right, emancipation wasn't only Catholic Jews at the time. They thought it would be so great that guys don't Rabbi Berwine likes to say, never confuse Jews with Judaism. And this is what you did, not what Judaism told people. Mr. Brown, I'm going to say, I think so. Yeah, it doesn't hurt me to say it. It's true, that's why I showed you, right? But I want you guys to appreciate, oh my gosh, people were, so many people were so desperate for emancipation that they could do things like this. Just shows how far out they went. But we're still leaving this. Mr. Wayne, no question. Okay, so let's go by something else. Now, it went crazy after that. You also remember that the French Revolution went on, and there were a lot of other things that happened during this time that we're not going to cover here, but we'll just come back to that. It was the era when France, it took them really about 50 years before the revolution finally sort of calmed down. You had this pendulum effect between conservatism, called reaction, and radicalism. And you had things like they got like so far here, for example, you had a clock, but in the revolution era, they actually tried to change time itself. It's unusual about this particular clock face from the revolution era. What's it up? Just Frank's finding for actually, it has only 10 hours. Right? Because the body has this crazy Sumerian system of 12 hours, 60 minutes, right? It's ridiculous. Let's say every hour, 100 minutes, right? Good metric system. Let's say every day, 20 hours, right? 10 hours a day, right? 10 hours a day. Let's do it like this. And they actually switched to a 10-month year, which meant that they had to have also a 10-day week, which was hugely problematic for Jews because all of a sudden Shabbos would fall on that day's month. And the regime actually attempted to force Jews to only observe the Sabbath on day 10, which would be Thursday. And this, Jews would involve all kinds of sneaky ways to try and keep Shabbos when it was not the 10th day. Luckily, this did not last very long. It was an absolutely crazy day, period. We eventually got that. It starts with 4. So I think this particular clock has 12 hours plus another 12 hours, which I think is two 12-hour days on top of it. Full time with the time. I'm not going to do the mark things on the side there. So I want to see if you get anything that you want first. With your permission, let's talk about this here. Now we want to go to another really important area. Sorry. I want to move so far we've talked about France was the weekly edge of emancipation. So now we got to go to Russia, which unlike France had by far the largest chunk of Jewish population in the world. The Protestant of world Jewry, probably about 1/5 of world Jewry, was located in Eastern Europe by the time we get the 90s, and they're overwhelmingly Ashkenazi. So foreign Jews are a much smaller portion of world Jewry at that time. We talked in previous classes about how Jews got there, and I got past all this stuff. We'll use this lecture in a different context. And we're going to jump ahead to, here we go. So, big thing happens in the 1880s. There is in 1881, the ruler of Russia, which has not gone through any of this emancipation stuff. There were some changes in the rules of how Jews were treated under Catherine the Great in the 1760s, especially when she took over Poland in the 1770s. But basically, Jews were still living in a pre-modern existence in Russia right up until 1917. So this idea of Jews started as a Jew is something that was heard from relevance in the 20th century with the evil foreigners of Russia. And then this man, Alexander II, was assassinated in a bomb from the back of his marriage, and that represents a massive political upheaval in Russia. From the Jewish perspective, what happened was between 1881 and 1884, there was a wave of small-scale attacks on little Jewish villages throughout regional Jews were allowed to live, but failed to settle. And these attacks, you already heard the years, right? The years of these attacks, many of these theories attacked multiple times, essentially saying to the Jewish population there that Russia is not able or interested in protecting its history. It's like a very important principle of Jewish history. You worry about anti-Semitism from the right, you worry about anti-Semitism from the left, but our worst enemy is anarchy. Jews fear anarchy more than anything else because anarchy represents the breakdown of the law, and since we are a minority, we are the most defenseless when there is no strong government. Even if the government is mildly anti-Semitic, mildly discriminatory, that's actually way better than a government that has no power at all. So that's what's essentially happening in Russia at this time. You wake up and say, oh my gosh, this country cannot protect us as members of society. And so they're going to turn to 5 new ideas for how they're going to deal with the situation. So take you through very quickly. I want to show you these different charts. It's a great study by these people here, and then there's Rothschild. They were forming that technology and Skya. I love this kind of research. This is a study of the long waves of Eastern Europe, particularly Russian Empire. You see this is just a number of not necessarily their violence. There's a charm of that missionary period. Like the number of people killed first of all, much larger. But it's a huge number in 1801, a huge number here in 1903, 1905, and then a smaller absolute number, but again, it's accepted because they're resolving countries back in the revolutionary era of 1917, 1921. I will point out, by the way, that these numbers compared to the Holocaust are tiny. The scale of these attacks, we have 200 pogroms here, right? But we have 6 million dead in the Holocaust. These used to be, for popular in the world in 1919, but that's when we didn't know what 1939 was. Okay, so when you look at the number of pogroms, and what these scholars did was they correlated them with crop failures. Years of bad crops. See, there is a correlation, but it's not a necessary cause. There are many years when you had crop failures with civil wars. Then they do the same thing with political turmoil. Same thing. There's no question there was political turmoil when pogroms happened. So there are lots of times when there's political turmoil and no pogroms happen. But you combine both of those. One of the years when we had crop failures plus political turmoil, and that correlates on a 1-to-1 ratio. In other words, it's really bad for Jews when there is political turmoil combined with an economic collapse, which is scary, right? So let's hope that politics in Washington stabilize, and let's hope that it do not go into a recession. It's also bad thing for Jews when they come up. One of the other examples of combined benefits, which is really bad for Jews, is really bad for everybody. Yes, that's right. They say about African Americans that when the American economy has a cold, African Americans get the flu or pneumonia. It's thinking about this here too. It's bad for Americans because of political turmoil and economic downturns. Much worse for Jews. Mr. Barron. Jews had a lot of people come out, and they did have economic downturn, but it ended up so much worse for the Jews in Germany. What a whole question is we're going to talk quite in detail about the Holocaust. Let's look at the 5 national strategies. This is the important part I really want to get to yet. Okay, here we go. This part 2 of the part you really have to show up first. So once Jews realized that Russia would not or could not protect them, Jews decided en masse we need to do something different. And they decided a very big way on one of 5 basic strategies to deal with the giants. Those strategies are actually within the hour are actually still figuring out today. Most people know will fit into the political section of these 5 strategies. Okay, let's do it. The first one, immigration. This is the golden strategy, the tried and true Jewish strategy. As we discussed before, the 3-4-3 strategy. This is the 3 part. And Jews left the Russian Empire in growth. This map shows you how many Jews left the failed settlements here in red between 1881 and 1917 when the Tsarist government fell. 1.75 1.5 million Jews came to the United States, constituting about 7 out of 10 American Jews today. Chances are, just for fun, how many of your ancestors who have ancestors who are included in this big migration to the United States? Okay, so we're looking at about 6 out of 10 of this here. I myself applied this 90s group because all my ancestors went to Canada because they had much better health insurance, but that was a joke. But there was actually, you can't price what's happening, but it's like thunder laughter at this point. But the Jews said, okay, Russia's not working out. Yes. The Jews have been doing this for centuries upon centuries. If the environment is negative, they will actually transport themselves. And what is different about this particular migration is that unlike previous migrations, it's huge scope. Perhaps more significant, it is flying in the face of a lot of the things. Many great rabbis say, do not go to America. It's not important to do that because you train for America. It's a non-kosher land. You're not going to be able to find day schools. You're not going to be able to find any kosher Chinese restaurants. You cannot go to America. The Jews never go west. Interesting studies of the age of immigrants, whether they're married, not married, things like that, indicate that many of the Jews who came here in this movement actually rebels. They were and Mr. Masadowski.
Obviously, I know there's a way to push the crazy second knowledge. They're ready to the size of really meaningful comparison.
There were places where you call it borders were very different. At the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century, borders were far more comfortable than they are even today. And this is how America was actually openly inviting people to come to its shores, labor shortages, the Industrial Revolution in America was just booming. And you also work the plants and the plow the fields and the lay down the railroad tracks. And so all Jews had to do was basically save up enough money for a passage, one-way passage from Hamburg or from England, and they made their way across. You know, and they just said, here I am. Follow-up question?
Well, yeah, I'm going to notice that you have to start all the way down.
Excellent question. I'm not exactly the answer that uses for a lot of these concentrations. In the case of South Africa, we use the ladder migration. That is very common in many areas where people tend to go to where there's someone from that place already gone. So you say, well, I know there's a guy named Richard Ian that, you know, his brother, I work with him in a sawmill, so I'm going to go with him to met him, but you know, it comes from my town, so I can go set up with him. And this is where a lot of the South Africans, if they're really too sport, South Africans who's coming in the first place, the gold mines, things like that, but so they're looking at energy. So a lot of big rocks and the land grades specifically to South Africa. So why not? There's not a lot, there's no ladder migration to Asia. There would be a huge amount in World War II when Jews had their way out to Colorado and things like that. But that's the big Swede Nazis. But Jews to emigrate, which is very different from being a refugee, is something that Chuck likes. Mr. Russell, how much there's a theory that maybe you have more of this? Because they're going to stay back. There's a lot of value to that. It's not a theory, really. It's more of an observation. There are different like that. Regardless, the Jews who came at this time, they were choosing to they were frequently disobeying their rabbis, frequently disobeying their parents. And they're saying, I don't care. It's not my own. Let's go to America. I will remake myself. And you know what? I am open to everything in America. I am going to learn English, and I'm not going to speak English even with my children. I'm going to become totally Americanized. Right? It's very good phenomenon with the
with this immigrant period. So, on the other hand, after World War II, these are Jews who wanted to stay in Poland. So that's sound on it. Spouting is not awesome, right? So, and that's happening here. Why would they say those documents? I don't. Like, I can understand you guys might be on social media and laptops, so that's soft, but play a video game would be like over the top. All right, so I'm going to go back to the so Emily did. Exactly, that's why they post-World War II, right? Yeah, post-World War II, I mean, they come up to the town in Poland, it's devastating. There's nobody there they know. They're encountering active hostility from the Poles, but yes, and elsewhere. They think, well, that's it, I'm leaving. So when they come to America, those post-war Jews, they're refugees. They're angry about how this happened. They're not choosing America. They're America's first problem. So they come here and they say, oh, well, I'm not going to make myself to America. I'm going to make America to myself. I'm going to recreate what I imagine the shuttle should have been here in Muncie or in Labor, place like that. And they had a few more niche colors. What about the enlightenment of when they were the Nico's still working no matter what? So those people think they're actually not there. Yeah, I think it's a tiny proportion of those enlightenment groups. One of the Muslims were killed. And they had a much harder time perpetrating their Jewish identity. We live in an orphan generation. I myself, like my parents are Holocaust era, they were both born and raised in campus. They weren't survivors directly, but they were very much cut off from a massive number of Jews in their civilization. It's amazing that we can do anything. It's just not we have a time possible. Mr. Rabbi,
So I just went to politely. I know that one of the two major reports that Jews immigrated, immigrated to, other than Alabama was actually Galveston, Texas. And I know that many of the Jews who did immigrate through Galveston set out on settle there and make communities in Texas. And they were by and large like reformed communities with Christian, which definitely is much more of like towards the like the chef's stuff like it's all racist, right? So there definitely were hostile Jews who came to America and did set down and continue the mighty.
oh, absolutely. Yeah, we're not talking about America. We're talking about the Eastern culture. So we're talking about America post-war. Post-war, you're right. That's a good point. Okay. Let's go on. Now, strategy number one, right? Integration. This is probably the biggest strategy. It's the most traditional strategy. Another one, socialism. We don't have the research to really delve into what is socialism, but it's basically this political and economic movement, largely heralded by a baptized Jew named Karl Marx and his colleague Friedrich Engels, that are change the way that we organize society now. It's very much against capitalism, which is the market economy that is the American economy. They wanted to have the control of the means of production handed over to the people in So I'm not going to go into the details of what, but what it does is a fundamental reversal of basic economic structures in society. Rather than leaving Russia, they say, let's change Russia to be more friendly to its minorities. Among the most important of those is this man, Leon Rothschild, known by his pen name Leon Trotsky, and he was a major radical revolutionary, hugely influential in the early communist period. This is from his 1905 arrest before the revolution. So one of the lesser known things about the Russian Empire is almost impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere in the entire Russian Empire. To get a hard one. Yeah, but he would end up becoming an incredible general who's the leader of the Red Army, amazing in a
traits of life. But again, not identifying as a Jew. Many of the economists that I find say, not only will we change the world, the economy, we also need to change ourselves. It's a larger Marxist idea, which is very much anti-religion. Anti-clericalism was a principal idea of the communist movement. And so many of the Jews would say things like, Rosa Luxemburg would say, I am not a Jew, I am a social democrat. So I say social democrat is another word for a communist. And so this is the second major strategy is let's not just leave Russia, let us change Russia from within. So at this point, I'm just going to show you the last three, and we'll come back to them on Wednesday. But just to keep you, just to not give you a cliffhanger. The third one is Zionism, and the idea of we're going to change everything, so we're going to change the history of it. The fourth one is something called diaspora nationalism, which is essentially that had a very big impact in America. The idea of creating a Jewish society in the diaspora. And the fifth one is renewed traditionalism. That's our Mayan method, which is basically like the Group of Israel and Believe. It really depends very heavily on this particular strategy. These are the five strategies. And as I said at the beginning of this lecture, if you have a Jewish friend who is politically active, he is probably borrowing from these five strategies to define himself or herself. Okay, folks. Wednesday, when we return, we'll finish up this discussion. Thanks for learning. Another watershed moment, right? Because that's when you have these massive pogroms in Russia. In terms of the scale, well under 100 people killed. So, it was terrifying at the time. But when you look at the rest of the 20th century, it's like a blitz. It's strange to see how so little violence has changed, but it also gives you a sense of, unfortunately, how deeply we have been wounded by the last century. The Kristallnacht also, just before the Holocaust, about 200 people, 260 people killed. So again, the numbers are still tiny compared to what we would see later on in the century and even our own days. But it had a massive impact because over 3 years of pogroms, Jews eventually said, this is not working, we're going to give up, we got to do something different. And now here are the 5 basic strategies that Jews provide. The first one that we talked about last Monday was integration, right? The most traditional of the strategies of dealing with this kind of anarchy, with the government and all the technology. So we'll go into that more deeply. The second one is socialism, which is the idea that no, we're not going to simply pick up and leave and go someplace else and start this cycle all over again. We're going to change the society that we live in now. We're fundamentally going to alter society by raising to the ground the economic principles upon which this society was based. And so we adopted it. There's one philosophy called socialism. Again, if we had lots more time, I would probably talk at length. I got my graduate degree, my doctorate, before the Soviet Union fell, just as it was falling, I was doing my dissertation. So I had to study a ridiculous amount of socialism. Right, actually, it was terrible. Because they figured that would be important for us to know these things, and all these different theorists, all these different people, and a good chunk of it was related, and we shall see. But for our purposes, thumbnail definition of socialism is this idea that rather than the landed classes and those who control the means of production achieving the highest level in society and then using their position, their purchase high atop this economic pile to dominate lower classes and keep them conservative. Socialism says, no, let's give it all back to society. Socialism, let's take the factories away from the oligarchs and let's give it to the people, but people who run businesses themselves. It's like saying to someone like Elon Musk, we're going to take, you've done really great, thank you for building these rockets and you've done cars and stuff like that. We're now going to take away all of your properties, and we are going to divide them amongst the wealth of all the people of America. That's called nationalizing a resource, an economic resource, that belongs to the entire nation. And obviously, Elon Musk and people at that class are not so good about it, but it's actually very popular with the masses to say, well, yeah, I can afford one share of Tesla stock, and now I got a whole factory that I have 2 Teslas in my project because you just took it over. Mr. Silver, you want to say something? Many times, yeah, Jews have had an experience that in different conflicts. Cuba is perhaps the best example of most people side. Yes, well, it's big marks, which I would recommend reading lots of times, but in the short book called The Communist Manifesto, which he wrote with Friedrich Engels, maybe 80 pages long, and he basically describes it as a historical process. And the key element of it is the rich get richer. If you have wealth, you use wealth to make more wealth. That's the title of his book is that's capital, right? Capital, money. That's what it's all about. If you don't have money, it's impossible to make money. So therefore, it's a self-perpetuating kind of social structure that inherently dispossesses lower classes. The idea of socialism is to create a dictatorship of the proletariat. The proletariat means the working class. You have them rise up and en masse take over the entire economy, distributed equitably, at least in theory, and this will create a workers' paradise. You'll have this phenomenon called Luis Morongo, differentiation of people, because everyone will love each other. You have the end of class struggles with other lower classes, and especially because Marx himself was such, right? Veterans and their allies, born Jews, baptized by parents like many Jews of the 19th century, and but he had a phenomenal hatred of people and unusual behavior. He hated religion in general, and he called it the opiate of the masses. This will be very relevant to the Soviet period later. What does that phrase mean in relation to the opiate of the masses? Opiates are drugs. What do you mean? Right. What kind of drugs are opiates? I'm addicted to that. What else do you do? I know you guys are saying that's the first act. Numb the senses. They numb it. They make you stupid, right? They make you slow. If you ever see like these 19th opium dens, and by the way, well, they have a pretty sort of history with opium. I'm not just talking about America, and England in particular, where we were pushing this product on society because it was actually very good at keeping population docile. People who take opiums, they tend to like get very lethargic, and they just want to lay down, and they just want to do nothing. And so that let the opium just work through their system. And it's like, it's sedative, it makes you forget your problems, and it also makes you stop doing anything. So when he says religion is opiate of the masses, what Marx is trying to say is that religion is as addictive as an opiate, and it makes you stupid. It makes you lethargic, makes you check out, and not try to system. And what he's saying this word, he's really pointing at French or Judaism, but he says, if you're like an acknowledged coal miner, you've been a poor coal miner, let's say, northern England, since you were 7, 8 years old, you've been going down to the mines, you've got all this coal dust in your lungs, you're going to die early in a painful death, and you're going to be miserable, and you feel terrible about everything, so you go to church, and the ministry says, don't worry, that we will inherit the earth. And in this world, you may be downtrodden and so on, but in the next world, it's going to be fantastic. You'll have like palm trees, where you like both have so nice. And so that keeps you stupid. That keeps you saying, oh no, I'm gonna follow this path, and I'm gonna like understand that God has given lots of money to these people and not to me, and that's the way it's supposed to be. My goal is to accept the system so that in the next world I will pay my money to the Lord. And that's what Mark is trying to criticize, saying that religion is a tool of the upper classes to try and keep folks in check, keep them addicted to the opiate of religion so they don't rebel. Right? This will become very relevant when socialism actually becomes a reality as the governing principle of the social unit and totally attacks any religious society, including Jews, in a very big way. Anywhere that is about socialism for our coming out definitions? Good question. So socialism was the original term that was used in the 1860s when Marx started developing it. By the time you get to the revolution in 1917, there's a whole panoply of different flavors of socialism. So in 1918, a movement called the Bolsheviks, which is really the larger portion of the Social Democratic Party, they decided to rename themselves communists from the term communist, that we are all together in a community. But communism is simply for one of the more extreme interpretations of socialism. It's more correct to speak about socialism in general because there are varieties of it. Now, can you think of any successful experiments in socialism? Israel. Is the whole state, is the whole country socialist? Okay, so that's very good. We should talk later in this maybe about Israel's political system, but I think it would be more fair to say that Israel adopted certain socialist ideas that almost every country adopted something, including the country. Like, for example, the concept of welfare. That if you're really poor, the government will give you money to stay alive. That's socialist idea. If you're a capitalist, like total monopoly man capitalist, you would say you don't work, you don't eat, die. And we don't want to say that. We don't want society to be so religion. So we have adopted a socialist concept of, that the society will protect its members by fighting. Canada, our wonderful neighbors to the north, some would say, no, I'm not even going to utter it, but Canada went a step further, like most civilized countries, and said health should be a right and not a privilege. So in Canada, they have a single-payer health system where you will pay more taxes, but that means everybody has health insurance. So in this country, that's a huge struggle, and it's still not completely solved the health care issue. But health care is a social idea, universal health care. And yes, more promises and fractions, stuff like that, but the fact is they do have universal health care, and we don't. And that's the problem. Yeah, and so there are things. Israel also has universal health care. Dr. Rothschild would love to talk to you about the second thing. So these are socialist ideas. But when you say Israel, there's one specific aspect of Israel which actually is pure socialism. The keyboard school. What is the keyboard school? Exactly. And how long have Jews been in existence? Slowly. Yeah, but a century. And it actually worked. Like they had kibbutz, and I worked on a kibbutz as a volunteer. My sons were volunteering kibbutz. It's actually really nice. The idea is that everybody piled in and we share the wealth with usually agricultural. Sometimes they make things, like for example, the shtenders and things that we have in our base members are made by Rabbi, or one of my other sons also work. But the profits are shared equally by everybody in the kibbutz. And amazingly, the kibbutz actually stay with it. There are questions about is it, viable over another generation. And they've been having those discussions for about 10 generations now. Think about that. Probably about 5 generations. But it still works. Right? The reason why it's social networks is because it's really small scale. Talking about 1,000 people, maybe 3,000 people. That group of people get together and say, we'll do this and we cooperate. But in the Soviet Union, with billions of people, it's crazy. It does not work at all. Cuba, the grand five, these classes, and the biggest law of communist technology. Okay, you can go to the country. There's no empowerment. These communists actually control the country. Once people in the country say, hey, there's one let's play the there's no actual way for the higher country. That's an excellent observation. It's something that the communists in Russia found out immediately because Marx, who was dead by that time, he envisioned that societies would go through a progression. That they would start like kind of tribal, they would go to a feudal society, like we talked about native here, then they would get industrialization, where we are as a bourgeois democracy. And then after that went on for a few hundred years, then it would mature to become a communist society. But Russia skipped a step because they were still basically feudal in 1917. They did not have an industrial base. And so when they ended up taking over the country, they said, Marx didn't tell us what we're supposed to do if we leave college. Anyways, you're seeing how much crazy stuff I read about this. Read this book and want to go back to art politics. So here we go. There's socialism. Jews got very excited about socialism. The reason that was more in future classes. The third, this is this object. Yes. Really? Really? That's all it was. The switching right there. Okay, great. Third option, fine, right? Third is diamonds. Now, as I'm sure you are aware, the idea of desires go back there as well is almost as well as people, right? I have this sense like that, lonely in exile, and that is for hundreds and hundreds of years. As you're also, I'm sure, there were theological approaches to it that suggested that while it is an admirable thing to live in the land, especially to die and be buried in the land, those are wonderful things. But the concept of creating a modern state, a flag and army and passport, stuff like that, that they have contradicted a particular monarchist. And so there was no support for centuries for any kind of idea of a political return to power. You should also remember that most people in terms of creating a political state believe centuries. So when the Jews started thinking about it, they were already, 50, 60 years behind most of Europe. So like, yes, it's a Shavuot, it's look at how brilliant the students are. You're watching this. Hey, that's good, thank you. We'll have to look at what it is. So the idea was that Zionism was like an ideal, so no one really thought of you actually trying to organize a Jewish state there until the 1880s. And this was about a different response. It was actually Zionism here, of course, Mr. Grants. Gotta read that 30 hours where it says interrupt, right? So this is actually Leon Herzl's depiction of background of the founder of Zionism. We'll come back to talk about it. But this idea of Zionism is like, wait, we're not going to do the first option of just having a little language colors. Because we've done that before. It's just repeating a problem. And this whole idea of socialism is sugar. We're not going to like recreate Russia into some brand new economy. Crazy. What we will do, however, is we will stop history by moving back there to start. But then this 2,000 years old cycle of Wallace, and going back to land Israel, establishing ourselves there as a state, and that will ultimately be the end of Jewish history. we will have gone full circle back to these. Obviously, we can tell a lot more about this because amazing, maybe they 1948, the creation of the state, which is absolutely unprecedented in world history. There's no one who comes even close to the idea of re-establishing a state, even 300 years after this. Closest thing maybe is Poland, and Poland had a lot of help. That's the third option. Well, choose from the very popular. Fourth option, this one is a little weird. We're using the battle. But I think the other option on this one here is that. Okay. So this is weird. It's not one of the most popular, but it did have some lasting resonance. We still feel it in the way we're organized here in America. This is called diaspora national. Diaspora, of course, is a Greek word that means scattering. That the Jews are scattered around the world. They are small minorities in the world, but they are going to engage in nationalism. They're going to organize themselves, and they're going to try and create neural structures in the country where they live. Where this became especially relevant is in the Russian Empire, because you had a massive population of Jews, the largest concentration of Jews in the world at this time, and the government had just fallen apart in 1917 with the collapse of the Roman Empire. So they had this opportunity, maybe they could actually do it. The basic working model of diaspora nationalism, which is articulated by great historian Rothschild, was this idea that you get all the Jews from the country to join a single voting bloc called the diaspora, and every Jew registers for that bloc, and then you get a minister that represents you in the government. You get tax dollars from the government to pay for your schools, to pay for your road, your Asian restaurants, all that stuff. And inside the diaspora, you create your own Jewish parliament. And here in America, Canada, Europe, they have something called the delegation system, which is a model on the diaspora nationalist idea. The big difference, though, is that this is entirely voluntary. Whereas in the way that liberals imagined it, every Jew, like the Kehillah system, he modeled this on the Council of Lands, every Jew is automatically locked in. You cannot leave. You are part of the community, you pay taxes to the community, you get benefits from the community, but you can't sort of opt in and opt out, like okay, don't go. So it's not nearly have as much strength as the way criminal analysis. Has a fairly small popularity, but nevertheless it's also idea. And here's the last idea, what I call the traditionalism. This is essentially the right-wing orthodox. Because up until this point, really we're saying the turn of the 20th century, we could point to, let's say, 1912, when the soil was founded, maybe the actual moment that was articulated. Traditional Orthodox Jews were not interested in any of the other except maybe immigration. And the immigration part was definitely not to America, because America was considered to recall such a trade from Medina. People were sort of thrown overboard when they came to Ellis Island and things like that. So the religious Jews largely didn't want to do any of these things, but they realized by the turn of the 20th century that if they didn't get organized and they didn't prepare themselves to participate in mass politics, they would lose the opportunity to have a voice. And there are a lot of things they care about, like, Frank Chavez, like American Street, like maybe grass, maybe so like that. They wouldn't have a chance unless they go there. So ironically, the organization of these political parties, that was the first of them, was designed to protect essentially pre-modern values. Using modern devices of political mobilization, in some countries, democratic votes, like in Poland, for example, they use those tools to try and keep a pre-modern society in place. Those are the 5 basic strategies used 12 in
one or a combination of various versions of this after 1881. Okay, any questions, arguments? It's about to get very complicated. Now, you ready? This is the part where you will now begin to understand your crazy Uncle Joe and why he has such weird political ideas. Because I'm now going to show you how this is translated into Jewish politics. Okay, hold on to your calendars. So, first of all, we have this concept called a political spectrum. Right? We use it in American politics, we use it in Jewish politics, the basic idea is you have a left to right axis, right, an x-axis, and on this x-axis you have on the left socialism, right, that's what we call the left way. You actually have to, the reason why I say left is because the way the French Parliament was set up, and those people set on the left side of the road. Left wing is called socialist, right wing is called interest, capitalist thinking of science major, right? So this is when you say people on the left, people on the right, they lean towards socialism and their left wing, towards capitalism, their right wing. They lean towards, but in the American context, people who are more socialist are in favor of the government having a larger caretaker role in our society. People who are more capitalist think the government should be smaller, be less involved with their lives, and should certainly cost less in our society. Socialism is expensive because you have to pay taxes to manage all the programs. Capitalism is cheaper, but if you are on the lower end of the economy yourself, you will get far less services, and you might be better off. And that's why the poor people tend to go more towards socialists, because they can see that they'll actually benefit from having those policies in place, where the rich people will have to pay for them. They tend to go with capitalists. There's a long-standing clip about shoes. I'm not sure it's entirely true right now, but they used to say, what was the thing? He wrote a commentary. I'll his name later. But he said that Jews earn like Presbyterians, Jews in America. Jews earn like Presbyterians. That's like white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, like wealthy Republicans. They earn like Presbyterians, but they vote like Puerto Ricans. They vote like, immigrant families, blessing, and things like that. And that was basically true for much of American Jewish history. It has been shifting since the Reagan era. Orthodox Jews are generally flipped. The Orthodox Jews may earn like Puerto Ricans, but they tend to vote more like Presbyterians. Mr. Contact, you know what people are, so like you gotta repeat that slower for the fact that even though each dialogues so first of all, we are still a minority. We are, but the reasons for it are complex. The reasons probably have a lot to do with the socials that are, really deeply embedded in Judaism. For example, the idea of caring for the poor is like we virtually invented that. That's like hugely in our tradition. We have pay up or we have it's like deep in our tradition that we should share our wealth and give tzedakah. That's really central to Judaism. Why it changed since Reagan, in my humble opinion, has a lot to do with the some of the other aspects of the progressive movement that are antithetical to Jewish values. LGBTQ is one issue, abortion issue. There are a lot of areas where traditional Jews don't feel comfortable, and so the issue has matter. Add to that the fact that in the last 40 years, Jews have really succeeded financially at making them emulate the Presbyterian neighbors. So that's always. Anyway, this is our American political structure. Right? It's pretty simple. Judaism, Jewish politics, it's not going to be that simple. We have another axis. The y-axis. What's on the y-axis? You have on the bottom, you have something about fairness, known in Yiddish as the Torah types. Meaning, do we believe that our political lives should be exercised
here in the Gulf, in the exile, in diaspora, or it can be there in Eretz Zion. That's the wrong way. I gotta be careful about this. It's like so sensitive, right? Especially with this particular lecture, it's really hard. It's your hands off the board. There we go. So we have Israel politics, separate axis altogether. And in these four quadrants, you can place virtually all Jewish political events. Okay, let's go on, let's see who this is. Over here, in the quadrant that is bounded by socialism and diaspora nationalism, the diaspora, we want to do something here, we want it to be socialist. We have this group called the Board. It's a short form for the General Jewish Workers Party. And this was a Jewish offshoot of what would later become the Communist Party. Extremely popular. It was formed in 1897 by the time the Russian Empire fell. They were part area members in Eastern Europe. Very, very large party. Concentrated in Lithuania, where you had a lot of Jewish proletariat working in industries there, very, actual factory work, and they emphasized all the kind of things we talked about with socialism. What made them Jewish was that they recognized that Jews constitute a distinct part of the proletariat, and they should use Jewish messaging to get to them, using Yiddish language, using Jewish culture whenever possible. This is the way they would convince Jews to become socialists. Here in America, there was a version of this that had come down called the Arbeiterinnen Ring, the workman's circle, the worker circle. That's essentially the point in America. It's one of the input for the and they look on evidence for this runs for circles. Interesting. So this is the party that lives in a quadrant that is both socialist and diaspora, right? They want to do this in Russia. They do not want to do this. They have over this quadrant that we want to do what here, not in Israel, but we want to be capitalists. We don't want to get all this crazy social stuff. This is a historian who developed that idea of that aspect. Nationalism as essentially what became the federation. Right? That we organize ourselves in the diaspora and we will collect donations from ourselves, that we will support ourselves, things like that. That's not all. Now, when you go to the top of the line, then you have science. All the times that we can measure what Jews actually believe in Eastern Europe, Zionism comes out as the largest single movement. There's the outright majority, but if you have 100 Jews, you might have 4 of them saying they want to be Zionists, and then you have like 20 or 30 who want to be Orthodox, and the remainder would be scattered across the other parties. Zionism was consistently the strongest single party, even if it did constitute 50% of Jewish political opinion. We only have a few examples of elections where we can actually look at results and see what Jews said, and they're scattered in different places at different times, but we know that the idea of Zionism was hugely popular among Jews. Then over here, our last third, so they believe in the traditional Zionists, and a major party was Rothschild, who essentially said he wanted to create Europe in Israel. If you visit Haifa, that's like kind of the place for Rothschild. It's like today, it's calm, it's relatively, it's oriented their population. And we want my sons trying to go there for graduate school next year. He wants to study coming to the master's level. We don't have very good many science about major here. That's where also he's going to go to Haifa study before when they last. But anyway, that's kind of like his model. It's not a socialist model, but of the Israel capitalists. There were people who disagreed with Herzl and Zionism, and I didn't feel this start up with 40 other groups. It's crazy, but I will really pull off one of them. This is Vladimir Jabotinsky. He was the founder of what was later grown into the Likud, and later grown into Netanyahu's party today. They have different names. And he basically believed that Jewish society had been transplanted to Israel, and he felt that it should not be communist. But he differed with Herzl on a very, very fundamental idea. Herzl thought the best way to get a Jewish state is let's go talk to the leaders of all countries, the great powers in Europe. Let's choose them. Let's use our medieval skills as Shadmanim as our intercessors, and we'll negotiate our way to creating a state of Israel. Herzl had Jabotinsky had this idea that you're never going to get it done that way because non-Jews hate anti-Semitism is just a given, and you can talk to you in the face. What you do is going to make Israel is punishing that you have to take it, you have to be militaristic about it, you have to be forceful about it. Now, if you look at Israeli politics today, you'll probably see Herzl's legacy, and another book I'm going to cover in a minute, that is like more moderate, more like kind of like amenable to American sensibilities generally, and then you see the extreme right. You see groups that say, no, all this, meeting in Qatar, talk with the creative Palestinian state, something like that, they're the question. They are Jabotinsky's descendants intellectuals. And it's very, very live. One more to make it a little more sensible, let's sit back, this is over here. This is the latency gone. So workers are, and I use the word workers in the title of a party, it really means context. So these are, and this is one of the most important that helps build it. And they believe that, coexistence with the neighborhood and share of wealth and things like that. They were also prepared to state, but the kind of ideal model was that Jews had a shovel in one hand and a rifle in the other hand, but there was a profession who was constantly working on the agriculture. And they disagreed with Jabotinsky. They said to Jabotinsky, you're just going to fight with all of our friends. You're going to make the chance. You're going to make the errors. It's going to be terrible. You would work on building bridges and stuff like that. And they were later exposed all the time. So this is the basic picture, almost, of what it looked like politically for Jews around the year 1910. Mr. Grandson. As the parentheses, you have adequately anticipated the next part of this lecture, right? Because this is schematic, right? It is more complicated than purposes. We only have one spectrum. Jews have two, the left and the up and down. But of course, if the parentheses correctly anticipated, we also have a religious spectrum. Almost everybody in this graph is either non or anti-religious. Like this side of the spectrum afterwards, they tend to be neutral on religion. Like, there's no reason to stop it. I may not be particularly interested. I'll put on a kippah to go visit the Yad Vashem or something, but I'm not really gonna I'm not gonna keep Shabbos people go by Kilo and get my thoughts on. I'm not gonna do that. But I'll be okay with it. There are definitely some religious traditions too, like not some pagan. Character of Jabotinsky as well as religion. So on this side, they're generally anti-religious. If you would assume the socialists for sure anti-religious. There are some minority Christians that are religious, but the majority of them are anti-religious. I'll tell you a quick joke. It's actually a story that happened to me. I was once at a funeral with Saturday. I had to be at a funeral, and more standing next to the consul general of Israel. And I'm talking with him, and he says to me that when he was a young man, he grew up on Shomer Motzadeh kibbutz. And Shomer Motzadeh is a Yisrael, very, very complex, very, very religious, feasts on Yom Kippur and things like that. That's where they were buying into the Marxist idea of like religion be organized. He says to me, he says, when I grew up, we had everything on our table. We had bread, pasta, we had beer, everything on our table. Nowadays, we have people that know the traditions of the Easter. Anyways, so this side basically, this side neutral, some maybe Australia. We said different it's what are they exporting in Israel? The socialist says, well, it's a good idea to go back over there and go over the look with Palestinian land and stuff like that. It's going to be done here in Russia. And these people say, no. We had our experience with those going back to our ancestors. We'll be socialists. So you think it's not religious? Oh, absolutely. The vast majority. The 1897 census reported 98% of Jews in Russia spoke Yiddish as their first language. Overwhelming. It's amazing how fast it changed over centuries. Okay, now let's look at the forensic observation. What about the religious axis? So we've got a z-axis. Right? We've got, this is representation of the third axis, the z-axis. So over here, you have this interesting group led by Rabbi Cook, who was not the first chief rabbi of Israel, but he was a really prominent Israel rabbi in the movement of Israel. And his argument was, wait a second, maybe we should read back tomorrow and do this a little differently. Maybe Hashem wants us to actively engage in Zion activity, but maybe that's the way the Geula is supposed to happen. Maybe we should start the process, right? Like you say in the German, I mean, now I'm saying, sure, I don't know if this is Shabbos here. It's not that same thing. That Israel is the beginning of the flowering of our redemption. Once we create a state in the land of Israel, that is like the first step in Hashem saying, okay, I'm going to bring out Mashiach. So, Adarabah, even in the face of dominant opinion of the 20th century, saying we should be moving towards creating a state of Israel. This is essentially where people are moving on, essentially, to our strokes. They are that we are religious nationalists, right, as opposed to both the other group here, also on the religious axis. This would be the high degree of Islam just sitting right over here, the first people without your justice. This is the one. No, section. All right. I just know that I'm going to here. But looking forward, I'm going to make my own film on shots that we're going to put once. And I don't know if you guys follow my podcast, or you shameless plug. I could definitely film podcast, right? Oh, yeah. 100,000 people watch it every day. Jewish history in the doctor. That's it. In 93, that was like 1 year ago. That was really funny. Because they that great. And now, well, it's 9 years ago. It's short, but it's foundational state. I can't believe all this stuff. But I record short history video every single round. 2,711 videos. I should have. But some of them are really fun. Anyways, the Buddhist is loyal, and that constellation of religious parties, which we call Arabian, we call it English, they said, oh my gosh, are you serious? You're going to take this idea of Zionism, which is so true, which is like you're working with all of these secular Jews, and all these Jews are like, how could you possibly get involved in something like that? It would actually anger God to create a state. He would say, you are contravening that oath, you're trying to force my hand and give him a shift before it's time, it'll end in disaster. So they were actually in this quadrant on a religious perspective, and until the middle of the 20th century, they were staunchly anti-Zionist. And this basically fits the picture up until the middle of the century. What happened after the Holocaust? Okay, so the state of Israel was established. Yes, for sure. What has to be parties? Jews unified. Oh, right. Not like it. Let's go through one at a time. What happened to the front? Yeah, basically, in Russia, Stalin got rid of it. Stalin wiped them off in the 1930s, no more voting. Sort of like echoes of the one survived outside of Russia, like our Bezar ring, the Orphan struggle, but only as a pale shadow of this social thing. If you're going to read a book, you probably read in York, probably in Lower East Side, because that's like where the last of that would live. But they tend to be like very pro-socialist, still, celebrating Jewish stuff and things like that, but secular. Two other things I'm thinking of in New York. One of the means where you are. Yes, I actually worked with a lot of them, right? Okay. So basically, this used to be the most populist political party in the late 19th century, but it's gone. What about the diaspora nationalists? They were about 4% that we received voted, 4% of almost. So they basically disappeared. But we take it for granted because we still believe in the echoes of it, the Federation still is there. All of HCR, the socialist Zionists, what happened to that? They're still there, absolutely. Yeah, they went through different parties. They were the largest, and they were in power in Israel until 1977, until Menachem Begin took over. He represents the right. But this is a very, very strong, dominant trend in Israel. They have weakened significantly because the right wing has been ascendant. Netanyahu has been Charles for 19 years, I think, for really a long time. But before him, Israel, and Goyon, Weizmann, all these kinds of people, socialists. Carousel gets moderate Zionism, the middle has basically dropped out of Israeli politics. Very little kind of like moderate Zionists were there anymore. I think if they're moderate, they're probably using Miami or something. The Jabotinsky's party, so we saw good, but we also see a stronger party. One very important one was organized by Mayor Kahane, called Ha, which was a very, very extreme party in the 1980s. And, actually, it is ironic with his politics, because a lot of the policies that he argued for are now kind of like the gradually accepted in Israeli policy. Like, for example, the idea of quote-unquote population transfer. Like, the way to solve the Palestinian problem in Israel is to move them someplace else. And this, after the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin in 1995, his party, and he was actually assassinated, his party was made illegal, like the Nazi party. And the inheritors is actually people like Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, who are arguing very, very right-wing ideas that borrow from Kahane playbook, but they're still not operating as Nazis. But one of the debates that seems going on right now in Israel is suggesting that their activities are illegal because they're borrowing directly from Kahane. It's a strange thing, but there it is. We talked about Trump's influence has created the Nazi League group, which is actually more close closely related, I think, to a lot of you, and a lot of stuff that in our college and student body, a lot of students fall into that way of thinking about politics. And what about this show down here? Lucky they're not in and there's a lot of that, but what happens is the parties don't exist, yeah. Are they different in character or not? I think it's a lot of stuff. Yes. So we take it as a general idea of maybe what happens to them after the Holocaust. Exactly. But Israel is different because their population base was overwhelmingly in Poland. And when 3 million Jews were killed in Poland, it's like this slow there. So, ironically, a lot of them moved to Israel, where they turned out to be extremely powerful. This organization, which was anti-Zionist, ironically found itself in a position where it was actually living in Israel. And so they're like, technically, either against the state or at the very most neutral to the state, but they live in the state. And it is really worth a major friction in contemporary Israel because, the Korean in general will not serve in the army and yet will take advantage of state support from the yeshivas. And especially when Israel's longest war right now, a lot of non-political Jews are deeply resentful of this fact. And you can understand why it's a major scene in Israeli society.
Actually, I remember that looking by the
Yes.
Rabbi was there against fighting the next in the
Oh, definitely. No, there were definitely. I think that would be fair to say. Remember that I was original pictures here like that, 30, 40-minute version of Israeli politics. And then really in reality, we could completely dissect it and talk about the tiny little fractions that we separated into. You're right, there are Canadians who, of course, do serve in the army. They have a battalion, which is apparently very successful in touch on that unit. And there's this study that came out just today in the Times of Israel about how Canadians feel, and there was an increasing amount of enthusiasm and support for serving in the army, but it's still in 20% of the small most Canadian audience participating in the army. It's really not necessarily.
So, I'm not asking about the American government, and I'm asking about the Israeli government not Palestinian. And make sure for this part, I did the part of it, and so I'm about 1 month and it's
Yeah.
So, where, how far about the going on?
Well, the very part that I think is, for those of you who may be unfamiliar, the very part that is already in service. They are the offshoot of Satmar that are the picture of the anti-Zionist Hawaii. Here in America, as Ruben correctly points out, actually they have some in Israel too. They are usually they go to football protests and here are some pictures of guys with face and stuff. They're putting their signs about what's going on. It's a terrible thing. I guess things like that. Oh, I told them there was a huge support this and it's like they're the most extreme assault. But they are definitely stronger than this.
I'm appreciating the American leaders from the I'm more necessarily leaders. They Americans, but they want to look at everything that.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I think we also have to understand that the Israel in America has a whole different spectrum of policies that Americans get from Israel. So I'm speaking primarily about the Kuwait politics, like neighborhood Torah, and I also about ethnic, the axis, the Zion axis, started on the 1970s. And they have a whole different, there's all these like Ashkenazi, and Sephardic get involved. And it changed everything as well. Oh man, let's go check it out. All right, at this point, this is what I would like to make. I would say for today. Mentioned I have a difficult appointment I got to get to in time, so and just respond to this. Any last questions about do you understand now why your priest Uncle Meyer holds what he does? Where he is like, okay, let me ask you this. Go like this. 1930, father Troy wants to come back to the high school. I got a little bit of a taste of what it's like to learn. She's a sends him back to Poland, sends him on there, he comes back to Detroit, and they're sitting down at the table, and the father says, so, stop all this thing. So, yeah, you have to believe. While I was there, I met this Jew who was a soldier. I met this Jew who was a Zionist. I met this Jew who was a social scientist. I met this Jew who was a Rabbi. I met this Jew who was a Buddhist. And well, what do you expect? A great amount of very little use in this. There's no that you understand. There are always these Jews. Okay, let's take this straight to the topic today. I want to finish focusing on the turn of the 20th century, really a consequential period for Jewish history. One particular scholar has even called the 20th century the Jewish century, because this is a period of time that had massive impact on history as a whole, surrounding, the role of Jews in this time. If you doubt how viable that thesis is, just have a look at any news source today and look at how much space Israel takes up, and it has ever been so in my lifetime. I was born in the second half of the 20th century, and yep, Jews are really central to the century. But let's start, first of all, by going to the life of Sophia. So we're going to move back to Western Europe. We'll spend some time before we look at Eastern Europe and the development of Jewish political parties. And I showed you this cool clock and how it changed to the 10-hour clock during the Revolutionary period. It just gives you some sense of how crazy it was during the Revolutionary period when so many fundamental changes were questioned and debated and changed dramatically as a result of that revolution. One of the things that we didn't have a chance to talk about too much, but I really want to touch on it very briefly, is the development in the 1840s of the first modern world Jewish organization. It is the Alliance Israélite Universelle, Universal Israelite Alliance. The term Israelite was often used as a substitute for Jewish or Mosaic, because people were trying, it's not really true in the English language, but in a lot of languages, believe it or not, the term Jew is derogatory. In English, Jew can be derogatory depending on how one says it, whether one's pointing or sitting at the same time, but basically it's neutral word. But in a lot of languages, Jew is a derogatory term. In Russian, for example, Mr. West can help us out with this. The term Yevrei or Hebrew is a polite term. Jid or Jew is an insult. And you have that in many other languages. Also in French and in German, there was some question about what's the polite way to refer to Jews. So Israelite is one of the options. Anyway, this organization started largely as a result of a blood libel trial that happened in Damascus in 1840. It was born largely in Bordeaux, and that's why it's really, connected, especially with Europe. But they sent over there a lot of important people, including a very famous British Jew named Moses Montefiore, who went over there and actually was able to remediate the situation and free the Jews that had been kidnapped and tortured on the basis of this crazy idea that they had kidnapped a Christian child. And
that remarkable success, the alliance really took off, and they tried to do a few other things. They tried to unite Europe and Russia, things like that. They weren't so successful, but the whole idea of was really very successful, and many other organizations followed suit afterwards. Shown on the screen here are two other figures who are very important setting this up. Not necessarily religious individuals, it's not an Orthodox enterprise, but this was a pan-Jewish enterprise involving Jews regardless of their religious orientation, but looking more towards their national organization. This is the contemporary website of the Alliance. Not nearly as powerful as it used to be 100 years ago, but still very significant, especially in places of French influence, like North Africa, that was colonized by the French for a long time. They set up a lot of schools in particular, and certain parts of the world, the Alliance is like the way in which people interact with Jews, just like today. Chabad is so, for many people around the world, Chabad is the way we see Judaism. So for many people, the Alliance in North Africa, Middle East, Baghdad, places like that. Mr. Grant, you're gonna do that pump fist every time I say the word Chabad. I'll squeeze it if I see that you're not.
Yeah, I usually will. 100%.
Okay, very good. Now, with that has to be balanced against what else is going on in France, and it happens to really nasty anti-Semitism. Now, we've used this term anti-Semitism before, but up until the 1880s, it was anachronistic, meaning the term was not invented until the 1980s. We talked many lectures ago about Wilhelm Marr, German thinker of this era. In France, and especially nasty hater of Jews was this man here, Edouard Dumont, who made his living essentially muckraking in the yellow press, meaning it kind of like the cheap newspapers of the era against Jews. And he had a phenomenal career claiming that the only thing wrong with France was that there were too many Jews in France, that they were, eroding the interior of French culture, and that we really have to change the immigration policies and get rid of the Jews who are already in there and so on. He published this magazine, La Libre Parole, which means sort of like the free vote, meaning have your say. And it had these almost propagandistic caricatures of Jews, like you see this highly typical image. It shows this sort of beggar, which for French Jews, for French people, would have broken a lot of the migrants coming from Poland into France. And as you can see, he's got like sort of claw-like simian hands and feet. They're all holding on to money. And there's this evocation of the global Jewish conspiracy by having it grab onto the entire world. And it's kind of sending this message that, France and the rest of the world are in peril. That's actually one of the titles of, I think it was his book, but one that he promoted, La Terror Juive, the Jewish peril, the Jewish fear, the fear of Jews. And this gained a tremendous amount of support in the 1870s, 1880s, and 1890s. And the key cause was, here's another this one, I like this one too. See, it says, popular illustrated edition, Jewish France, La France Laïque, Jewish France. The idea is that, oh my gosh, France is going to be taken over by all Jews. And you see, you've got this image of a crusader, which is kind of like the metaphor for a lot of these, neo-Christian anti-Semites, meaning you have to mount a massive, very violent crusade against these interlopers. On his shield is the word Sapira, this will be, this is going to happen to you guys. And then on his feet is like this old bearded Jew lying on the Ten Commandments there, because he's been knocked down successfully by the Crusader, and his bag of money has fallen off, and things like that. And you can see this is written by Edouard Dumont. That's the anti-Semite of the era. Incredibly popular and influential anti-Semite. We should also note that at this time, the 70s and 80s, word anti-Semite was still neutral. You know, you could say you're anti-Semitic. I'm an anti-Semite, just like a person could say I'm a Democrat or I'm a Republican or whatever. It was like a term used within public discourse. So they actually ran parties, political parties, that were openly, explicitly anti-Semitic. They call themselves, you know, there's an anti-Semitic party. Well, for us, we hate against cultural matches, but it actually happened like this. And the cause célèbre, the great, you know, thing that everybody was talking about was this horrible incident that happened to this Captain Albert Dreyfus, who was a captain in the French army. And now, let us remember that France, up until this point, was the poster child for emancipation. Right? You'll recall this was a few weeks ago about France. They published the rights of man citizen, and then after a little bit of hesitation, they said yes, and even Jews are included in the rights of man citizen. And Napoleon, you know, questioned it. He called this great Sanhedrin, and then he confirmed it and said yes, Jews are Frenchmen like everybody else. So this is 100 years after that, and everybody thought that France was like, you know, so forward-looking, so liberal to Jews, so kind, and so, you know, advanced. And yet to have this Dreyfus affair happen was like crushing defeat. What exactly happened? So Dreyfus was a rather nondescript Jewish captain in the French army. No special distinguishing career moves or anything like that. But he was framed for an espionage act that was occurring between some French military and the Germans, right? France and Germany had this long-running feud that occasionally erupts into wars. They had a war in 1870. They would fight again in World War I in 1914. So this is in that period with still a lot of tension going on between France and Germany. This fact that a spy was active in the French military came out to the press, and they had to find someone to blame. And so a conspiracy developed. Let's blame the Jews. Let's blame Dreyfus. Dreyfus was not a religious Jew. He was not out as a Jew. He was rather assimilated in every way. But the notion that it was a Jewish member of the armed forces who was betraying France just had struck a nerve among so many Frenchmen that it was like overwhelming for people. This is one of the illustrations in the press at the time that shows Dreyfus there standing at attention, and he's had his military insignia stripped from him, his epaulets are taken off, and his commanding officer is, as a sign of disgust, breaking Dreyfus' sword over his knee. It was an incredible demonstration of you know, complete disenfranchisement of this one French soldier, but it went into a whole culture. The guys I get to call really built on the Jews are our misfortune. The Jews are the downfall of France. We better take care of them right away. Dreyfus was shipped off to Devil's Island, where they did this cabin here, and in exile. But meanwhile, there was so many questions too early about the way the trial was handled and the nature of the evidence. There were so many questions that even though he spent, you know, I think about 15, 20 years in total going in and out of business during this time, ultimately there was a huge outcome. This is, by the way, also just to give you a sense of the cultural involvement. This was, I think, Watergate. I don't know if you guys remember Watergate, probably not. Watergate was when President Nixon was accused of organizing a break-in to a hotel called Watergate, still there in Washington, to get some information on his political enemies and his love, and it ended up, you know, he was going to be impeached, and he ended up resigning. It was like a massive crisis for the United States in the 1970s, I think. So Dreyfus was like that. The whole country was wrapped up in this idea that this one French captain had like sold out the entire French state at this time. This is a board game that was made to capitalize on the excitement for l'affaire Dreyfus, the Dreyfus changed dramatically and fundamentally when this man, a poet, non-Jewish poet, and writer, Emile Zola, who actually has written about a dozen really powerful novels. They're actually quite powerful and remarkable, but he's much more famous for what he did with Dreyfus because he was like sort of on the left wing of the spectrum and disgusted with all of the irregularities that took place with Dreyfus' trial. And obviously, this guy was framed for this. He did not do anything like this, or with some other people who were still in the French military and protected by the military. He finally, with some influence from a Jewish thinker named Rothschild, he wrote this remarkable historic article. You see, it covers the entire front page of his newspaper, it's the Dawn. And it says, J'accuse, I accuse, and it's a letter to the President of the Republic by Emile Zola. And it is just total, overwhelming evidence of all of the corruption that was associated with this trial. And he openly said in front page news that this is a complete sham and travesty of justice, betrayal of all the French ideals of emancipation and so on. And ultimately, he was successful. Dreyfus was brought back for yet another trial. I think he had 3 trials in total. And while he was not pardoned until 1995, 100 years later, and even then, it was, there were people who were not happy with the pardon. But he was allowed to go free. His sentence was concluded, and the thing was put behind. But for his efforts in this regard, he was surrounded. Here is a depiction from the period of how Zola was surrounded by a mob of anti-Frenchmen who were really upset with him for even suggesting that there was corruption in the French military. And he was absolutely correct. In fact, some of the people who were charged by Zola and others of being the actual spies, hung themselves in jail and things like that. There was, a lot of really what is especially important for us and our purposes is that there was a young journalist who was there at many of the proceedings of Dreyfus. This man, Theodore Herzl, the father of modern political Zionism. And at this point, Herzl was essentially an assimilated Austrian Jew. He had very little interest in Jewish things, but he was totally blown away and shocked by the fact that all of these Frenchmen could be shouting, "More Bolshevik," death to the Jews, over this one captain with all of the irregularities in the trial, that he said, wow, if this happens in France, where they're supposed to be so enlightened, and a full century has passed since Jews were given equal rights, if 100 years after they are given equal rights, the people still feel this way about the Jewish minority, it's obvious that living in exile is no longer an option for Jews. In other words, we cannot rely on the goodwill of our non-Jewish co-citizens. We have to have a land of our own, and for Herzl that meant Israel as Zionism, and this really was the moment that kickstarted us to become the father of this political movement that would ultimately find expression in modern day Israel. Okay, so let me pause at this point and see if we have any questions or arguments or discussions.
So, Professor, did you say that Dreyfus's his term was concluded in 1955 or 1990?
No, in 1995, long after he was dead, he was pardoned by the French Parliament, posthumously. His sentence was concluded, I think it was something like 1905. Like they said, okay, all right, maybe you should come through all this and let go. But they didn't formally apologize. They didn't declare him Colombian. They just said, okay, that's enough. Fine, so it was a huge insult. Anyone else? What if I say Colombian? Maybe that Mr. Francis, but this year, okay. let's go on then. If there are no other questions, are you? There he is. Okay. Okay, we're going back to the discussion. So let's go now back to Eastern Europe and focus a little bit on what's going on in Russia, because Russia still has the largest concentration of Jews in the world at this point. I'll remember on Wednesday, I'll show you a demographic map to show you just how many Jews were in Eastern Europe at this time. And Eastern Europe is primarily Russia, although there's still a lot of Jews in Austria-Hungary in particular. This is a map that we're going to look at again in there's probably on Wednesday, maybe next Monday. On the left, you see the way the world looked before World War I, and on the right, the way Europe looked after World War I was over. And it's a huge change in Central Europe. Before World War I, Central Europe was divided into three big empires: the German, the Austro-Hungarian, the Dual Empire that joined in the 1860s, and the Russian Empire. And then after World War I, Germany was, shorn of a lot of its territories. Austria-Hungary were reduced to a tiny little rump states where fully 2/3 of their former population were now living outside of the country. Like these new countries like Czechoslovakia, Poland, which had been a country before, was reborn again after World War I. You have the Baltic states were created, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and it's a totally different map. And as you can imagine, there were a few winners there, like you were opponents of Czechoslovak nationalism. You would consider yourself a winner, but there are a lot of people who consider themselves losers, and they were really unhappy about it. And they wanted to revise the peace treaty. They wanted to revise that. So that's going to be really important for us when we get to World War II in particular. But I want to focus for us today on getting to that. Just to give you a sense of this is the cusp of the short 20th century. It goes from World War I to the collapse of communism. Totally different world in so many ways. Nobody is supposed to do this. So let's start with what happens in Russia. Russia at this time, in the early 20th century, was literally behind the rest of the world. I mean, their calendar was actually 13 days behind the rest of the world. And with the Middle Ages, I don't know if I can post this video, which I guess I should, but listening to me talk with code is not so nice. In the Middle Ages, Western Europe abandoned the old Julian calendar for the Gregorian calendar, which is the one that we use in the West today. This is March 31st on the Gregorian calendar. But the Eastern world, the Orthodox world, meaning Russian Orthodox, Greek Orthodox, and so on, did not make that switch. And so Russia was one of the last ones to actually do it. Every century, they lost another day. So that's why they were literally 13 days behind the West. If you look at Russian sources, therefore, they will refer to the February Revolution, whereas if you look to German, French, English, American sources, they'll talk about the March Revolution, because in our calendar, the West, it was March. But that's just one sort of symbolic fact of why Russia was still so far behind the rest of the world, both in terms of industrialization, in terms of its governmental structures, in terms of its treatment of Jews, for sure. They were still living in the pre-modern era. So they go into World War I in 1914, and they're like hopelessly under-equipped for a battle with a modern state like Germany. They have really poor outfitting. They have unmotivated soldiers. They literally have so few bullets that they tell their soldiers, use your bayonets first. Right? It's got on one side you got Germans who are just, by the way, using actual tanks. Tanks were developed. They have, Air Force. They're not using it as effectively as they are. The armies would, but they do have an Air Force. And the Russians are coming in there with horses and wagons and telling their soldiers, get close enough to the Germans so you don't have to waste bullets, just use your bayonets. And they're like mowed down. Russia lost very heavily at the beginning of World War I. Later, they would catch up, largely as a result of their greatest soldier, as you heard him. He's called General Winter, because the Russians have a really brutal winter, and Western European forces often have difficulty adapting to fighting under those conditions. But they went to the war, and 3 years into the war, they were suffering terribly. They lost a lot of territory, their economy is in tatters, and in Leningrad, which was at the time called Petrograd, or Peter's City, and that was the renaming. Start that over. There was a city in the north called St. Petersburg, which was named after St. Peter, but the word bird, the name of the city, is dramatic word. So during World War I, they decided we don't want to have our capital city named with a German name, so they changed it to Petrograd. Grad is Russian city. And then after the war was over, the communists took over, they named it again Leningrad. Now, if you went to Russia and you wanted to visit the city, you would put St. Petersburg again. It's got its original name. But in St. Petersburg, there is a massive protest over food supply, where on International Women's Day in March of 1917, there's a whole bunch of women protesting the lack of bread in bakeries, and one woman got unusually worked up. She picked up a brick and she threw it through the window of a bakery. That started a small food riot that eventually expanded over the entire city, and by the end of a few days, the entire government had fallen. The Russians had invaded the Tsar's mansion, they took him over, they arrested him. Later, he was executed, ironically, by a Jewish assassin. But that was the end of the Russian Empire. It fell with remarkably little pressure, largely because maybe like you've seen in your own times with Assad, Syria, there was very little holding it up. And once enough people simply decided they were going to rise up against it, it collapsed out of sight. They appointed a new government called a provisional government. And the idea of the provisional government, which was led by this guy, Alexander Kaczynski, not a Jewish guy, was to kind of organize, okay, what kind of government are we going to establish in Russia? Yeah. They weren't moving from any kind of bourgeois democracy. They had a very weak parliament called Duma that was essentially an extension of the Tsar himself. And it's like they didn't have any kind of a democratic tradition to speak of, and so they had to figure out what kind of government it was going to set. Also, don't forget, Russia was not a unified country by any means. There were 15 major nationalities in the massive Russian Empire that covered, by the way, 1/6 of the world's surface of the earth, a tremendous amount of territory. You've got Orthodox Christians, Catholic Christians, you have Muslims, you have Buddhists, you have Jews, all over the place. And so when they're trying to figure out what we're going to do for all these people that are no longer subject to the Tsar, they took too long to make the decisions. And what ended up happening is the communists were able to mount a sufficient force, and they took over the government forcibly in October of 1917. But before we get to that, it's important to know that Kerensky, although he himself was not Jewish, he was definitely very cognizant of Jewish concerns. And the very first thing he did when he came to power was he abolished the Sale of Settlements, which was shown here in this map. This was something that Jews hated by this point, although in the 18th century, when it was first set up by Catherine, it was actually not such a bad thing. There were lots of richer Jews. They actually had elevated rights as codified by Catherine the Great. But by the time we get to the 20th century, it was like essentially a massive ghetto. There were all kinds of arbitrary anti-Semitic regulations, and Jews were not allowed to live so close to the border because they were suspected of smuggling, and Jews were not allowed to engage in this kind of business over here because they were non-Jewish businesses, all kinds of things like that. So it was definitely something needed, and Kerensky got rid of it, as his very first action. This is a map that shows you a little bit of the population concentration of Jews, and you can see that the tail had massive numbers of Jews. Also worthy of note, by the way, that what we call Poland today was part of Russia at the time and part of the period of settlement. The October Revolution was led by this man, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. He was a social democrat, which is a technical term for the extreme left-wing parties that would later make up the Bolshevik Party, later known as the Communist Party, but also a few other groups like the Menshevik Party, and technically groups like the Horde, who were also part of this communist ideology. And his approach was that we have to accelerate Marxism in Russia, as we discussed last week. Russia was not, a proper model for Marxist philosophy because it never went from essentially a pre-modern feudal economy to a bourgeois democracy to communism. It threatened to jump straight from the pre-modern feudal era to the communist era. So he said, essentially, we can do it. We can rush around and get this back. Very charismatic speaker. Managed to get together these buildings called Soviets, which means councils in English, of workers, especially urban workers and factories, but also farm workers and so on, to overthrow the bourgeois model set by the provisional government and bring in this new communist government. Shortly after successfully taking over the region in October, this is a picture that says Comrade Lenin is going to clean up the land from, I don't know, it's just Mr. Vasilevsky, you're Russian better, must be right. You know what sort of Tuesday is? Tuesday means to be clean. He's going to make this land clean, so that's probably what it is. Anyways, the Lenin was like, the cleanup is work, but in 1922 he has this stroke, and for 2 years he was bedridden, and his main deputies include a guy named Kassarin, the Jewish leader of the Red Army, Trotsky, who we've seen before, and of course, Stalin. And the three of them engaged in a three-way struggle for power that by the time you get to the end of the 20s, Stalin is firmly in power, and so Kassarin and Trotsky are assassinated. There is a strong anti-Semitic environment around communism, which at this time, partially because of the strong Jewish element in the early communist movement. Let me speak to that in a little bit greater detail. But the anti-communist Russians, of whom there are many, the most important is a group called the Whites. They're openly taking advantage of whatever anti-Semitic charges they can to further malign this new communist movement. This here is a piece of white Russian propaganda that's on the death of the international. That's referring to an international communist organization. And you can see this is supposed to be some kind of like Aztec ceremonies, where on the right you see there's a statue of Karl Marx with the Soviet star. It says international on it. And then there are these various Aztec people who are sacrificing a victim to the Marx. You can see Lenin there in the center with his red cloak. Red is the Soviet color. And you can see right next to him on his left is none other than Trotsky himself. If you have any difficulty with it, all the names are on the top there. And several of them are Jews. Here's the thing about communism. There's no question that communism had a special fascination for Jews at the turn of the 20th century. But we got to bear in mind the vast majority of Jews were not communists. However, if you looked at communists and you wanted to see how many Jews were in there, Jews were definitely disproportionate, especially in the leadership ranks of communists. That's a scary tendency. At some point, you might have, you know, 1/3 of the leadership of the communist organization of Jewish extraction. There's actually a kind of a dark joke about it. Yiddish. They had this organization called the Seattle-Sixty Central Committee, which means the All Russian Central Committee, Communist Party, and they would make a Yiddish acronym out of it. Itzik, it's that for you would send Commandia, where 10 Jews are in charge, where 10 Jews command. And, you know, it was not hard to look at. Like, look at this particular list here. Zinoviev and Trotsky, and I believe Kamenev, that's 3 of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 names are Jewish. That's scary. That's quite a number. Now, again, re-emphasizing the vast majority of Jews were not communists, and communism was very anti-religious, anti-Jewish, but there were still people who were attracted to it. Part of that is related definitely to things that was neutral, like urbanization. Jews were also highly urbanized, and highly urbanized means they're far more likely to support communism. But there was definitely a surge of interest for this brand new political philosophy that promised to put a final end to national hatred. And many Jews were attracted to this idea, thinking that maybe this is the movement that will finally put an end to anti-Semitism and racism. And people got enthusiastic about it, especially younger people who are not necessarily so well entrenched in Jewish position. By the way, to look at this a little bit more closely, this is also a little bit of Christian propaganda. You can see the Jewish guy here clearly still with the caricature of Matthias, but he has the number 30 on his back, which is the 30 pieces of silver that Judas received for betraying Jesus. So the idea here is that Jews are also betrayers. However, the biggest push for Jews into the Communist Party were the pogroms that occurred in the context of the Civil War. Before we get to that, I just want to pause for a second, and then we'll talk about the rapprochement. So, questions, arguments, discussions. Totally clear as the sun had been there. I can't believe it. This is like such a complicated period. You guys figure all good with this? Hello. Come and see. It's been 2 minutes.
I did. When you're saying that the Jews were such a large part of the communist government, you're not saying that they necessarily were evil people like Stalin or Lenin. They were just taken by the ideal that sounded wonderful and beautiful one with the world, right?
Well, actually, I didn't say whether they were evil or not, but I think there were
It sounded like you were surprised that they were such a large part of the terrible government. Am I wrong?
Well, it is a surprising phenomenon because it's a government that had such a negative impact. And I say that that's mildly. I mean, this is a murderous, genocidal movement. It wasn't necessarily like that at the beginning. Couldn't tell for sure, but by the time you get to the 1930s, oh my gosh, you can compare Stalin's communism in the 1930s in many ways to Hitler's Nazis. You know this. The totalitarianism, the forced arrest, the torture, the murders. It's absolutely incredible. So to think of Jews
were participating then.
Yes, I'm afraid so. Guys like Lazar Kaganovich, you could call him. You know, and he was one of the main architects of the terror family in the 1930s in charge of Ukraine. This is really nasty character. It is a sad reality that Jewish history also has dealt with it.
Essentially, I heard that in 37, 36, honestly, in against the Soviet Union, they were great.
Yes.
The Jews who were Soviet Commission had been very one sacrifice.
No, that is very true. What I'd like to do, I'm gonna walk you through this in the next bubble after what I'm gonna talk about, some 2 bubbles, but I'll give you a short answer right now. basically, at the beginning of the war, you have what are called full Bolsheviks. Meaning those are people who actually became communists for or before the revolution, right? They're full Bolsheviks. And Jews are disproportionately represented there, primarily in their leadership, but not in the rank and file. But those are like the true believers. Those are like the Trotskyists. Really are like all in from the beginning, very anti-Jewish, and things like that. Then what's going to happen, and I'll come back to explain this in more detail, is that the rush of regular Jews who are uneducated about communism and so on, but they suddenly vote with their feet to join the Red Army, largely because the Red Army is the most reliable force defending Jews against pogroms in the Civil War era. And that's when you have the biggest number of Jews in the Communist Party. And then beginning with the 1920s, or 1924, in the next period, that's when you have a successive series of purges where the Communist Party says, wait, move too fast. We have too many people in here who really don't believe what we believe. And they cull Jews down to a much more proportionate number. And in fact, they now become less proportionate during the worst period. So in other words, when communism was worse, there were the fewest Jews, but it would be a mistake to say there were no Jews in communism. That's not at all. And they would be nasty. So it's complicated. Some of the systems you could get lots of crazy writing. But let's explore the history. So back to where we are. Here we are in the Red Club Mall. So what this I'm sharing largely is my own research. This is my dissertation. That there was a really weird thing that happened in Ukraine at this time. The Russian Empire, you recall, it falls apart in February, and then in October the communists take over. But a lot of parts of the Russian Empire said, wait a second, we don't want to be communists. We want to do things our own way, different. Ukraine was the largest major chunk of the former Russian Empire. They said, no, we don't want to do this Russian thing. And they realized that if they were to form any kind of defense against this communist government, they would have to take advantage of all resources. And they reached out, it was really a unusual moment. These are the Ukrainians who spoke about Zelensky and stuff like that. But the Ukrainian intelligentsia in places like Kiev reached out to the Jewish intelligentsia and said, hey, can we team up? And we need your literacy, we need your urbanization, we need a lot of things that you can do, support from Jewish communities around the world, maybe. Let's create our own country that's separate from the Russian Empire. And for 3 years, they had this really bizarre experiment where they took good knowledge theories that we talked about last week, and they said, okay, let's do it in a Goldbergian way. They placed a minister of Jewish affairs in their government. They dedicated tax dollars, at least in theory, to Jewish causes. They made Yiddish an official language of Ukraine, which is totally bizarre. By the way, it's my book is, believe it or not, is Ukraine somewhat famous. They found my book there. But it was a crazy experiment that essentially collapsed within 3 years. This is one of the documents I found in the archive, where they're trying so hard to live up to their promises of making Yiddish a formal language. This is an official government document, and as you can see by looking at it closely, it's written in 2 languages. On the left, with a typewriter, is written in Ukrainian. On the right, because we didn't have a Yiddish typewriter, they wrote it Yiddish. And if you look a little more closely, you'll see that Ukrainian, certain letters are handwritten in there, especially I on I with out on top of it. The reason for that is that they didn't have a Ukrainian language. And in order to adapt the Russian to Ukrainian, they had to add those letters in, which is hilarious. But that also shows how in fact, 2 year period, So they were essentially operating out of a train car. And they were running in 3 cities in Western Israeli troops. That was the extent of their government. It was a very noble kind of that's involved with Jews and this cultural government, affairs, et cetera, et cetera. It was largely taken to the imagination of the upper political classes, and it did not, seep into the broader population. This is especially true because right after it was which was from up to 1919 in this slide there started, because when the communists took over, the entire region just blew up. A horrific civil war where you had multiple players all arguing over whose territory the Russian Empire, especially Europe and Russia, was going to be. You had the communists led the Red Army. You had the White Russians who wanted to support either the Tsar, who was kicked out in February, or the provisional government that was kicked out in October, but they didn't want the communists. You have anarchist movement under a guy named Rothschild in particular, and then you have temporary ephemeral gangs on Tuesday with the Ukrainians, and on Thursdays with the communists, and the people who suffered the most were the Jews. Incredible pogroms, way beyond anything that they had experienced in 1881 or earlier. And you'll recall we discussed last week that there's this remarkable violence that occurred in Eastern Europe after 1881. The scale is phenomenal. If in the 3 years of Rothschild, 81 and 84, you have 50 people killed, really small number compared to the other violence. In the great pogroms of Chisinau, Odessa, 1903, 1905, maybe 200 pogroms. That's pretty awesome. But by the time you get to the post-World War I era, actually the bloodier 19, about 60, wildly liberal, up to a quarter million, which is probably way too big, but certainly within the realm of possible. Really violent period where, places to be attacked over and over and over again. Up by the street. By the end of the 1920s, that finally controlled, I'll get to in a second, why Jews suddenly become so communist. This army has by far the least incidents of violence against Jews. Trotsky at his head steps up right at the beginning of the war and says, whatever you do to harm the local population, also to a certain degree worse off were the Mennonite Eastern Ukraine that are avowed pacifists, meaning used to fight back against the attacker. People like led by a man named Rabbi, who literally the next morning, and the men simply think because who had a trail of their religious principles to fight back. And those Mennonites who did fight back and broke their religious principles, they were later shunned by the rest of the Mennonites. They had absolutely horrific experience during this war. So Trotsky was able to shut down violence against, against the civilian population. Not completely. There's about 3 or 4% of the pogroms Russians, but the vast majority of people, white Russians came into the town, or Ukrainian directors communists came in, or one of these Muslim gangs, we were going to have violence. And we didn't say, well, that's it, we've got to join the Red Army. You have this rush of Jews to the Red Army, so much so that they have stories of like guys literally running out of his message. They are flying, and that's we're running to try and find out how to operate a musket or whatever, rifle at a time. They actually had to establish Yiddish training facilities for these people to prevent. That's when you have a big surge in favor of the communists, because the communists look like they're actually going to live up to their promise to protect the Jews, the minorities, and their land. Later, of course, they will be betrayed by the communists this time, but that wouldn't really start to happen until the end of the night. Okay, Mr. Philip, the other hand.
Yeah, thank you. Why is it wrong? What exactly were they targeting? Right? They were fighting each other. I understand violence between each other, but why the Jews? Was that the thing?
No, that's a good question. That's kind of a meta question. Your question was asked to me by Professor John Paul Kipka, a very important scholar of Jewish ethics, who read my dissertation and said, hey, well, why did you hang on a second? I'm just going to go on to a mute for 1 second. Sorry, folks, I'm teaching this from home and I have people here. Oh, okay. My Revit just brought me the Max Moment, so I'm going to be like, bring on people on. This should also, John, this session. So, during this period of time, which actually received a specific name for it called the Ukrainian or in French, the Jacobin, based on an earlier model. It seems like the basic view is right at the heart of human evil. People attack the Jews because they want to steal, they wanted to rape women, they wanted to engage, dark pleasures of wreaking havoc, of setting fire to things. It was just the worst sci-fi. I recall the book here. Let's just go back for a minute. I chose this title carefully. This one here. Why did I call it fair for the government? That phrase? How's that covered?
We say it by dominating now.
Yeah. Well, Carlos. Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Why for the government? Yeah, a very punching phrase. That if it weren't for the government, people would see each other a lot. So my book was really focused on this period of people swallowing each other alive because there's no government whatsoever, right? The government in February 1917, it's not restored for 3 years. So you have built up to 2 years. That's the worst possible thing to do. So that's basically the motivation of the run. It's okay.
Even though they were in the whole country, they were trying to establish home. That though they were more interested in the looting violence.
Yeah. Well, this goes into more detail than I actually in my book. If you're curious, but two things. You know that 40% of the reported pogroms were perpetrated by the Ukrainian government that was also at the same time having a ministry of affairs and stuff like that, which is like a huge irony. So obviously, the fact that Ukraine not able to communicate its ideals to its own, they might be saying one thing in their government to the rest of the world, but not communicated to the file of who we're talking about. Also, they're understand this is kind of like the dark honesties. These are the regular people who don't know anything because they don't write anything down. They don't leave records. They do know that in January 1919, at their height, they had about 100,000. And by the time you get to March, you're down to 16,000. In other words, they have this huge support from peasants who say, "Oh, that's it. That's right. Slav, stuff like that." But still, they fight against the Red Army. They're fighting against Jews or Mennonites. That's an entirely different proposition. That way, So we're looking at this is the period that really exposed the dregs of human psyche and motivations, and it scarred this world. We would know a lot more about it if it were not for the fact that the Holocaust so overwhelmingly overshadowed. Okay, shall we go on a little bit? Any other questions or arguments? Okay.
Professor, when you had that book that you wrote, Prepare for the Government, kind of very interesting because every year by you forget what my brother uses his mobster, it's like 19 who knows when, and it has brachos in there that are like a prayer for the government. It's got bracha for the czar, or like who's in charge of the Lithuania, the title. And it has like their names and stuff. It's just kind of one of those things.
That is cool. I actually have one of those myself. It is cool. I mean, it's a real deal. We do pray for the welfare of the government. In America, too, we definitely have to do it because there's we shouldn't think that America is not this, that, we would be exposed to this kind of stuff. Anyways, okay, so legacy. One last detail is really quite fascinating with regards to a little bit more focus, but still a fascinating story. This is a picture of Simon Petliura. Interesting individual who was, like many of these figures, before the war, he was not a military person, he was actually a poet and a journalist and a playwright. A lot of the really significant right-wing figures of the 20th century did not come from military backgrounds, but came from humanities. Cool, scary. Like Mussolini, Hitler, artists, they were not, generals when they came to power. But Yoda came to power in late 1918 in Ukraine, and I mentioned it was under his watch that the worst period of pogroms occurred. And he survived the Civil War. He fled to France, where he lived in exile in Paris, kind of like the symbolic head of the Ukrainian government that never came to be because the communists took over. And one day he's walking on the Rue de Seine, and a Jewish guy named Shalom Schwarzbard walks up and says to him, "Mr. Petliura? Are you Mr. Petliura?" And he says, "Yes." And then Schwarzbard pulls out a revolver and shoots him dead in the street. Good, doesn't try to run away. He's arrested and he is put on trial for murdering a man in cold blood, which is precisely what he did. Here's a picture from his trial. You can see Schwarzbard standing up at the left there. However, he had brilliant defense attorneys who managed to turn the trial on its head by saying in 1926, and by the way, this is all covered in science, it's like the whole world is watching this. They said that the reason why Schwarzbard murdered Petliura was a revenge killing for his own family in the pogroms of 19. And that he tracked Schwarzbard down like a nazi hunter and shot him dead in the street because Petliura deserved for his rule in the pogroms of Ukraine. In an electrifying decision, undoubtedly thinking of the debacle we began our discussion with today, the Dreiser affair, a French jury acquitted Schwarzbard of the crime of murder, even though there was no question about the facts of the case. And they required him to pay an insulting 1 franc damages to Goethe's widow. And this was like an earth-shattering decision because, the French jury essentially said that Goethe himself and the Ukrainian movement that he headed were guilty of organizing and directing these pogroms in a kind of architectural fashion. And Schwarzbard was exacting an appropriate revenge. And you can see why, 30 years earlier, a French jury had convicted Dreyfus of a crime he did not commit. Now they acquitted a Jew of a crime that he did commit. And of course, it was like a huge for Ukrainians and a huge victory for Jews. And there's a lot of scholarship that went on after the fact as well. Many people felt, especially on the Ukrainian side, that it was actually a Soviet plant, that it was part of the Soviet desire to undermine the Ukrainians bid for statehood. I've seen the evidence on that. Personally, I think it's not the case, but nevertheless, there are some things to discuss there. But that's kind of a footnote to the end of the story, and certainly contributed to challenges of the Ukrainians and Jews fighting the rapprochement after the Schwarzbard trial. Okay, so that basically takes us through the period that I really wanted to cover for today. We could begin the next part, which is really going back to what happened in the Soviet Union. But what I'd rather do is just see if you have any further questions or observations or objections, disputes, support. Perfectly clear. As I said, I think it's correct. As can be crystal clear. Okay, so let's wrap it up for today. We'll pick it up again with the bizarre Soviet Union on Wednesday. I'm feeling a lot better now. I'm pretty confident I'll be in tomorrow mass. For those of you who maybe wanted to show up for my cheer this morning at 7:29 a.m., that did not happen because I was too sick. We will start tomorrow. I'll wear a mask, so don't worry about the COVID germs. But God willing, we'll start tomorrow. Okay. Great learning with you, gentlemen. Hope you have a good day.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
Let us just recap one really important point that kind of rushed through at the end of last week, but it's so crucial. Why are we talking about Khazaria when we were talking about the origins of Ashkenazi Jews? Why is Khazaria even relevant? Mr. Blachka. Essential why? Why is it essential? Khazaria is like way out in Central Asia, and we're talking about the Rhinelands. What's going on, Mr. Adlerson?
History degrees and things like that, where people saying that Ashkenazi Jews doesn't really exist in Khazarian, like Jews,
Like imposters, fake Jews and fake Jews. Very good. Ruben, did you want to add anything to that? Yeah, that's a big deal because if you want to say that Ashkenazi Jews in particular are not ethnically related to the Jews in the Bible, then you automatically sever the historical connection between the Old Testament Jews that evangelical Christians love so much and contemporary real life Jews. And on the one hand, and that way you can say that, oh, we can treat Ashkenazi Jews at least badly today because they're not really the children of Abraham, Yaakov, and Yitzchak, right? And on the other hand, much more relevant politically is since Ashkenazi Jews played such a major role in the initial years of the modern Zionist movement, late 19th, early 20th centuries. It's true there's going to be a massive influx of Sephardi and Middle Eastern Jews afterwards, but in those years it was a huge project of Ashkenazi Jews. You can say, if they're actually Khazarians and not descendants of the biblical inheritors of land, you can say they have no right to make any kind of a claim on the land of Israel. That is the logic behind pushing the Khazarian hypothesis as the origins of Ashkenazi Jewry. Now, once again, Mr. Francis, a way of allowing some, yeah, it's just anti-Semitism. It has actual, political implications for modern day Israel. It's huge. It's, at least Masonic, the representative of the UN, just recently said that Israel has a biblical right to Judea and Samaria. That should be a non-controversial statement because if the Jews of Israel are descended from the Jews who live in Judea and Samaria based on the Bible, then whether or not you think that right is sufficient to lay claim to it doesn't really matter. They definitely have a biblical claim. If, on the other hand, you say that all Ashkenazi Jews are descended from Polynesians, then maybe you would say, what are you talking about? You don't have a biblical right to land in Israel, right? So that's the reason why we have to spend some time on it. Now, one thing we did not spend a lot of time on is, I just told you that there is no basis to the Khazarian hypothesis, but I didn't tell you, why, right? So let's just explore that briefly. How do we know that we're not descended from Khazarians as the Ashkenazi Jews? Mr. Rubin. Correct. And in other words, Ashkenazi DNA has broad similarities with Sephardi DNA, Middle Eastern Jewish DNA. And the genetic basis is really clear that we're mishpacha, we're a family. We're not a family in any significant way with Central Asians. How much is Khazarian DNA in Jews? Yes, actually, less than 3% by the most generous study, but that's because, you've got lots of Mongol hordes traipsing into Eastern Europe and occasionally, having relations typically coerced, one might imagine, but who knows, with Jewish women. And so it's not unreasonable to imagine there's certain amount of Central Asian DNA that makes its way into the Ashkenazi framework. But it's such a small number that really is an exception that proves the rule if you want. Mr. Tillman. Well, there's not much basis for it at all. I mean, it's an assumption that really was pioneered by two things. Arthur Kessler is perhaps the most important thinker who came up with this. He wrote a book called The 13th Tribe, she wanted to say that Ashkenazi Jews are actually coming from the Khazarians. But it has no scientific basis. I mean, it's been thoroughly debunked in every way. Even scholars who do try hard to find it have been hard pressed. Perhaps the most successful area where we can see Khazarian influence on Ashkenaz in particular is ironically in the Yiddish language. The Yiddish has a tiny amount of what appears to be Turkic words in it. Well, the Khazars are a Turkic people speaking a Turkic language. Because there's a whole bunch of families like Haji and so on in that family. So what are those words? What are the words? There's not a large number of words. If you know German, Yiddish is basically decipherable. It's so close to German. But what are those few words? And some of them are highly sensitive words. Like, for example, Max Feinreich, who is one of the greatest scholars of the Yiddish language, says that the word daven is Khazari. Right? Daven is not a Hebrew word. Where do we get that word from? It's not a Yiddish word. We use it in Yiddish. But where does the word daven come? It's not a Slavic word. No, it's not a French word. Where do we get this word daven? So Max Weinreich argues that this is a tiny remnant of Khazarian influence on Jews, and it is an important word. Daven is a significant word in our culture, but it's not enough to say that we are Khazarians. There is one scholar named Wexner who wants to argue that Yiddish is basically derived from Ashkenazic, but he's kind of like way on the fringes of the extremes of our, realm of, I don't want to say it on record. Anyways, so that's basically the story why we don't hold. And by the way, I've given you lots of smallest reasons why maybe we do have some Khazarian influence. The opposite side is overwhelming. So we have DNA evidence. We have massive amount of linguistic evidence, right? The Yiddish spoken by 27% of European Jews is overwhelmingly German. We have tons of historical records documenting the passage of Jews from Germany to Eastern Europe. Everything is laid out there for us. It's so obvious that Ashkenazi Jews come from Germany, not from the East. They come from the West. Mr. Krantz. The Exia refers to German Jews specifically, and it was to those Jews who were really in, let's say, 19th century. Ashkenazi is a larger category than the Exia. They come from Germany. They probably have the same origins. They got to Germany because they did not leave with the masses of Jews who kept going east. We'll talk about this later in this class. We're going to have a huge surge of Jewish migration from the Rhineland to Poland and Lithuania, 13th, 14th, 15th centuries. That establishes a great center there for various reasons. Population explodes in Eastern Europe, but there are plenty of Jews stay behind in Germany, German provinces, and they become the end. Okay, let's go Halabai Baita now, unless we're going to leave Khazari behind, okay? Okay, so let's look at a big question, something called historiography. Anyone want to try to define this term, historiography? Mr. Blushton. Not bad, not bad. Let's break it down. History. What is graphing? Like photography? Graph? Writing. Thank you so much. The writing of history. History is kind of a weird thing. It has elements of science, like something happens. Like one of the great German philosophers of history, von Ranke, he said that history is defined as process eigentlich gewesen war. What actually happened? Just tell me what happened. That's the history, right? But it's not quite so simple, because the way the history is told, the narrative that is crafted to describe those points in time and events, definitely, promotes a particular understanding of the past. And this should be incredibly obvious to your generation. You suffer from it more than most generations because of the influence of a movement called postmodern that essentially says things like, well, this is my truth, what is your truth? I mean, we can both be hit by the same car, but I have my experience and you have your experience. My lived experience, your lived experience is totally different, right? That's like kind of like a 21st century way of thinking about these things. Historiography is like that too. How do we construct a story out of the events that we determine from the documents we work with primarily for history? So I'm going to just introduce you two major historians of Eastern European Ashkenazic history that are hugely important for us. The figure on the left is Heinrich Gretz, who was a major 19th, early 20th, actually 19th century, 1891, major German Jewish historian who was actually, as a young man, a student of Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch. He studied literally in his home next to Rav Hirsch, and he came up with, he was the first great encyclopedic historian. He wrote all of Jewish history, and I think it was 12 volumes in the original German, and it was like a blockbuster. And it was huge. People were so excited to see this massive history of the Jews written in the modern era. By the way, he's like a role model for me in many ways. I myself am now writing a small encyclopedic history. It's only 3 volumes. I might expand it a little bit, but I nevertheless think a lot about the challenges we face. And one of the arguments about Gretz's approach to Judaism, which you may find very appealing, it's kind of like the same approach taken by, for example, Rabbi Beryl Wein, who's written in the modern era, also an encyclopedic, multiple volume history. It's a heroic, muscular history of the Jews that emphasizes what has been criticized as being Leidensgeschichte, meaning sad stories. It's how the Jews were always persecuted, but we're so good, and we're like, never to blame for any bad things, and we make all these beautiful contributions to society, and people don't understand us, they persecute us, and so on. And it has kind of like a feel to it that you just read it and you walk away saying, what do we say? You know that song? No? I am so delighted that I am a Jew. The Breslov song in Russian. I am so happy to be a Jew. Right? You read these books and say, my gosh, everybody should be Jewish. Look at these people. They're amazing. They're like, they're so good. They're so blameless. They do amazing things. The world hates them and despises them and stuff like that. And that's kind of like the tone that he created in his books. It's a little bit of an exaggeration, but that's nevertheless why he was so popular with Jews and so hated by Germans. Because the Germans, especially the great historian Heinrich von Treitschke, I put his name down here, great senior historian of the era, he said, what is this track? I can't believe you're actually telling me this. Didn't you study the history of documents? I did too. And I'm saying that, Gesundheit, we have Jews who are involved in speculation, we have Jews who are involved in crime, and not every time the Jews moved into a country where they treated badly and so on. And he points out some historical flaws in Gretz's very heroic work, and he says that it's not, fair to the German people, and you're like popping up your own story is not accurate, and not even non-accurate, it's misleading. And so he came up with really the father of anti-Semitic slogans in time. If you've ever seen like the big Nuremberg rallies that Hitler used to run, they would have this slogan like pasted in like 3-foot high letters. The Jews are our misfortune. Meaning these Jews, they don't take any self-criticism. They are hopelessly self-absorbed, narcissistic, and they present their history as if there are no dark spots in it whatsoever. He follows the way between these two historians. Well, he was a raging anti-Semite, but he was also a brilliant historian. It's not like he was faking it. I think he put it. I think that Gretz viewed his writing of a history book not as a purely academic affair, but as a culture building exercise. He was like saying, I'm writing this book so people will read it and feel proud to be Jews. which is, a perfectly admirable goal, but then is it good history? A lot of people, I actually think a lot of it is excellent history. He's really strong in certain areas and so on. But this is one of the challenges of studying Jewish history, especially if you go to like adult ed classes and synagogues and things like that. They will essentially give you a correct version of history that it makes it sound like superhuman, beyond belief kind of individuals. And there are areas where I think it's fair to say that. But we also have, if you open up a newspaper, we also have our share of criminals. We also have a share of darker spots and things we're not proud of. We don't necessarily want to see them, publicized, but there they are. Salo Whitmore Bryant Allen, on the other hand, also an encyclopedic historian, wrote actually more than one encyclopedic history of the Jews, generally speaking on particular areas, like, for example, the Jewish community or Russian Poland. But he wrote a 18-volume social and religious history of the Jews that only stops at the year 1650. He died before he could write any more of it. It's an incredibly complex, very sophisticated book based on 20 languages, incredible amount of archival research. And he said that essentially, when you look at Gress's model of the history, it is, and he also used the German term, Leidens und Gelehrtengeschichte, which means sadness and learning history. That the Jews have periods of sadness, they're attacked in pogroms and anti-Semitism, and those things actually happen. And when we get to that section in this class, oh my gosh, gentlemen, you don't know how bad it was. It's really worse than you can probably imagine. And at the same time, they're learning, they're producing. The Rashi was writing and writing, and we have the Shulchan Aruch, and all these amazing cultural artifacts. This is the lie inside the pogrom. So he said that all of that stuff is maybe true, but it is what he called black remote, and it's full of tears. That's how he categorized Gress's research, saying that it's more of a cultural activity than an academic one. And so his book is 18 volumes, which is in my office. You can see it, it's massive, almost unreadable. I don't actually know anyone in my 30 years of teaching history of the College of I've never met anyone who's actually read all of Farron's 18 volumes, because they're really thick and dense and difficult. But nevertheless, he provides a different version of history, which is more academically correct, but it doesn't have the same feel to it. But we're going to try and chart a course in this class that I hope to have you walk away with a kind of Gressian feel. I do believe that we are amazing people. I'm putting it in the first person plural. We are an amazing people, phenomenal people. But on the other hand, I'm trying to give you a little bit more of the academic spin to it, so you'll see that there are some dark moments, and there's some areas where we can engage in reasonable self-criticism too. Arguments, discussion, debates, objections. No? Leidens und Gelehrtengeschichte history. Leiden is sadness, and Gelehrten is like Mr. Gelehrten, right? So he's learned man. So Gelehrten is like that's learning history. Sadness and learning. Whereas one historian put it, Jewish history is basically books of pogroms and books. And it's not true. We have lots of other things going on there too, but there are unfortunately lots of pogroms and lots of books. Okay, so let's go to Ashkenaz to begin with. We talked last Monday, about the genetic origins of the Jews in Ashkenaz. Let's look at the literary record at this point. We've already had a chance to look at Bishop Benedict's charter. This is a really unusual phenomenon that we can associate with medieval Europe. Beginning in Ashkenaz, later we'll see them appearing in Sepharad as well. Not so much in the Middle East, but very, very important. Ashkenaz, this is really what we get to see it for the first time. We also see it in India too, actually. What is a charter? Someone help me. What do we mean by a charter? Mr. Adlerstein. A legally binding law. Excellent. Explain it to us. Who are the parties? In our context, Excellent. Exactly. That's right. Government at this point is a fairly pushy term. We're talking about, again, major cities in the year 900 might have 10,000 people in them. These are not really complex organizations, but the local lord, the potentate, the prince, maybe the king, would be involved in creating an agreement with this significant Jewish minority. And this agreement was typically put down in words, which you should recall had this kind of magical calming effect on anybody who saw them. Because very, very few people were literate. The Jews are highly unusual in that throughout our history we have been incredibly more literate than our surrounding societies, with some exceptions. It's definitely true in Ashkenaz. Remember, Ashkenaz, they're barely even out of the pagan period. They're barely even at that area by the time you get to the year 900, where they have a literate class, a small class of people in the church, many of whom themselves are illiterate. The nobility is almost always illiterate. Charlemagne himself very likely could not read, although his son and grandson might have had some ability there. I'll show you some examples of something in that in a moment. But if you could produce a charter in writing, even if people couldn't read it for themselves, it was kind of like a magical talisman, an amulet. So you could say, hey, we're allowed to be here, we're allowed to do these things, we're allowed to have monopoly because this is a charter that was written a long time ago that promised us these things. It was law, but law was something like overwhelming to peasants and even petty nobility at the time. People did discard these documents; they considered them very hard. There's also a significant number of forged charters that were probably concocted by Jewish communities in order to retroactively defend their positions or their rights and privileges in particular places. So they don't necessarily have to be 100% historically accurate to work. It's not like we have ways of verifying these documents, but just pulling these documents up simply make a difference. This, by the way, is an interesting English charter. You can see it's written here in Latin, and it has a little Hebrew codicil at the bottom of the seal that has some notes for Hebrew readers as to what the content is. Yes, Mr. Tuna. Well, because let's say someone was trying to encroach on my rights. Let's say, for example, the Jews had a right to be the sole providers of alcohol, which is something that we will see very much the case in Eastern Europe. You've heard maybe the term kretschma, like a little inn. The Jews frequently had a monopoly on distillation and distribution of alcohol. It goes all the way up to the 20th century as well. Let's say some other peasant said, how come, the Jew is the only guy who can make vodka? I'm going to make some up on here in my own bathtub, and I'm going to sell it myself. And Jews find out that he's undercutting their business, and then go to the local courts, and they say, hey, we have the right to be the only producers of alcohol in the neighborhood. And the court says, I don't even remember saying that. I said, no, it wasn't you. It was your Zaidi who said it to us. And they pull out the charter. Even if the courts can't read it, it's like they've got the document. It's like magic. And that would be a temptation for forging documents. Yes, Mr. Anderson. Right of property ownership. This was a huge thing. So we didn't actually look at this charter. It's one of the earliest. Louis the Pious is the grandson of Charlemagne. Remember, his son. Charlemagne was a huge, important European king. Louis the Pious is his son. He, in 1839, explicitly writes a charter and said that Jews are allowed to own property. What kind of property? Land. Exactly. Have you ever heard this idea that Jews are not allowed to own land, and that's why they went into finance? Yeah, maybe. So it's a widespread myth. Jews were allowed to own land for most of our history in Europe. It was just not necessarily such a good investment for Jews to be in real estate. Why might real estate not be a good investment for Jews in Middle East? Mr. Grant? No, people always like land. Mr. Remind me your name? Mr. Schwartzman. Like it kicked off your land, right? One of the most important rights that Jews sought was the right of residence. Can I live here? It is exactly that reason that I'm going for my immigration interview on Wednesday. Because I don't want ever for the government to say, I'm sorry, you can't live in this country. And that's why I don't go to pro-Hamas protests or anything like that either. There are other reasons for that. But yeah, the right of residency is something that the Jews desperately needed, and the fact that it was denied to them for much of medieval history is a large part of the story of the fact. Very good. Mr. White. Literacy, well, it depends on when and where. We often don't have a good way of actually measuring it, but if, for example, you look at 1897, the Russian Empire did a major census, and that's quite late. That's already the modern era. Jews had roughly 60% literacy that was reported. Is probably an undercount because they probably didn't consider, oh, well, of course I can write in Yiddish. I thought you only meant Russian, for example. But 60%, and then Texas has more like 50%. So let's see that. Mr. France, I like your appointments, but you got to raise your hand so anything or go ahead, Mr. Yes, precisely. It's built into our culture in a very big way. And we also have a much higher rate of female literacy as well. If you go back to, there's even, well, I don't want to go to the ancient period, but chances are those numbers are really much, much larger than the medieval period, where, I'll show you some examples on the screen in just a minute, and you'll tell me what you think. Okay, looks to me as right of ownership. That's a charter that was issued and preserved, and because he was actually the king, especially important. Who you looked at in the assignment. Notice how he started out. He says that I want to attract Jews to Shpaya. I want actually Jews to come here, and so therefore I'm going to lay out all these privileges that they get. They're allowed to have the right to, sell meat to non-Jews. That was a bit of a controversy with the church because the church didn't like the idea that Jews would chef an animal, and as I'm sure you're aware, the gid and asher is difficult to remove. Ashkenazim typically don't even bother tying; they just sell the back half of the cow to non-Jews because it's not traits for them, and it's cheaper to simply sell it at a good rate than to try and remove and remove the gid and asher. Spartan, on the other hand, with their taste for filet mignon, they say we have to actually do the removal of the gid and asher, and they don't necessarily sell the back half. But the church didn't like it because how it looks is the Jews were saying, we're not going to eat this meat, but we'll sell it to you non-Jews, right? So that was something that sometimes Jews were criticized for, and they were not allowed to sell it. We still have these problems today, by the way. There are countries in Europe that have banned shechita. Like you can't buy kosher meat in a lot of the countries in Europe unless it's imported from a country where shechita is permitted. Lots of other things that you read about in that charter that are really important, but I want to highlight one of them, or just a few of them. Privilege of having a wall around their ghetto. Maybe I should use that word ghetto. Why would the Jews ask the bishop for the right to build a wall around them? To keep them separate, and like what kind of separate? What are we worried about, Mr. Blanchko? Pogroms, that's right. It's defensive, purely defensive, right? And if you have a hard time in imagining that, I would direct you to Boca Raton, where you see all these gated communities that are, heavily populated by Jews, and they have the same idea. The wall later became confining, especially in places like Venice and Frankfurt am Main, where it became a ghetto, became like a prison. But certainly in the medieval period, in the early Ashkenaz, they wanted the wall because it was a way of making sure that they could be safe. But don't forget, they're a highly distinct minority. They're the only non-Christians living in the region. They tend to be much wealthier for reasons that we'll explore when we talk about the economics of it. And so they're a target for predation. It's so much better if they can have a wall. They also ask for a graveyard for obvious reasons, but this often marks the presence of an early Jewish community, just people who get a place to bury their dead separate from others. There are synagogues, which is it's interesting to see it in this particular context. That's an ancient Greek term that we actually have on very, very old church documents, and even Jewish documents that refers to the head of the synagogue, the president of the synagogue, Archos means leader, and that archi-synagogue would serve as a judge. So in other words, Jews were given the right of self-government. I'll show you some examples of that in just a minute. Hiring Christian employees. Why would that be a problem? Hiring Christian employees. Mr. Tuman. It's beneath the Christian employees, very good, especially owning slaves. You have the church very upset with the idea that Jews could own slaves, and especially if it's slaves with Christians. That was like hugely insulting, got very upset about it. What else might happen if Jews have Christian or even pagan employees? They might even become Jewish. Judaism was a highly competitive ideology at the turn of the millennium, and Christians are frequently, especially churchmen, are frequently, unhappy with the contact that Jews had with uneducated peasants. Mr. Grant. Well, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I am saying you sound like kind of threats, right? Okay. Well, I think just imagine yourself in those days, right? Jews today, first of all, we want Maslow's hierarchy needs, where things you want. But first, we want safety and security. Then we want community. Then we want financial success. We want all these things, and so you will have a whole range of Jews who will be behaving at various points along Maslow's hierarchy. So there are definitely lots of Jews who want. First of all, we want not to be attacked, but there are lots of Jews who want to get rich too. And it's not bad. A lot of Christians want to get rich well. That's something we already mentioned. Okay, so these charters are hugely important. We have quite a few of them, large and small. Now let's go to Mr. Loiki's discussion of literacy, which is so fascinating. This is another great Jewish historian. His name is Guido. I always find it strange that a Jewish historian has the name Guido, but he's an incredible historian. He was a brilliant lawyer who spent a lot of his time studying law and the Jews. And although he made his fame originally as a historian of medieval German law, he also applied a lot of what he had studied and learned to understanding Jewish history. There's an interesting kind of larger personal story about him in that he compiled this massive 4 volumes of big, thick medieval volumes of German law, and the Nazis confiscated all of it. And he would eventually survive. He moved to Chicago, where he was a professor. But the building that the Nazis took all of his records to was bombed by the Allies, and all the records were lost. And Kish actually reconstructed it basically from memory. He was able to, with tremendous, prodigious intellectual skill, to essentially go back and rewrite this huge 4-volume work on medieval German law. Now, in particular, why this is relevant is he studied a document called the Sachsenspiegel, which is really fun to pronounce. Sachsenspiegel. It makes me happy. Sachsenspiegel. Sachsen is a place in Germany, it's like a province, and Spiegel is mirror. And it is a 12th century book of law. It's as if you called it like the Queen's Mirror. Why would you call a book of law the Queen's Mirror? Not bad, not bad. Mr. Krantz? Excellent, Mr. Krantz. Mr. Bless, do you want to add to that? Yeah, exactly. Reflecting more the reality than the ideal. So the notion of this is that, again, remember, we have a very different idea of law primarily because we compare it as revealed tradition, right? Our understanding of law, we use the word halakha, is Moshe Rabbeinu goes up to Har Sinai, and Kadosh Baruch Hu gives him a set of instructions that becomes the Torah, and of course we have an interpretive tradition, the rabbis who make into it the Shulchan Aruch, Mishnah Berurah, and so on. But it's essentially, it's got a source with a capital S. But in medieval Ashkenaz, they're not working with a source. Religion generally, especially Christianity, does not have the same amount of invasion into daily life. It's so much more based on creed, on what one thinks, what one believes, and does not seem to be really particularly concerned with, the order in which you tie your shoes or what happens if you put a milk spoon in a meat pot. That's just not Christianity. Islam is much more like that, but Christianity is not. So how do you deal with when someone's ox or somebody else's cow and you find the carcass, dead on the road? You need to still deal with that. So without the huge tradition that the Jews have for these decisions, they essentially said, well, right? Go out and see what people do. And that's the sense of the word spiegel, mirror, is that this is essentially a recording of what has evolved as common law. What is the procedure when these kind of crimes happen? So this is an amazing 12th century document that was written to basically record how things are dealt with, how disputes are handled in the 12th century in this region called Sachsen. And it was so popular that it was repeated over and over again all over Germany and became essentially the core of German common law. Okay, now, why is it relevant to us? Because this is going to Mr. Leukey's observation. Most of the people who wanted to read German common law could not read the books, meaning the judges, certainly the government officials, the kings. Nobody could read the words. And so they had to provide a graphic novel version of a law code. Can you imagine that? Like those of you who are studying comic book version. If you're studying pre-med, biology text, there's so many big words in it. Just give me a picture version of it, and that would be your Sachsen Spiegel. So he was great, Guido Peach, at pulling out the cartoons. And here's, for example, an illustration, 900 years old, from the Sachsen Spiegel. And let us interpret it, okay? Who are these people? Who's the king? Yeah, I think it's actually a king, but you're right, royalty. Right? Royal person, crown, right? Long hair, but yeah, could be. Those are not bearded, right? But Christians are not bearded. These gestures are important. What does this gesture mean? That would be you. Yeah, I'm teaching you what you need to know. The first thing you got to do is this, right? Instruction. You often find in debates, you'll see them depicted with their fingers like this. Who are these people here? Yeah, look, first of all, they're happy, right? It's kind of nice. They're smiling. We'll bring it down. This guy here. What's he wearing? Jester. Nice call, but no. Not a bishop either. Bishops have the mitres. He's a member of the church. He's a member of one of the Mendicant orders, like the Dominicans or the Franciscans or whatever. He's wearing this monk's robe, right? So an official of the church. And who's this guy here? Exactly, another Mendicant order, right? With the Usher haircut, I think, right? Another friar, exactly, like Friar Tuck. Those guys. They only have teacups. This one here. This is, I think, is a long singer. Like you're the guy. I have. You guys ever hear of? You guys ever hear of a rapper named Mr. Black? Yeah. So I'm sort of like social media friends with him, and we have done a couple of things together. We had a podcast like he was. but I happened to see him at the Ohel once. So there with him. I was at the same time he was at the Ohel, and he stood beside me. You know, we said, "Hey, let's take a picture, right?" So my son takes a picture of me and Lisa Black. I think some Black. He just puts his finger out like he's pointing at me. Felt so good. You know? Blow that up. Anyways, so here's two Mexican friars. Good. Who are these people? Women. Good. Why are they women? I think they mean Jenna Bisbal. Women. Yeah, all women. You put two, a plural, means all women. Right, yeah, but well, wait, you got three men. You got a king, you've got one type of Mexican friar, you've got another type of Mexican friar, you have two women, which represent kind of the class, gender women. And who's this guy? Jew, right, okay, not Gandalf, yes, correct. Yeah, so how do you know it's Jew? Beard is a good guess, but you have other people's Jews too. The hat, right? This is a special hat called the Judenhut, or Jew hat, which was, according to the Fourth Lateran Council, a church council that was convened in 1215, all Jews were required to wear a distinctive article of clothing. This document actually predates the Fourth Lateran Council, and it is from there that we get the institution of the Jewish badge. So sometimes it would be a round circle representing a coin, or it would be this kind of funny hat, but not a star, that's later. But it's meant to label for our purposes, this is a Jew. We'll see it over and over again in the images we look at. There is some debate as to whether or not, I see your hands, I get things like, there is some debate as to whether or not Jews actually comply, or it may be a convention of the art world at the time that when you wanted to depict a Jew, you always put something like that on him. But for our purposes, this is a law document, right? It's a legal document. It's trying to teach us something about society, and a Jew is clearly interested here. Okay, wait. He's Mr. Gertz and Mr. Kranz. Mr. Gertz, Mr. Kranz, and Mr. Vasilevsky. Good. Excellent. Very perceptive, very perceptive. This document is essentially saying that the king is responsible for protecting Mendicant friars and women and Jews. In that order, right? But the king is like, these guys are like supposed to be devoted to religion, right? They're not like knights or something like that for fighting, or they're like members of society, but they're like charitable sort of. So these are all people that the king protects. His face is not especially happy, he's more stern. Maybe that's why he's so stern. He's saying my finger is like a foot in a vice. But everybody else is happy here to be under his protection. And as Mr. Gertz points out, there's clearly a hierarchy. The Jew is even a little bit smaller than the women too, which I never said before. But this is a document that essentially is explaining. Next to it in the original, there'd be like a long text in German in Gothic letters. But for those Germans who could not read their language, a handy photograph, a handy illustration of what you got to know. And if you ever forget, you can just flip ahead and, oh, yeah, that's right. I'm supposed to be responsible for the Jews. Mr. Kranz. So I don't think I've read a lot about the history of Jewish costume. There's a good book by Rubens where he goes into this in some detail. I haven't read it. I looked at the pictures. But I'm pretty sure that the Shtreimel originally came out of fashion of the 17th century, meaning it was a classy hat, kind of like the Borsalino today. Right? Like, why do Orthodox Jews wear gangster hats? Right? Is it because it was forced upon us? No, this was a cool hat, and we just kept wearing it. If you look at photographs of yeshivas in Europe in the 1920s, hardly ever are the Talmidim wearing black hats. The Rabbi get the black hats. We have like great inflation, high inflation. Students get to learn to. In fact, you very rarely see guys with beards too. That was like it was considered presumptuous for a student to have a beard. Rabbi would have a beard. Mr. Eccleston.
So that was just, there's details of more we said about, so we said like a rabbi is so
Yes.
a beard, a rabbi for a hat, and then do a rabbi together
So interesting. I have two responses. The first is it reminds me of the fact that one of the reasons that the Rothschild got into so much trouble with Dennis based in is the first of his many legal situations that he got involved with. One of the things was that they were criticizing him for being 23 years old and still not wearing a beard. Right? And another thing is to remind me of my grandmother, a lot of times she used to say, Besser Rabbi on abort, the abort on a Rabbi. Which I'll translate to those of you who are usually impaired. Better to have a rabbi without a beard than a beard without a rabbi. Okay, so here, that's what this section is saying, and it's important to understand in terms of our context. The Jews, we don't have any idea of like citizenship, right? Nobody is a citizen. Everybody is a subject. And so the Jews are actually considered subjects of the king in the 12th century. That won't be debated in many ways. But they're legitimate subjects. They're in their status, but they are there. They should be protected. Well, in this particular picture, if a judge is saying, okay, the king in this case, the king says, okay, so I really have to like help these Jews out. I mean, they're enemies of Christ and everything. Why do I have to? Well, look at the section. Because it says the king is responsible for the Mexican friars, the women, and you have to protect them. The section is actually very. This is a slice in time where you will see that Jews have a significant amount of rights and privileges, and that will improve over time significantly. I'm starting to trust less. You guys hand up earlier. What do you think? Yeah, I think so. Derogatory. We'll see even worse things. Actually, you saw it in the beginning here. This is an English tax law. This image here. So the English tax law, it's all the same period. Okay? This guy you sort of recognize, right? He's a devil, right? Here's another Jew wearing the Jewish clothes, right? What do you notice? And this is, I think, I was doing more. This is supposed to be animal. What do you notice about these Jews? Big pointy noses, right? I mean, why do they have to point them that way? Because they want to make them look like demons and stuff. So far, like nasty pictures of Jews are almost always pictures of Jews. And Mr. Anderson, I'm not sure if that's the king. I think that might be the devil, and this is like one of his demons. I think. I mean, this is, if you want to look at it, it's a tax subsidy from 12th century. Okay, let's look at another one of these. You guys are going to be legal experts by the end of the day. Okay, now what's going on here? Mr. Gertz. Well, he's next. No. Yeah, these are pipes, and yeah, they're weapons. Right? Okay, so what's going on here? We got these. Oh, good. I'm glad. And who's this guy? Yeah, probably. Doesn't look like he's a clown, but probably like a general type guy. And he's standing there on the wall, indicates how we're going to organize our defense against the Mongol hordes or whoever is coming to town, and who has to listen to them. You got hoi polloi, right? The dark, unwashed masses. Everybody has to put down their plows, and they've got to defend the
We'll give you a pike. We're going to be able to poke some of our, those nomadic people are coming to attack our town. But everybody's got to chip in, even the Jew. Any note on the Jews' participation? He doesn't have a pike. But Jews, you got to help. We don't get a pike. So this is essentially saying that Jews will be responsible for the defense of the city, but not necessarily ours. Go ahead, so. Because these guys all have pikes coming out here, right? This guy, where's his pike? Oh, wait, let's count it. Maybe you're right. Here, let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't think you go. I think that's a present. But what you want to say is that you have the pike, so this guy doesn't. So everyone's having their answer. It looks like the pikes go in the back of them. No, it's a good question. We'll have to go back and look at Guido Pitch's comments on this picture. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. What for sure is involved is that the Jew is included. I don't know. But the message we got to get is that Jews have some civic responsibility. Maybe it's not the same as the peasants, but they're required. We saw that also with Rudiger's here's another one that also I find quite interesting. It just amazes me how maybe this here in a W like some kind of like legend that goes through the text. I love how primitive this art is. This is like a book that the king would read. It's like amazing. It's so cool. What's going on here? Okay. Mr. Blastow? Right, very good. Obviously, with full haircut, right? And riding on a horse. And there's a Jew behind him, bearded, wearing the Yumlut. What is this picture? You can tell. Maybe. Yeah, it could be. We have to see what the context is in the picture. It's been a while since I looked at this. But even if we observe it in isolation, what do we got straight about? That's interesting. Yeah, possible. This looks like he's inviting to come along. I'm not sure what to make of this gesture here. But what about how often do you see you riding a horse? Not too often. It's actually illegal in Muslim lands at this time for Jews to ride horses. And Jews are not allowed to ride horses. They have to ride either donkeys or there are some places they're allowed to ride side saddles. They can't ride like regular. Camels, they're allowed to ride. What about this thing here? It's a nice big sword. You can get the sword for sure. As long as the tank, but pretty long, right? In Muslim lands, you're not allowed to carry weapons. So, what is this document overall telling us about the status of Jews, Mr. Epperstein? Yeah, any non-Muslims who are Dhimmi. Exactly. If you're a non-Muslim and you don't make the Dhimmi category, you can't be there. But you're right, Christians as well. So, that's for sure. I think that's for sure. And even if they're not aware of what's going on in Muslim countries, knowing that Jews at least have the same rights as Christian mendicants when it comes to status things like riding a horse, really expensive thing, and bearing arms. Yes. Again, given the skill of the artist, I don't know how much sense to make in that, but I do think that this is saying to the king, hey, it's okay if Jews are armed. Hey, it's okay if Jews are, on horseback. Mr. Rubin. No, this is a law textbook. This is when the king needs to decide something about how to run his society, and it says, please bring me out the Saksha Spiegel so I can see
what we do with the function. And they'll take it out and they'll flip through it and say, is there anything about Jews here? And they'll see this picture. Oh, I was wondering if they can carry a sword. So here, obviously, they can carry Jews with swords because that's what it says right here, black and white. Mr. Wait, is it Mr. Yampel? Yampel? Yeah, with your hand up. What's your name? Schwarzman, Mr. Schwarzman. Yeah, it's a good question. We really got to go back and figure out that right picture. We're not sure if that right picture says they're not Rothschild lights. The picture is meant to say Jews have to participate in civic defense. Whether or not the pipes not so much sure. You guys ruined my lecture though, but that was true. Could be, could be. It's hard because the talent of the artist is not so clear. It's been a while since I actually read Guido Pitch's research, but you can look it up yourself. Maybe you'll write your essay on, Jews and pipes, Jews and arms, or something like that. Okay, so what I think we can walk away from this here is that we started with a discussion of historiography. When you think about charters and you think about Jewry law, would you want to hazard a characterization in general about the status of Jews in medieval Ashkenaz, especially this period of time up to the 12th century? Are they like hated and chased out everywhere? Or what is their status? Right? Very fair, very good. That's very nice. Separate but almost equal. Yeah, there are definitely areas where you might even want to say they're privileged, as we shall see later. Well, actually, as we saw already, there are certain things they can do that other people can't. They may have monopolies or certain type of trades. It's not like it's not invariably dark everywhere. Mr. Epperson. I think that's a fair assessment. Let us also not forget that Jews are highly visible because they tend to be much more urbanized than the general population. General population is overwhelmingly rural, peasants working the land. Jews tend to live in tightly knit communities where they are walking distance to a synagogue, a mikvah, Chinese restaurants. They have to live close together, so they tend to be in towns or in mid-sized villages. So they're very visible to everybody. That's very important. One more point. Question. Good question. Were Jews allowed to assimilate? Yes and no. Jews were allowed and even encouraged to assimilate. However, the only way you could do that was through baptism. There was no possibility of a secular identity really until the 18th century. Right? So we're like 800 years away before you could live a non-sectarian existence. You either had to belong to the Christian community writ large, perhaps a subset like the nobility or things like that, or you were Jew. And there was no kind of, I'm going to participate in both worlds. Here in America, assimilation is rampant because people can simply opt out. They can simply say, well, fuck it, I don't want to have anything with it. I'm just going to live my own anonymous life without any attachments. And the only thing is if you get on the United Jewish Appeal mailing list, you need to get on the FBI Witness Protection Program to get away from them. But otherwise, you can live an assimilated lifestyle today. But in the medieval world, the only way to do it was to convert. And lots of Jews did. Jews also look at Jews who convert to Christianity, what happened to them, and so on. Unfortunately, most of the stories that we have of Jews who convert to Christianity, they tend to become infamous for them using their Christian positions to attack Jews. I'm sure there are way more Jews who simply married, let's say, non-Jews and then just disappear from Jewish history, but the ones that make history tend to be rather negative. Okay, Uh, in fact, it's good that you asked on this, because where I'm going right now is in that context. I want to take you ahead to that moment when Jews suddenly had the opportunity to assimilate. So let's just break our mindset for a minute from 9th, 10th century Ashkenaz, and let's go all the way up to 18th century France, which of course is part of Ashkenaz. When I say Ashkenaz and I talk to Germany, even pretty much of France as well. And you have this guy here, Emperor Napoleon the great Napoleon. We're going to come back to him later on in the course, but basically in 1789, it's a massive break in the way Europe deals with its citizens. The French Austrian regime, the old king falls, and you have the beginnings of a democratic right in the center of Europe. Sometimes it doesn't work out exactly how they're going to be a democracy. They go back to have, an emperor for a while, things like that. But one of the things that happens is shortly after that revolution of 1789, first Sephardic Jews and then Ashkenazic Jews are made equal to French Christians. It was a massive watershed moment in Jewish history where there was no longer the residency restrictions placed on Jews, the occupational restrictions, all kinds of anti-Semitic laws that simply disappeared overnight. And what ended up happening was Jews had kind of like all this built up, spring-loaded energy that allowed them to surge ahead in all kinds of areas of endeavor, especially in business, because, among other things, they had this huge advantage of being literate and numerate, right? They could do math. And so, in the decade or two after 1789, Jews all of a sudden became incredibly wealthy, incredibly powerful, and a lot of non-Jews in France were saying, "This is ridiculous. This is our country. It's true, Jews lived here for so long, but nevertheless, we can't let them get ahead of us." And they complained to Napoleon. So Napoleon said, "Well, I hear what you're saying, especially in the area of money lending, right? Because Jews were allowed to charge interest on lending money." We'll get back to that. God willing, a little bit more. Go back to Jews and the economy. They go to Napoleon, they complain. Napoleon says, "Well, let's find out once and for all, are Jews positively disposed to building our country with the rest of France, or are they our internal enemies? So we have to do something about the Jews, or can we let them be equal citizens?" And he says to his advisors, "So who runs things for the Jews? Who's the final word on what Jews do?" And I say, "Well, there used to be this organization called the Sanhedrin. Maybe Napoleon heard of it from Dactyl. I didn't say that, I made that part up. And they said, but it hasn't, the Sanhedrin, the Supreme Court of 71 judges, it hasn't sat for 2,000 years, And he says, that's great. Let's call a Sanhedrin." And he convenes, amazingly, in 1806. I think it was 1806. I think so. He convenes a Sanhedrin. He pulls Jews from all over the Napoleonic Europe, Italy, France, Germany, everywhere he's conquered, and he sits them down and he asks them 12 basic questions, trying to figure out, what do you Jews want? Do you consider yourself separate from Frenchmen or the same as Frenchmen? Do you guys have a separate police force? How do you govern yourselves? Should we continue to allow you to be separate and equal citizens, or do we have to treat you as enemies or join the Germans as soon as you get a chance to do so? So of course the Sanhedrin, they knew what Napoleon wanted to hear. They gave him 12 very good answers, and he said, "Okay, so that's it. It's settled. Jews, you get to be regular citizens like everybody else." With some other anti-Semitic stuff, but basically that was a major in Western, and we are the inheritors of much of those ideas. But with that, he essentially emasculated the power of the rabbis, because the Beit Din no longer enforce its decrees. If a Jew say, "Hey, I don't care. I'm separating from my wife, and I'm not giving her a guess. I don't care. You can just walk away." Because the French government says, "You don't get involved in your internal things. You want to get divorced, that's up to you, but we don't take care of those things." And so that's when you begin to have assimilation as a reality without after, wow, it's so long now. Any questions about this period of history? This is the period we live in. It's like 250 years later. We're still, echoing the decisions that were made by that Sanhedrin in 1806. Australians. We know every one of them. Well, the majority of them were what we call masculine. We'll talk about them more later on this course, but majority of them will be like not traditionalists. They would want to change halacha. It's very, very early to spell out, but yes, they were very inclined towards, well, we're prepared to do away with some of our Jewish customs in order to achieve, equal citizenship. So we'll spend more time talking about this later on. But they did have a very important Rabbi David Simheim, who was the head of the Sanhedrin, very respected Jewish Mishnah called Yad David, still studied today. So they had some Fumis on it too. And he very carefully threaded the table between what Napoleon wanted to hear and what Judaism was prepared to offer. Just to let you know how Jews felt about it, I'll show you one really mind-blowing artifact. The Jews were so grateful that Napoleon confirmed their citizenship that they minted a commemorative medallion to show how much they loved Napoleon. Just look at this. It's like hard to believe they actually did this. But on this side, you see Napoleon, Emperor and Emperor and King, right? Okay, very nice bust. And on the other side, what is going on here? You see some giant Sanhedrin, and has the years when it sat. What is going on here? Who's this guy? That's Napoleon, right? Who's this guy? Yes. Oh shit, there you go. It's crazy. And here, and what's he giving? Yikes. And what does that mean? Yeah. That's like a wild artifact, right? And it's saying, Napoleon, Jews need this. Napoleon, you are to us like Hashem, you're like Hashem, giving the Ruchos to a grateful, genuflected, this was not like, this did not get it was the case, but it was. Well, I have a feeling that they definitely want to please him. He was, an incredible narcissist that he loves these kind of things. Yeah, I would say that most world leaders are actually. My humble opinion, but I'm going up to my future interview on Wednesday, so I don't want to mess that up. So, but it's also indicative of the slave attitude a lot of the Italians took, saying we'll do anything to get our equal rights. Yes, Hasidim, especially Chabad, was very much against this. They called, Napoleon means Bonaparte means Telek Tov, and there were Jews that were saying he's the Telek Tov. He's like Mashiach. He's the good fortune. Right? He's like the opposite of that. Anyways, this is the last article. Okay, so where we left off, we looked at this last amazing artifact, right? This coin that gives you a sense of how Jews slavishly fell over themselves with amazement at the idea of getting equal citizenship, and what they were prepared to give up. It's a whole different story. We'll look a little bit at it in this class, but it's more relevant for the 156 class. Now, this is a really much more important thing for us. This is something that really was devised in Ashkenaz, specifically an organization called the Kehillah. Now, the Ashkenazim pioneered this social structure largely as a result of being kind of like in the hinterland, right? They're far away from existing larger Jewish communities, existing in tiny communities, sometimes 10 people, 20 people, 50 people, and they've got to try and organize themselves. So the Kehillah emerged out of that. Well, both can be true. It was deliberate. They had to figure out a way to organize, as they had to respond to
social and political and economic needs, and they added on features and developed and so on. Yeah, definitely deliver. We have explicit takanot. We're going to talk about that in a minute. We have explicit discussions of, hey, we have to organize. This is how we're going to organize ourselves. Okay, and it is essentially how we do it today, although in a limited fashion. It's really good that we just contrasted the era of Napoleon, because the main difference between the Kahila of, let's say, 1650 and the Kahila of 2025 is that membership is voluntary. Meaning, if you want to affiliate with the Jewish community, if you want to contribute some of your income to the maintenance of the Jewish community, you can. But if you don't, that's a big difference. You know, you can get a secular identity, you can identify yourself as an adult if you want. It really doesn't matter because you don't have to affiliate with the Jewish community. This was not the case before Napoleon. The only way out of the Jewish community was to become a Christian. That's it. There was no secular identity, no middle path for Jews, as it were. So you were either in or out, binary, and the advantages of being in is that you have, again, not speaking about religious advantages, but just social and ecological advantages. You have a community supporting you, you have a social service network that we're going to actually look at in more detail. You have protection, you have potential marriage partners, you have all kinds of things associated. The disadvantage is you got to pay for it. Nothing in life is free, you have to pay for it. Mr. Wait, I got to get this. Mr. Schwartzman. All right, good to see you, Mr. Schwartzman. Mr. Abrahams, yes, thank you for being out. Mr. Schwartzman, right? Parente. Right, Spinoza is a trailblazer in this regard because, and he is really unique and he set fundamentally a precedent in so many ways. But that we were talking already in the 1600s. It's right when the Kahila starts to begin breaking down. It breaks down at different rates in different parts of Ashkenazi Europe. It will persist until 1844 in Russia, for example. But Spinoza is a great example of someone who left the community, forced out, if you like, because he had a harem, but he did not join the Christian community. That was very rare. It would also have to do with the fact that it was in Amsterdam, an unusually tolerant place that could handle a variety of issues. Mr. Everson. Yes, correct. So you're asking a brilliant question. It is complex to answer. Complex both because we're compressing several centuries and several regions. Right? And the Haskalah was very different in many different places and times. At the time of Napoleon, you definitely had, largely because of the Portuguese Jewish Sephardic influence in the south of France, you had the possibility of a somewhat lackadaisical religious identities. Not to say that Portuguese or Sephardic Jews were lackadaisical, but they were former Christians who began to identify as Jews, and that in itself applied a liminal quality to their Judaism. And so that made those things possible. But the wide open, hey, why don't we just get baptized kind of Haskalah, that wouldn't happen until 50, 60 years later in Germany. And let's not get too far ahead because we're still here basically around the year 1000, usually way before the Haskalah happened. But taxation and self-government go hand in hand. That in order to organize yourself, in order to have a functioning community, you know, you ain't Kemach, ain't Torah. You have to have money to do it. You're not going to be able to apply for like federal funds. No such thing. You have to raise it from yourselves. One of the things that was especially true of the Kahila, that although it had these warm and enveloping and protective elements, it was also quite coercive. And the leaders of the Kahila would literally tell you what to do and how much money you had to pay. And if you didn't like it,
one exit door, and that you become a Christian. And that some people did take that route. Sometimes they did it and they were very bitter about it, but that's the only way out. Also, we should realize that the participation of women has kind of a fascinating aspect to this. The Kahila was very androcentric, meaning it was based on the values and leadership of men by and large, principally concerned with the demands of men, the needs of men, things like that. Women were largely secondary. However, women also exercised a tremendous amount of power at the grassroots level through organizations called the Hebra, which were kind of like an important executive function of the Kahila. And so they were able to exercise power in certain ways, but not in direct ways. Perhaps the most obvious way is who gets to be a member of leadership at Kahila, only men. Who gets to vote for those leaders, only men as well, and even only property men for most of the time being, most of the period we're discussing. You could not vote unless you held, for example, a house. So those are a few caveats. Let's now look at actually how it works. So it was based on a Talmudic model. If you look in the section of Gila, you'll see the discussion of these people called the Tuvei Ha'ir, or the people of the city. Usually there was kind of like a board made up of typically 7 men who were all fairly wealthy. And sitting on the boards meant on the one hand you got kavod, you got honor, and on the other hand you were expected to pay. You were expected also to pay for that honor with generous contributions. This is exactly how we do it today. Usually when I speak to adult audiences, I say the opposite. It's totally unlike civic life today, and they all laugh because they realize, of course, that's how it works today. If you are the member of the board of directors of a school, you're not there because people think you have a nice haircut. You're there because people expect you to pony up every year and to provide a certain amount. That's how the people of the city of Tuvei are constituted up there. By the way, really important sort of ground rules in Judaism, and you will see, we'll come back to this in many different ways. There are 3 routes to status in the Jewish world. There's 3 ways you can get status. What are those 3 ways? Do you understand? Okay. That's so nice. I was not quoting Rabbi, and I'm sure that in the books like this, that is really the answer. But in doing it on a more pragmatic and low-level way of thinking like myself, funny, thank you, funny. And I'll also tell you now, ask me if I finish this, what is the roots of the whole history? I will tell you in a second. But the first way to achieve status in the Jewish world is money. Have lots of money. Mr. Blackstone, your bonus close. I'm looking for a slightly different word. Reputation is very valuable. You get reputation from one of 3 things, which are the 3 things. Wisdom also close. Mr. Parente. Yes, learning. That's also a little bit like Keter Torah. That's also a bit like, learning. So you get money, you get status through money or through learning, and then the third one you are establishing in a slightly different way. Kahuna, what is kahuna? Okay. Close, Cousin, close, Parente. Aha, very good. So can only Kohane have status? Excellent. The Hebrew word for this is yichus, right? Right? If you have lineage, money, learning, lineage. Those are the 3 ways to get status. It's another way to get status. I love it. Think about it. But in my 30-odd years of advanced study of Jewish history, I found those 3 ways. And by the way, the only truly open to outsiders, which is a good thing, it's a meritocracy, is learning. Unless you guys are descended from the Chofetz Chaim, or unless you guys have gazillions of dollars, learning is the only check. pay attention because there's going to be you can always make more money. It's definitely better. Mr. Rothschild. I think that's true. Yeah, there definitely is. Because if you have a great rabbi and then his son takes over afterwards, he has like a head start. But, right. But you lose that too. And I think it's the least stable because people look at you and say, people look at a person and say, oh, it's such a wonderful family. And look at how that's what he is. Right? So it's not the most durable. Money too is also not durable. But learning, that's the Torah, right? Torah. Mr. Vasilevsky. Yeah, so that's also attaching yourself to status, and that gives you status too. If you know famous people, that makes you a shtickle famous too, right? But it's in general, yichus, like whether and the word yichus means like connections, right? It means connections in terms of who you're born from, but you can also have connections horizontally too. Okay, that's the other thing that we're going to go on. Terrible things you get status. Yeah, negative status, I guess. Yeah, but that's not status. That is infamy, maybe. It depends on who personally, I have so many jokes running through my head, but I am recording it, so I'm not going to tell you those jokes. Maybe afterwards I'll shut off the machine. That's true. That's true. Okay, so let's look at the structure. First, at the top is the 2 day a year. These are people who typically have status in money. That's like the most fungible asset because they're going to have to give some of that away. But some of those people might be there because of vehicles. They might be there because of money. But money is the most important. Under them is a body called, or a person called a parnas. The word president in English is definitely related to this, but it comes from the verb, the parnes, right? To provide, to give nasa, to give a livelihood. So the parnas is really the president. He reports to the board. I think male gender because pronouns are all men. Whoops. Yep. Right. Okay, so the parnas, and he carries out the executive function, meaning like the two here decide what they want to do. The president is the person in charge of making it happen. You also have beside the president, the rabbi or the bishop, the judicial branch. Right? I know all about this. Just at my citizenship test. This is the judicial wing, and here we don't have a legislative system really, because it's really built into the judicial system here. But the rabbi and the beitin are there to make sure that what the two year asks for is within the boundaries of halakha, and there is kind of like a dynamic tension between the parnas and the rabbi all the time. The reason is because the parnas is typically one of the two years. He's like nominated from among them. So that means he has one aspect. Money, right? The parnas is wealthy. They represent largely the wealth. The rabbi, on the other hand, he pays his salary. Yeah, yes, exactly. So he is an employee of the Tubia. But what's the power base? Again, I'm not talking like philosophically, philosophy, and stuff like that. What is the actual human power base of the rabbis?
I've never seen such a medic.
This
is like if the 1960 Olympics.
So we're giving money, right? But what is
the third escape?
The Parnas wants to have a huge party, and they're going to invite inappropriate, example that I can keep on the recording here. But let's say this happens in the car. Actually, you have examples with the Reish Galusa quite often, where they want to do something that's just not really according to these Torah principles, and they have the money, but they want to do it, and the rabbi speaks up and says, "No, you can't do that, right? because it's against halacha. So couldn't the Tzuvayir just shut down the rabbi and forget it? We'll get another rabbi. Very good. That's exactly right. The people support the rabbi. He's the popular person. He's the one who's offering spiritual support to people. He consoles them, teaches them, he does all those kinds of things. So just like in a modern shul today, the rabbi and the president are sometimes at odds with each other. The president may want to decorate the shul in a particular way, or have a particular kind of event, or something like that. The rabbi's going to tell him, it doesn't go like that, and okay. And they could be, at loggerheads. Sometimes the Parnas and the Tzuvayir will win a conflict like that. Sometimes the rabbi will. But it always ends badly if they have a prolonged conflict. They have to work it out. It's a dynamic tension between the religious principles supported by the larger masses of the people and the will of the wealthy elite, largely support the community, but on the other hand, sometimes maybe to speculative consumption, they might overstep their authority. Now, how does this actually translate into service with people? So both terms have Rabbi. You all know the term Rabbi. Today we tend to think of a rabbi as a likable person, and he's charged with a task that a lot of people don't necessarily want to do, organizing who gets what aliyah and who goes up to Hagban, things like that. But the term Rabbi, as we'll see at Pirkei Avos, it actually means collector. The gabos. It's a collect. And in that context, it's a better translation that you get for service. Right? So in the case of the rabbi, his gabayim are there to make sure that people don't step out of line halachically. And gentlemen, it may surprise you to learn that throughout much of medieval history, the rabbi had the power of corporal punishment. It's actually the Gemara in Daf Yomi just recently, or maybe it's just coming up, about Rav Huna cut off someone's hand. That's pretty extreme. We don't see many examples of that, but you do see examples of what they did ordering flogging. And you have the floggings take place, flogging with a whip, to whip people. Sometimes in the synagogue itself, sometimes in the synagogue courtyards, sometimes in a symbolic way. Rarely to admit they cause pain. Definitely use social phobia. That's more of a typical Jewish tool. But the rabbi did have to buy in to do so. Where this might come up,
son.
He was to appear before the Beit-Din after having a summons, a time, was warned, and so on. You also see it with it's much more common in the 20th century, but with men who leave their wives or refuse to give them a gift. The rabbis would call out the gabayim, go straight away, and as you've seen, I'm sure, in Mishnah Torah, basically putting Gemara, that they're allowed to begin until he recognizes that he really wants to give it by the gift. He realizes of his own accord after that. Yes, Mr. Truman. The not the smartest would be in that category of what the gabayim should do. I don't know if the halachically they would typically call it. Oh yeah, definitely. We have it right up until the 19th century. Definitely. We even have some very rare isolated cases of capital punishment instituted by the Beit-Din. Typically, when you have someone who is threatening the entire community, saying, I'm going to go to the ruler and say that a Christian child was killed and so on, this could be disastrous. Yes, capital punishment. Assassination, not with the four, but just regular assassination, whatever it takes. Knives, guns, sticks, Mr. Grants. Yeah, that's exactly why the defiant was there. It's online. Remember, I said coercion. It's a kila, although warm and supportive, very coercive. But the most typical thing would be, by the way, because that's the taxation. That the Tzuvayir would make an assessment every year of how much everybody had to pay in taxes, and then the Gabayim would come collect it. If they didn't want to pay it, then the Gabayim had other means to take it out. Excellent question.
How are you?
That's an essay question. But they've got plenty of extra
Yo, dog.
legal power.
It's been a room next to the job. Look at Julie. What's good? What's good, son? How'd you find it? I'm kicking ass thinking they how'd you find out about
Yeah, this photo from
Oh, very cool. Welcome. I'm just watching some podcasts. Feel free to enjoy, big dog. You're welcome, my friend.
Just like Ramona and actually cut off someone's hand or Peter Pan threatening people. So we could say, we want to establish ourselves as a European Union. We've got to collect money, but then Mr. Anderson. Yeah, it was very progressive tax to it. They could see how many cows you had, all kinds of things. That's how they make assessments. And again, remember we're talking about little small communities, maybe 500 people in the community, and they're looking around saying, oh, look at that. I see you painted your house. It must be doing well. The chickens are selling well this year, right? And then they would say, so maybe you should make a contribution to show them 500 for us. Mr. Abrams. Yeah, absolutely. This is not a caste system, so you could have upward mobility. You couldn't change from, the royal to Levi or to Cohen, but you could easily move up to status yourself. Largely because of Napoleon. Napoleon shut down any police authority on behalf of the rabbi. And modern states basically follow that as well. We had a situation here in New York, New Jersey, 4 years ago was the most recent time it happened. I mentioned the cases of men who refused to give their wives debts. So there were some guys actually, hired thugs to go and put hoods over this man and kidnap him, and then they beat him with rubber hoses and threatened him. And then what happened is he figured out who it was and sued the people, and they went, because we're not allowed to do that. Okay? I'm an American citizen. I just did the Pledge of Allegiance. No one can't have an independent police force. But this is how it worked. I mean, we got that. Right? We didn't have a Guna crisis until the 20th century. It's largely as a result of how it was provided. Mr. Burns, anything to go on? So that's a tough question to answer, but I think we should understand this is deeply societies. But Judaism is an extremely agile religion in terms of legislation, where Judaism will, as a posting will look at any social, religious, economic, political developments, and they'll figure out ways to adapt. Everything from school to everything and things like that are very adaptations go to things, trying to figure out how do we live in society, what does the Torah allow us to do. So I would say it is religious, but it's definitely not isolated from what continues on, as we should see with Pastor Gershom in a moment. Now, the Parnas is the required to manage the set growth, and most Jews, this is where they're actually going to interact with the Kehillah. These are so-called committees, right? In other words, Kavra, meaning friendship or circle, that kind of thing. And unlike all of these other groups, this is where women tend to be especially powerful and predominant. And you can have a whole pile of these, depending on how big and sophisticated and wealthy the community is. Like, for example, the most significant efforts was the Kedusha, the burial society, which used to be the case where they would only take people who were a certain age and had a certain reputation and things like that. I know from my experience in America that unfortunately, have an inverted age pyramid in some parts of the world, like Florida, where I live, that they'll take guys like me, and then the burial society would have tremendous power. One of the first things that the state did to do, if a person didn't want to comply with a summons or a payment or a get or something, they would say, if you don't follow through, we will tell the state to do stuff, not to do burial rites. And you can be thrown into a pit after 120 years. A communal burial site, which all the non-Jewish people in the area, we don't care. And people would be terrified, and they would say, okay, I will pay, I will do the yes. The Hebrew was a really powerful one. Usually with the first Hebrew established once the community got started. But there's so many others. There's some of the shops, some of the education, some of the holding, some of the poor, some of the Shabbos, some of the Sixers, some of the Shabbos, which of course we still have today, and most communities will have a comfort Shabbos, supporter of Shabbat, which means, rich people, they also get the Shabbat. Ozer Dalim, poor people, Hachnasas Kala, also very important. Chevra that will be providing for poor brides to start their homes. Not travelers, Chevra people who want to get to the whatever it is, the Kehillah was set up like this. And with the obvious exception of the police where they had men take care of men for burial, many of these societies discovered are populated by women and run by women, and they would be funded by all of the taxes collected by the community. So I'm giving you kind of like the dark side of it, where they'll force you to pay taxes, and they'll send us the buy-in if you don't comply and all things like that. But the upside is this is an extremely rich, sophisticated, dense social support and rival anything you have in Europe until really the 20th century. This is way before university education was required, way before you had hospitals for the poor. All of these things that we take for granted were really pioneered by the Ashkenazim in Ashkenaz in the 9th, 10th, and 11th century. So you're figuring out, okay, we can't rely on outside society to take care of us. We're going to become self-reliant. It's an amazingly beautiful achievement that has stood the test of time, and we still benefit from it today. Okay, Mr. Tillman, Mr. Valente. Yeah, I think that's definitely true. The non-Jewish world as a whole did have some sense of cohesion, in the sense that there was this idea of the body Catholic, but everybody being Christian, but it broke down in terms of regions and languages and class in particular. Peasants did not feel especially close to milk bowls and so on. But the Jews realized nobody else is going to take care of us. We have to do this for ourselves. Largely an Ashkenazi creation. The Sephardim also ended up imitating this. They had the Mahat, very similar kind of structure, and it's stood the test of time. Yes. Oh, Mr. Carnegie. The question is a good one too, and I think you could certainly explore it for a dissertation. A lot of the social movements of the early 20th century, especially in America, were pioneered by Jews. And they're at the forefront of movements like welfare and food banks and things like that. I don't think it's interesting to see if they got this from the sort of structures they grew up in. I would think there's definitely a strong influence. I'm not sure if it's linear, because the socialism also has the emphasis on big government taking care of things like this. But on a small level, it's definitely very complicated. Last question, we've done a lot. Yeah. Well, these are not people, these are like organizations. It's probably more like it is today. I mean, again, this is not meant to be the organizational chart, right? But the people are like way below here, and they're taking advantage of all of these services. If they're running short of money for Shabbos, they'll do it for Shabbos. If they're poor and they need money to start their family, will go to Hafnah. And if they just want to get together, they'll go to and so, but there's always going to be a class conflict. There will be Jews who are very wealthy, who may not get an office started with Jews who are much lower level of status. As my father would say, I didn't tell you the history of the history. Oh, I have to tell you that because I forgot. The Abramson Rule history, I will repeat it again. Anyone know the Abramson Rule history? Reuben, what is the Abramson Rule history? Very good, very good. I would say slightly different, but you said it very well. If you don't know why something happens, the answer is probably fine. money is so important to how social processes evolve. It's not, it can't explain everything, but it explains a lot. So we go on. Now, women, I did mention how they were disadvantaged in the sense that they did not vote for the two-day year. They could not be the parashah on the two-day year. They couldn't be the rabbi and so on. But there were some interesting kind of avenues that were open to women to take charge of their destiny. Not only through leadership of the Hebras, and by the way, so and just look at the organizational structure there. I bet you that most of the adult ed and the middle groups and all those things, the women are all over the place. They're really involved in actually doing the stuff at the Hebras level. But you also had this long-standing idea of sanctioned disruptions in open to women. Specifically, if a woman felt that her concerns were not attended to, that she was not being treated right by the parashah or even the rabbi or like that, to go into the men's section of school, often on Shabbos, just before Kriyas Torah, and stand on the bima and refuse to allow the service to continue until she received a promise that her demands would be heard. Yeah, but it happened. It was like a thing that it was extreme, right? And you get away with it a few times before people say, she's a shrimp marrying. But nevertheless, it was a drastic way that it was an accepted way that there's no other way to pronounce it. You have to go right to the center of the community, right on Shabbos, and refuse to let anything happen until you were heard. And we have interesting examples of this. Mr. Truman. So, when you use the term excommunicate, you have to be careful about that. Well, no, it can be. Right, let's review that. What power did we said they're very coercive. So what powers do we have? At the highest level, we talked about corporal punishment. Slightly below that, you would have refusal to be buried in the cemetery. Below that, you have periods of injury, right? Ostracism, formal ostracism, where the Beit Din could say simply, this person that has transgressed, he hasn't shown up for summons, he hasn't done whatever, nobody is allowed to do business with him for 30 days. Nobody is allowed to stand within 6 feet of him. All around this. Nobody is allowed to stop on. You can't get any ideas, and nothing, whatever it is. They have a whole range of possible ostracisms that they could do. And that is perhaps the most commonly used form of social pressure they use to achieve their ends. So a woman who would do something like this, it was a big hit on their social standing that they wouldn't do it. But you know what? It might be worth it. She might feel that she's being abused by the system, and this is the only way that she can progress, so she'll take advantage of it. And their needs are typically heard, maybe not addressed, but these hurt. So it's not an equal system, but nevertheless it works. For 1,000 years, right? Okay. So let's go on to the Tahanas of Rabbeinu Gershom. It's extremely important in this regard. We talked a lot about structure, and I've also sort of spread this out over several hundred years. But we have to look at one figure in particular, which is especially important. He is known as Rabbeinu Gershom, our Rabbi Gershom, Meor HaGolah, the light of the exile. Extremely important person. Have you heard of him before? Yes, excellent. The Arab Rabbeinu Gershom is the most important thing. So he was born in Metz, and he had yeshiva in mind. Born around the year 960, he died in the year 928. He was Rashi's teacher's teacher. So intellectually, a grandfather of Rashi. Rashi refers to himself as Rabbeinu Gershom, as a memory of the righteous and holy people of Rashi, who enlightened the eyes of the exile. Like this was a picture of Meor HaGolah. And upon we all depend on all Ashkenazi Jews are the disciples of his disciple. That's the type of it today, but you get the idea. This is, by the way, a medieval woodchuck. Rabbi Shalomo, supposed to be Rabbi Yitzchak Benjamin, Rashi. I don't know if that's what he actually looked like. Rabbeinu Gershom passed a whole series of these takanos, these decrees that set up the Tehillah and all kinds of other things. We talk about the most famous ones in a minute. So important that lots of other takanos, long after he
died published in his name. So we have lots of Takanos that Rabbeinu Gershom never wrote, but they're called Takanos of Rabbeinu Gershom because that's a way to enforce compliance. Right? People will say, oh, this was the son of Rabbeinu Gershom, must be really important because it was issued by some community 50 years after he died, but they lumped it in there in order to, it's kind of like the yogurt that has a stuff on it that says black kosher. Right? And there's no way that yogurt is black kosher. Meat can be black kosher, but nevertheless, people have this phrase, black kosher, it must be really kosher. So Rabbeinu Gershom, his name is applied to lots of later Takanos. You know a little bit of his personal. This is possibly his grave marker at the city of Mainz. It's a 1,000-year-old grave marker. There is something over that. We know from the old Gavua, very early Ashkenazic Rishon, that his son Eliezer was forcibly converted and later killed. The pogroms in 1012, and he was somehow wrapped up in it. There was some question about the nature of that conversion and how Rabbeinu Gershom dealt with it. That is the subject of my closest among historians. He was married twice, and we do have the Siva for his second wife, whose name was Dana, dated 1213, which suggests that this could be his first wife was killed in those same persecutions. The most important, I think, I'm sure you associate with Rabbeinu Gershom, is Takanos, where the consistent was about here. Right? That's the one that I'm sure you're familiar with. I know you guys are aware of this, but I'm going to put this on the web later so just for everybody in the web audience to know. Historically, Jews practiced polygamy, right? Abraham had Sarah and Hagar as a kind of an half-wife or concubine. Yaakov, of course, Jacob had one wife and two wives and concubines, so it's like certainly in the realm of the possibility for Jewish men to have more than one wife historically. But around the era of early Ashkenaz, Rabbeinu Gershom was a fan, a pharaoh. One of these terms used in education that you are not allowed to marry more than one wife. I think you're just going to have one wife for that. Now, why did he make this bad? What's going on? Which is like a good, 3,000 odd years after we know that our patriarchs practiced polygamy. What were the reasons for that? Any ideas? Any guesses? Yes, please.
What's up, big guy?
Evening out the ratio of 1911 is basically stable accepted times for war. Men tend to die at a higher rate, but that does not seem to be much of an influence in this concept. Fighting with small communities. Well, generally speaking, this would not be something that's new to Ashkenaz, right? They've been living in exile for 1,000 years at this point.
Yeah, I can't help you.
And typically, who marries more than one wife? People who are wealthy, people who can afford more than one wife.
When I can't,
So that means you can have people of the poorer classes might not be able to do so, but if they have a daughter with a poor family, then it has an advantage to have her step up socially, marry a rich man, even as a second wife. So this system kind of works itself out. Money, yes, that's right. Yes. There you go. That's very interesting. Where are we living here? What's our budget? Yeah. Exactly. It's practice. And right. So one reason for it may be because of a desire to be less out of step with the larger world. That Christians are beginning to get powerful in this part of the world, and these are out of step with their practice of polygamy. Think about 19th century America, where Mormons would practice polygamy, and that was definitely looked down upon. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Mormons have somehow abandoned polygamy as well today. But so I simply don't know. He also, here's one other really important thing. What about his relationship here? The fact that a wife is divorced, that Rabbeinu Gershom also, not the order,
He also said that it is not appropriate to divorce a woman against her will. He's definitely been speaking up until now a few times about who abandon their wives. But what about women who don't want to be divorced and their husbands forcing to divorce them? What does it say in the Gemara about that? Right? It's difficult for who to get back. Right, exactly. It definitely is not an advantageous thing for women because they tend not to be the prime breadwinners. And economically, they become drift. If the husband were to decide, I don't like, the way you cook dinner and I'm going to divorce you, then it's going to be really tough. The jobs are going to be harsh. So there seems to be, in the kind of a consistent follow through of wanting to support women's status, women's position within Ashkenazi society. And so the Bennings no more half status wives, no more second class wives. And because divorce is that as women have to agree to be divorced, it is that they can insist more easily on their settlement or on the maintenance of their married status. Goods, right? So he seems to have a lot of concern for women's status, which is pretty significant that he gets out. At the restaurant, you gotta go quickly. Yeah, no, it's a separate thing. It's a separate. I don't know which one came first, but it's actually at the same time with a package. I'm not positive. Another one is interesting. He insisted on privacy of correspondence. Like one of the examples where he's contributing to or he's responding to a social change where people are writing letters and there's no halacha before Rabbi that says you can't read other people's mail. Right? Mail was not common at times of we do have a mail system in Persia at the time of the Gemara. I guess nobody felt at that time it was necessary to make a halacha that you can't read anyone's mail. How do we know, by the way, obviously, that we have lots of mail in the Persian era? Besides the fact that we know about it from other records. Right, the Mikvah is all full of letters, right? It goes back and forth, So he insisted at this point, for the sake of efficacy of business communication, that you're not allowed to use anyone else's mail. This, by the way, the smaller, less known kind of it became very, very important in the 20th century because of the invention of a new form of correspondence. Telegram, post, email, right? Email. This email correspondence is allowed to look at the metadata, like the envelope, or can you actually look at the email, right? Like one of the reasons, by the way, guys, I insist if you write to me, don't use the Gmail, don't use your private email, because that's not truly private. If you're writing these secure Truro emails, then whatever I say, then it is like trapped forever as a legal document. Correct, but it's more private. And legally, it is, if I'm not mistaken, discoverable. I think, Dr. I graduated, and taking the court knows someone like that. No, you do. If you're emailing about, first of all, it's still going to be about where is the business. But it's, so if you're emailing anyone in the university, or university group for security girl, if you're emailing me saying, hey, I got engaged on my board. Okay. Here's really important. This is probably one of the most significant besides that ability. The ban on settlement. Everybody know what this thing is. Hugely important. Massively significant. Mr. Adler's. So that's going to be later. But the Mayusha was a social control on who was allowed to live in any given Cuba. It was extremely important for economic reasons, where it controlled competition among Jews. So if you had a community, a yishuv, had a settlement, right, and they had a shoemaker, and his living was entirely dependent on being able to make shoes for people in the region. And then some guy shows up from another, shtetl, and he wants to set up a complete shoemaker's store. The Keren HaYishuv, if it was imposed in a particular town, meant that the tequila had the right to regulate who could move into the tequila, who could set up a business, who could compete with existing communities. So it was extremely important because it meant that it was engaged in a level of protectionism that might seem foreign to an American mindset. But basically, this is a way to ensure that people could still have a livelihood. This was also often negotiated with the secular authorities, where the secular authorities would agree to uphold the issue of a Jewish community. So they could say, yes, you have the right to secure all the fellowships. They're, regulated by your community. And the Jews could then say, all right, we have the Roths family as charge of silver here. No other people are allowed to come to the town and start jobs. And it was hugely successful, somewhat rigid, and it maintained a coercive nature of society in the economy. But on the other hand, it meant that you could be fairly assured of your livelihood in this environment. Yeah, absolutely. It goes back to Mars and Bhagavata of how close may competing distances be set up with each other. If you have a Chinese restaurant on this street and another Chinese restaurant is up 3 doors down, another Chinese restaurant opens up, you can strike by the coyote and say, what's going on? This guy's going to take away our business. Let him move to another neighborhood. Let him move to a different street. Like street or council. Well, it depends on where you live or if it's a kosher restaurant and they report to the Vlad, then yeah, theoretically the Vlad could say, you don't think it's appropriate for you to set up shop so close to each other. Again, living in the modern era after the 40s, we lose so much of our policing authority, we lose our coercive authority, so that means that it's kind of like anybody's game. Because what would happen is if the God says, no, we don't think you should set up your Chinese restaurant here, what's the guy going to do? He might go to get another restaurant. Say, what do I need this God for? I'm going to go to a different God. And that's how we have, a community kind of loses its integrity because it figures out that multiple authorities. The downside. On the upside, you have coercion. So on the upside, you have consistency and community holds together, but on the downside, higher prices because you only have one shoemaker, one kosher Chinese restaurant to shop at. And this is basically the compromise they made that's pretty effective and kept the tequila going for that. Only exception to that rule, also Gemara, when is there no no competition rule? That's right. If you have a day school set up right here, set up another day school, another yeshiva right next door. That's the Torah. Okay, let's see now. We talked about why. Right? So let's do the last part here in the impact. This is Chagall's thinking of the wedding. That's not Chagall. Yeah, Chagall, right. So the ban is especially interesting to see over the next 10 years because the way he formulated the ban on polygamy was it was going to be for 500 years. And then it was supposed to theoretically expire. So a lot of ideas. Why did he only make it for 5 years? They didn't feel that he had the authority to extend the ban forever. Also, he specific that it's the land of Ashkenaz. Right? It was not a pressing issue in Sephardic lands, especially North African and Middle Eastern Sephardic regions, because they lived among Arabs who practiced polygamy. So it's not a crisis there. In fact, right up until the 20th century, they still had polygamy in Yemen and also among Yemenite Jews into Israel with multiple wives. The Rashba in the 13th century recognized that ban. He's the one who gives us the source of his explorer David's record 1240. And from that point on,
that Yosef Karo said that, well, the ban expired, but the law says that we're going to keep it going. Let's roll it over. And it was supposed to expire around the 20th century. There were some exceptions, by the way. Like, for example, I'm not going to step into halakhic areas and ask you if you hear about this, but let's say for what the other ban that you can't divorce a woman against her will, right? So let's say a woman decides to join ISIS or Al Qaeda, and she's moved to the middle of Syria. She doesn't want to hear from anyone. You call her up and say, "Sarah, please come home. Stop messing around with those ISIS guys." And she says, "I don't care, and I'm never going to accept a death from you because of the kind of organization I want to punish you." So in that kind of bizarre situation where you have an enemy of the Mored death, say a rebellious woman, so to speak, there would be an exception to the ban. A man would marry a second wife, not undivorced divorced his wife, if she won't accept it, he's allowed to marry a second wife. Similarly, there was an athlete with family and family like difficult issues supposed to get involved with, but it's not an absolute ban because after all, it's imposed by a Rishon rather than something that comes out of the Torah itself. But there are always these crazy movements, like here in 1931, there were people saying, "Hey, wait, no, we don't have this ban anymore, but we really have to renew it again. We have so many things. This should have crisis. Why don't we just let them marry rich men and so on?" But that never went anywhere. Okay, and one last point I do want to say in this context, we talked so much about the counter-organization. One of the really important things is that it's mentioned that God forbid, we should all get married and be happy and it's not it. But if God forbid divorce is the option, give you what I forget. Okay. That's the end of this lecture. I want to start the second lecture. Any questions, arguments, discussions? Mr. Adlerstein. Yeah, absolutely. I just spoke at field recently. I found in the Evo archive a mimeograph document that was he showed out in place merchant camps where a husband was right. If a husband was right, I'm going to marry Shitzalea. I'm actually married to Masara, but I don't know what happened to him. And he would swear, he would sign this document that if Masara shows up, she survives, married to consider, that he would do whatever the basic said the appropriate thing. Divorce second wife, divorce first wife. Terrifying. Good point. Okay, let's go to economics now. So, a lot to say about this. Start with agriculture. Historically, Jews have only really been deep into farming twice in their history, in the ancient world and in the modern world, in the 20th century. Historically, farming was not the first choice for Jews for fairly obvious reasons. Now we do have, there's kind of like from the 19th century there was a bias against it saying, oh, the reasons why Jews couldn't own land, couldn't farm was because they couldn't own land. And largely speaking, that's not true. For most of the medieval period, Jews could own land. It was illegal to own land. There were exceptions, there's places and times, but largely Jews could own land. If they could own land, why did they not become the landowners, Mr. Adlerstein? Excellent, good point. When you're living far away, you can't maybe be walking distance of a shul or a mikvah or a Chinese restaurant. So you definitely, that's one good reason. Mr. Blaschko? Tell me about that. So then what about the land? Okay, but how would that change? I think you're right, but I'm not sure you've explained the answer correctly. Why was land less desirable than, let's say, silver, gold,
stuff like that. Can't say with you. Mr. Rubin, you have the word here? No, what I like to say, it's very hard to find carry a romance, right? Because it's exactly right. If people are to attack your community or whatever, and you need to flee, you and essentially abandon your land. And right? There used to be a joke. It's no longer true, but Jews used to not be good piano players. They used to play clarinet and banjo and things like that. Violin. The reason is it's very hard to run carrying a piano. So real estate was not a safe investment for Jews. Not only pogroms, but legislative expulsion. The most noble artists history over here, Jews were expelled 5 times from France in 1 century. Right? They kept on being expelled, invited back, expelled, invited back. But you can't keep your land if you don't expel. Mr. Rubin, Mr. Parente. It's an excellent point. You'll see when we get to Eastern Europe, which will be in a couple of weeks, that Jews were frequently leaseholders, but it was primarily for the tax dividends of the land. The land was definitely not owned by them. It's really not farmed by them. Only in a few places, like the Bishop, for example, you have farmers telling you that most of the 100 Jews are talking, Jews did not prefer home as choice. Okay, good point. Well, because you have to invest in real estate. And it's good for, anything that taxes around. Yeah. Well, we're going to discuss all things with you. Definitely invest in skills and invest in skills that were liquid, like medicine, right? So a doctor, you can just put up your shingle anywhere and start doctoring. If you are a goldsmith, silversmith, so you have to have a certain amount of gold or silver come to you to be able to work it, then you have skill. But if you take your money and you dump it into a piece of land, building, anything like that, you're attached to that, you're stuck to it. Someone else confiscates it, it's gone. But if you are able to transform much of your skills into cash, like actual money, then you can not only carry it, but in hiding places, actually show you that some of the hoards that have been discovered of jewels and things like that, they are frequently Jewish hoards, quite fascinating. But you carry it and then you come back and pick up. Mr. Parente, and then go on. By what? Like produce? Yeah, it's not really a thing. Jews generally, when they were farmers, they're more likely to dairy men, things like that. Their business structure. It's really about price. Perhaps the best example is meat. Right? Jews need to be in the meat industry, so that's kosher meat. But Ashkenazim, was like this last week, right? The week before, Ashkenazim do not eat the meat on that share, the sciatic nerve, and that means that they basically, the back half of the cow, with the filet mignon and very choice parts of the cow, they just sell to non-Jews. And non-Jews historically have been very happy to buy much cheaper, meat that's cheaply priced because the Jews have to get rid of it. They can't consume it themselves. The church, by the way, is very upset with that because it looks bad if Jews won't eat this, but Christians will happily eat this. But it's the same rule as ever. If you go to grocery stores today, people will buy sometimes. Okay, let's see. Risks and benefit analysis. Agriculture also plays a really important part in the corporate structure of medieval society, which we have not gotten into, but we'll talk about in a moment. This is what Jews did as the backbone of their economy. They're primarily involved in finance. Again, I'm restricting myself now to the period of early Ashkenaz,
we will have a much broader field of economic endeavor once the conditions permit it. Jews were definitely historically involved in a whole range of activities, even in this period as well. But the backbone of the economy, the strongest element in a given Megillah, was Jews involved in finance, specifically money lending. This is a bigger topic, but we've got 7 minutes for time to give you a short version of it. It tends to have kind of like a, when I say finance, that sounds nice, right? When I say something like pawnbroking, that sounds kind of like seafood, sort of like on the outskirts of town, strip malls, things like that. But it's really both of those things. This was an excellent way for Jews to engage in commerce and to support themselves, specifically because, as we shall see, they enjoyed a monopoly on it for several hundred years. I'll get to that. Let's just first look at this interesting image. This is a 16th century image by Quentin Maskey, the money changer and his wife. You can see they're living in a nice urban environment. They've got fine clothes, it's dyes red, which is an expensive color, and so on. And he's counting out his coins here. The only problem is, for our purposes, it's not actually a Jewish picture, a Jewish couple, because here's he's reading like clearly a Christian illuminated manuscript, very expensive, but it has like a Christ figure and male